Hi, welcome back. Now we've had a chance to get a look at our robot and the figure we'll be creating. I thought to make this a bit easier for us, we'd split it into sections. So I've gone ahead and created a image plane reference for just the head, and we'll start with that. So I'm going to go up to create and just create an image plane here. So free image plane, and then I'll come up to the attribute editor, and under where it says image name, I'm just going to give it the name of my image plane, which is headref, which you'll find in the project file that you probably downloaded with the tutorial. So that gives us the head reference. Now I'm not going to use this so much as a traditional image plane, more as just a reference image, because this is actually simple enough that because it's an almost perfect sphere, we shouldn't need exact measurements, but we'll have it in the background just in case. Now, before I go any further as well, I am using a custom shelf. At the moment, it just has center pivot and freeze transformation on it. Now, if you don't know how to create one of these, you go here and just hit new shelf. That will give you a new shelf. You'll get to type the name in, and then you can go up to any menu and press Control and Shift and then click on something. So for instance, if you wanted the align tool on your shelf, there it is. So just Control Shift click, and that will put things on your custom shelf. So we'll probably be adding a few bits and bobs as we go. The other thing is I'll be using the modeling toolkit, which was new in Maya 2015. We're in Maya 2016 now, of course, but I'll be using the modeling toolkit, which if you can't see that, you can go up to, I believe on Maya 2015, it's up here under Mesh Tools, and you should see something called Show Modeling Toolkit. Now, if you're following this tutorial on an older version, this will still work. You'll still be able to do it. Some of the tools are in different places now. Maya have moved the menus around a little bit, so you might have to hunt around. But everything will be using the multi-cut tool. You can pretty much do with the old split poly tool and things like this. So it is possible to follow along. You might have to spend a bit of time searching out those tools. Alright, so without any further ado, let's get on with this head. So let's create a simple polysphere to start with. And I'm going to get that to a size that's comfortable to work on. And really, now if we look at our head model, we've got these extrusions that come up, and then we've got the ears, and this part is extruded downwards, and this part, the lower jaw and the lower face, are on a level with this. So at some point this has either been extruded down or these have been extruded up. Now wherever possible, you're probably better off extruding forward than backwards. It creates less problems. So it'll be better for us if we extrude these parts of the geometry upwards. We've also got the ears here, and as I say, this is a fairly simple place to start. So let's come here and first rotate your sphere by 90. So you can do that by clicking the rotate, which is E, and then holding J down to lock the rotation. You could also just come into the channel box and type 90 degrees, of course, or minus 90. In our case, it makes little difference. And the reason we're doing that is we want the end of this sphere here, so we can extrude the ears, or these pieces, out from it. So looking at this model, it's got a stripe and then a couple of spots for eyes. So we'll come in, go into face mode, and let's first of all put the stripe down. Now we could work on half of the model. It's quite standard practice to model half and then mirror over. Or we could use some of the new symmetry tools, although they have been there for a while. They're actually working quite well in this version of Maya. So I'm just going to use symmetry. And you'll notice that I've specified the object along the x-axis, which you would imagine would be along this axis, but it's not. It's because we've rotated the sphere. So if we want to set the sphere back to a world transformation point, we're going to need to go up to modify and freeze transformations. And now when I go into face mode, I'll get what I expected. So let's start off by creating this strip down the back. I'm going to click once there, I'm going to come around the back, and I'm going to finish this off around here. And that's not doing a quick selection, so let's just do it the old-fashioned way. And I think about there the eyes starts. Let's define now a path for these eyes. Okay, so when we extrude this out, we'll get this basic shape. So to continue that, we'll come along here and just come down to here where we will extrude the ear out. So let's grab that as well. And as I said, this head is actually a pretty simple thing to pull out. The problem is making it neat, which we'll look at. You'll want, with hard surface models, fairly flawless surfaces, which means keeping the mesh neat and tidy and getting the bevels in the right place. But for right now, for the first extraction, I'm going to go one down here. I think that will do me just fine. Okay, so now we need to extract it. So you can find extract on the modeling menus, or you can just use the modeling toolkit, which, as I said, we'll be using. And I'm going to come up to extrude, sorry, and I'm going to click this button here to center this, and then I'm going to click one of the little scale boxes, which will activate the center scale, and now I can just simply scale outwards until I get a size I'm comfortable with. Now obviously you could take that to extremes, but for us we just want to create a little ridge line, so somewhere around here maybe. That should do it. Maybe a little smaller. Okay, so that's our basic our basic extrusion done. Now, so that gives us our head shape here, goes back, gives us the beginnings of the ears, but we still have this problem where our underneath is not at the same level as our face mask thing here. So if we actually undo that extraction, so if I take that all the way back to before I hit extrude, the reason is that I want to get the underneath to exactly match the top. So rather than simply going extrude and then scaling out willy-nilly, because now I have no idea what size I've extruded to, I'm actually going to use the thickness, and I'm going to put it at 0.1, and that will extrude out to a definite distance. So let's try 1.5. That way when I do the bottom extrusion I can get it exactly the same size. Okay, so there we are on that, and obviously this is what it looks like when it's unsmoothed. If I hit 3 on the keyboard, we'll get it smoothed, and we start to see some resemblance to the one behind us, although this one has much sharper, much nicer features, but we'll get to that. Now, the reason I kept getting extrude and extract mixed up is because we're going to now do an extraction, and an extrusion extrudes from the mesh, and extraction will take faces away from the mesh. So let's get all the bottom faces that we are going to need to make up this inner and outer jaw. Okay, so just come down, and you can click once, and generally you can come over and then double click, hold shift to make sure that you keep your selection active. Okay, so this will form the basis of our bottom jaw. So because I want that to open and close, I need to get it away from the main mesh. So in this case I'm going to extract it. So I don't think we have an extract here. So we can go up to the hotbox, which you can get with spacebar, and go to edit mesh, and it should just say extract. Now don't pull anything, just press Q to go back to the move tool, and then if we move this you'll see, whoops, let's select it first. If we move this object mode, you'll see it's been extracted from the mesh. Okay, so now we have something to work with, but before we start working with it, we're going to need to, and I'm going to freeze its transformations here. So I'm going to go to modify freeze transformations, or I could use that on my shelf, and then I'm going to center its pivot, and I'm going to pull it down a bit so we can get a better look at it. Now at the moment it's quite hollow, and you see the inside faces are black. This will show you which way around your model is orientated. If you're seeing both sets of faces as the same color, you probably have two-sided lighting turned on. Now in general it's better to model with two-sided lighting turned off. This will let you know which way around your geometry is pointing, which can become quite important when it comes to bridging surfaces and whatnot. But for right now, let's just select the whole object and hit extrude, and we know we want 0.15, which will make it the same extrusion as this outer bit here. So if I were to now take this and move it back into place, you'll see that it's now on the same level as the extruded bit for the top of the face. Okay, so that's us good to go. We now need to do the same thing for the inner mouth, because this model's actually split up into sort of a left and right hand side of the face and an inner mouth that opens up. So let's pull this, grab this, pull it down here, and we want to select all the faces that are going to make up that mouth. So let's go to face mode. And F8, 9, 10 and 11 will select faces, edges, components, vertex and whatnot, and I suggest you get into the habit of using them. I can't because the hotkeys are locked to my recording software, but just so you know those hotkeys are there, and it is generally quicker to flip around the different component modes with the F keys. Alright, so now I've got all the faces that I'm going to require for this bottom mouth. Let me make sure I don't have too many, either on the inside or the outside. And you'll notice we still have that mirroring running for us, so we only have to do this on one side. And that looks fine. And now we want to extract this. So mesh, edit mesh, sorry, extract. Okay, again, don't touch any of the settings here, just hit Q. And you want to go back to object mode. And now we have this part extracted as well. Now we run into a small problem. If I pull this down, you'll see there's a large hole here in our mesh, and it's never a very good practice to leave these holes, so I'm going to close them up. Before we start stitching this back together and putting the bevels and the smooths on, it's better to have I wouldn't say a perfect mesh, but as perfect as you can get it. No large holes in it, no extraneous faces or anything like this. Let's come up to the edge here and just click and click and hit bridge. Whoops. Okay, I must have had a... I still have mirror on, which is not going to work, because when I select this one, it's going to select this one. So if we double click on our move tool, or in fact any of the tools, and turn the symmetry off, now I can get down to it. So I'm going to click this one and hit bridge. Now if your bridge is coming in with a lot of sections, a lot of divisions, I believe by default it's set on 5 divisions. I turn that off manually by just going to bridge under mesh tools, going to its options and setting its divisions to 0 and hitting apply. That way whenever you use the bridge tool, it'll come in with 0 divisions, which in general is what you want. So let's see if we can bridge all of these in one fell swoop. And to do that, I'll need to get rid of this one. That's survived somehow. And go to edge, and let's click this one, off with that one, off with that one. What we want is this edge facing this edge, this one, this one, this one, this one. We're going to attempt to close the whole all in one go. Now let's hit bridge, and you'll notice that's bridged across there quite nicely, saving us the trouble of doing it one at a time. So we should now be able to come in and do the same thing on the other side. Let's get rid of this face, swing around here, add one here. We'll have to do this one at a time, so edge mode, and just bridge. And again, we should be able to get away with both of these at once. So we don't want that edge, because that would try and bridge with this edge, and then they would all bridge across it, and you'd end up with a big mess. Okay, so let's untick those and hit bridge, and there we go, nicely bridged. Alright, so there's the lower jaw outer portion done. Now let's look at the lower jaw inner portion, and this also needs bridging. And again, one of the reasons why I always recommend, I'm going to turn the grid off, but one of the reasons I always recommend that you work with two-sided lighting switched off is it's very obvious there's a big hole here. If I had the two-sided lighting turned on, it becomes less obvious, it becomes much, I mean, if you look at it like this, you can barely see it. It's easier to overlook things, so always want that off. Now I know the black side is the inside of the surface. Okay, we've got a couple of spare faces on this one, so out you go, don't need those. And again, let's go up, select all these edges, not that one and not that one, same procedure, and bridge, and again, perfect. If you leave big holes in your model like this, when you come to smooth them later, when you come to bevel them, or when you come to edit them, it can cause big problems. So while it might look like a bit of a pain in the backside to make sure this is all done right now, when you've smoothed it later on, if indeed you do smooth it, you'll be working on a much higher resolution, a much higher poly version. So correcting things then will be much more difficult than correcting things now. So if we look at that, we've got the top and bottom jaw on there. Let's select them both and shove them back up so they meet the top. Okay, now we've got an issue round the back. And in fact, just for now, I'm just going to move this image plane a bit backwards so I don't keep crashing into it. And I've had somebody ask me this on the forum. If you just click these image planes, especially in Maya 2015, generally they won't select. So you need to actually drag click them. It just came up the other day just in case you're having problems. So we've got a problem now. This mouth is going to open. Let me just open the mouth. Okay, I'm going to adjust the pivot point so the pivot point is in the right place. So in order to do that, hit insert. Let's come up here and let's insert that somewhere around the middle of the head. Now I'm not going to be too accurate right now. I just want to demonstrate something for you. So we're going to come in here and stop that U. I want to hit Q, go to object mode, and yeah, okay. So I'm going to rotate the head here, or the mouth at least. So you see we've got this problem. The mouth opens and closes nicely enough, but where we've got this kind of ridge on the head, this bisects with it, and if that was actually going to open, there'd be some sort of hole. So we're going to have to come in, select the faces back here, so we can make an indentation that slides into this groove. It will give the whole thing a more mechanical look when we animate it too. So I'm just going to take these faces and extrude, and this time I'm going to use a negative thickness of minus 0.05 maybe. Let's have a look. No, maybe 0.1. Okay. Alright, that's done it, but at this end it's left us with a couple of nasty faces, which is one of the reasons I always try and extrude forwards where possible. It's much easier. So if we look in here, we've got these doubled faces here. So I'm just going to get rid of these and then we'll fix the problem underneath. Okay, so that's got rid of all those faces. Now the problem is that we have no edge here to hold this extrusion in place. So I'm going to go to the multi-cut tool and press Control and put an edge in. Okay, now if you're using an earlier version, 2014, you can use the Insert Edge Loop tool for that. It'll do approximately the same thing. Now we want to flip to vertex, and we want to get all these vertex that are all in a jumble so far. Now make sure you've only got these vertex. If you push W for move, and the move pointer doesn't appear in the middle of these three, you've got a vert selected somewhere else. For instance, if the move pointer is coming up here, you've accidentally selected another vertex somewhere. So make sure you get just these three, and you want to go to Mesh Merge. There you go, and that will merge those vertex together. Now again, this becomes important when things like smoothing come into play. So you want to make sure you get this right, and when I've got this one, I can just press the G key to repeat the last command, which in this case was merge. And now edge, and actually we'll try and do both these at once. Just bridge across, there we go, job done. Okay, let's look at the other end, make sure we haven't got any problems here. Make sure that I've got no double faces at this end. So I shouldn't have at this end. No, I haven't, everything's fine. Okay. Alright, so that's cut us a little channel, which means that when we rotate our head backwards now, and in fact my viewport here is a little jagged, so I'm going to go into my viewport 2 settings and just make sure that I have some screen space ambient occlusion, just makes the whole thing a bit nicer to work with, and more importantly some anti-aliasing, so now I'm not getting those big jagged kind of spurs. Alright, it's easier to look at. Alright, lift this up a little bit into place, there we go. Now when the head rotates, there's a channel for this part to run down and a stop block, so we know now when we come to rig this thing that our maximum order of rotation, and the pivot's in the wrong place, but I I think I've illustrated the point. Our maximum order of rotation will be when this slides backwards and hits this. Okay, so that basically is the start of the head. Now if we smooth it, we can begin to see the shape take place. Now one last thing before I end this part, and if you're following along in real time, I hope you've managed to keep up. But as I said before, when in the introduction, it's quite difficult to do it that way. So if you're just watching along with me, catch up in between the parts and we'll come back and we'll do these eyes. But before I do go, I just want to get these little antennae out. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to select one of these faces, okay, and I'm just going to extrude upwards. And actually if I do it this way now, it'll come in like so, which is not really how I want mine to be pointing. So let's undo that extrusion. And let's have a look at this edge. Now let's select all of this edge and let's see if we can just scale that in so these top surfaces point that way a little bit more. There we go. And because we don't have the mirroring enabled anymore, the other side hasn't been done, but in the next part I'll show you how to split this down the center and mirror it anyway. Okay. So actually, no, I think I actually did prefer it pointing out. I mean, again, it's a question of taste. Maybe it's a little bit too pointy that way. Just a little bit of scale down. And let's select a face. Okay, and let's extrude. And what we can do is go up to our extrusion move tool settings. And let's have a look. Sorry, move and orientation. I'm going to set to component. Whoops. Wrong tool. Sorry. Back to face mode and extrude. Okay, well, it looks like I'm just going to have to manually push it out, which is fine. I kind of like the angle that we're at on this one, so let's come up. Let's see how far, and you can compare this directly with the image plane if you want an exact copy. It's not strictly necessary, but okay, that looks pretty aerial-like in its very most basic form. Okay, and the other thing I can see here is our eyes appear to be bigger. This gap here is most definitely thinner than this one, it looks like. So I'm going to just widen that up in the simplest way possible by grabbing the edge here and here, here and here, and in fact, let's just grab the faces here. So shift, grab the faces, and I'm just going to move those out, making sure that my axis orientation is set on component. If it's set on component, you'll see it's orientated to the component, so I can push it in and it works just fine. If it's set on world, when I push it, I'm going to push it that way and it's not going to work very well. So axis orientation, very important for this. So just push it that way a little bit, and that just makes our eye just a little bit bigger. There we go. Let's refer to the original. Okay, that seems about right. And I might make this side just a little wider too, just a little bit. There we go. That gives us a bigger eye, which I quite like the squarer value. Alright, so we've got a basic half shape. Now, when we come back, we'll learn how to mirror this over and make sure it's the same. We'll then start to smooth it and we'll build the eyeball itself, and it's probably difficult to see, but if you remember back to the introduction, we've got those funky sort of dual eyelids. So I'll be back in a moment, and thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we started on the base mesh for our head here, and I just want to continue by adding some more details with the ears, then we'll get on to smoothing, finishing the aerial, and finally mirroring the finished geometry across. So let's look at this ear first. Now it would be nice if we could push the inner part of the ear in a little bit, as here, which we can do because we've got the faces available to us here. But if we wanted to have a thinner outer ring, which I kind of do, I can take the multi-cut tool here, or you can use the split poly tool if you're on an older version, and I just click once and then I'll hit shift, which will snap it. So I'll snap it at about 50%. So maybe I'll go a bit more than that. Just push backspace on your keyboard to remove a point you put down that you're not happy with. Maybe I'll go 70%. So now all I need to do is come down here while holding shift, click on this line, drag the mouse down to 70%, and I can just, whoops, backspace, that one was at 80, I can just create a very fast ring around here. And 80 again, excuse me. And really we're just going to meet these points up at the other end and then close the loop. Okay, 70, and finally just click on this one to close. Whoops. There we go. And hit return or enter, and that will put your loop in. So now we're done. Now I can come in and select these faces. So just click one, double click the one next to it, we'll select the whole ring, and I will extrude these. And again, I'm just going to click here to make sure it's centered, and I'm going to extrude to the depth of say 0.1. Should be a fairly decent extrusion. There we go. And now I'm going to extrude this inner part, which I'll have to select individually because they're actually triangles. So the edge loop tools won't work very well, so not too much of a worry. And again, extrude, and once more center, but this time I'm going to go to 0.5, and that will give us a little interesting detail in the ear. So I've got the outer bit, and now I've got a part in the middle as well. Okay, now we would smooth this, so select it all and hit 3 on the keyboard, but you'll see, although it does have a nice line in between here, it's a bit wishy-washy and it's a bit lacking in shape, especially when we come up to this aerial. And this is because it doesn't actually have enough edges to hold its own shape. So before we go any further, I want to just take a look at how to make these edges hold their shape, and the easiest way we can do this is to bevel the edges. Now you can do this by hand by coming in with a multi-cut tool and adding extra edge loops, but this generally on a sphere isn't a good idea, because if you have say an edge loop here and another one here and then another one here that you've put in to hold some edges and you hit 3, you'll see that our surface becomes uneven, and if you can see that in the tutorial, I've now got a rather unpleasant banding effect that's gone on, and you can see here it's pinched and it's just not very nice. So when you're combining this this variety of both hard surface modeling with smooth, a bevel is normally a good idea. Now I will just show you a quick demonstration of this. If I just click on the outside ring of this eye here and hit bevel, I can control the bevel by holding up this fraction middle mouse clicking and dragging to either side, so I can have a large bevel or a much smaller one. Now with a small bevel, the first thing you'll notice is it catches the light much better. It's much more defined. So let's come in and hit 3. You'll see this one maintains a lot more of its shape now than this one. So if we were to go back and put a bevel in the back here, it would maintain even more of its shape. Now I'm going to just undo that bevel, because what we want is to get a lot of this done at the same time. I also want to push this eye a bit further back. Now you'll notice I'm not bothering with this one, because in a minute we're going to mirror across, so it won't matter. I'm going to just take the faces in here and I'm going to extrude them backwards. So again, make sure that's centered and just extrude these backwards. This will give me a deeper eye well, which I want to fit my eyeball into. Okay, so that's done that. Now let's pull this bottom part downwards, because these will also need beveling, and it's just easier to see them while they're out. And now we've got this top portion which will need beveling. Okay, but we do have a issue with this, because this is hollow. You'll notice here that there's no lip. Here there is a lip and here there is none. So in order to get a lip around there as well, which will be important when we bevel. I'm just going to come in. I'm going to take this edge. There are many ways to do this. This is a very, very quick way of doing it. I'm just going to extrude the edge this time, again, from the center. And I'm just going to extrude it like so. And we get a lip around there. Okay, it's not perfect, but it will do for now. We'll come back and look at the inside of the head when we do some more detailing, most probably. But for right now, let's get the basics in so we can start adding the eyes and move on to the body section. So for a bevel, we want to get all the hard edges, all these edges around the outside. So let's come and take this edge, this one, and we want to do the inside edges as well. When the mouth's open, you're going to be able to see those. So it's important to also get the inside edges. That's one of the things that's quite easy to forget, and then you open the mouth later on and discover that there's no beveling on the inside. So when you've got all those outside edges, and again I'm not going to bother with this half, we're going to mirror it in a second. Or in fact, we can take this half too, just to give another run through. Just basically all the outside edges. And it's quick enough to do without the need to mirror this particular component. Okay, that's got them. Yeah, double check, missed one. Always seem to miss one. Right, there we go. So let's hit bevel. Okay, and now I've got a nice big bevel on these, probably a bit too big, so let's come in and about there will do, 0.2 in this case. So let's smooth this now, and you should see it holds its shape a lot better, and we get a really nice sort of crisp but still rounded edge. If I increase the amount of that bevel, and once you put a bevel on, you can still access it by going to the channel box, and here is the history for your object, everything you've done to it. So if I click poly bevel, you'll see it opens up, and I can come back up here and give that a much bigger bevel. So now when I smooth, you'll see that I get a much less crisp edge. So if we leave that on smooth, you can kind of see what this is doing. So that's a 0.2 or 0.3 bevel when it has fairly crisp edges, and if I go to no bevel, it completely collapses because it doesn't have enough edges to hold the shape. So let's come in and let's do, I think I want a 0.2. 0.2 looks pretty decent. Let's just click that mesh off. And okay, this is really nice shape now. So let's do the same with this. So again, edges and inside and outside. And that means inside and outside of this channel that the head will run down, because we want that to hold its shape also. So again, it's your outside edges. Now there is a lazy man's bevel where you just select the whole object and hit bevel, but I find this method to create too many unnecessary edges, and you never quite know what's going to happen with it. It's better off to make sure you get the bevels in the place you want them by hand. This way, you have more control, and if something goes wrong later on and you have to come back and edit it, you won't have beveled every edge, so your geometry will be much lower poly, making it easier to work with later on down the road. So although there does seem always to be an easier way to do it in Maya, the easiest way isn't necessarily the most efficient one in terms of saving time for yourself, because it could turn out that beveling every edge on here, and that will be the inner edges too, is just going to cause you a lot of problems sort of when we're modeling the body and you need to tweak this. It's better to do it by hand. So modeling toolkit and bevel once again, and you can see this has given us a quite small bevel, but for our intents and purposes that should just be fine. Let's try that with smooth. Got some nice very crisp edges here, looking rather neat. And again with this down the back now, it's all holding its edge much nicer. The stop blocks rounded off, and this will actually do for the smoothing for these. Now again, it's just a case of beveling this now, the last part, the top part. Now before I do that, let's have a look at what it looks like unbeveled. and you'll see here that this shrinks down into almost nothing. Now, because I want to create this little nip at the top here, let's go to multi-cut and let's put in a edge loop. So just hold Control, and then there's a little ring around the bottom here. So I'm going to put one edge loop in there to help hold the shape, and I'm going to put two in there to create a little ring. Okay, so let's smooth now, and you'll see this holds its shape much better. If I were to put an edge loop in right at the top here, it'd hold its shape even better still. Okay, so let's put one in the middle too, and let's grab this ring. So let's grab face mode, and let's grab this ring that we just made here, double click that one, it will select them all. I'm going to extrude, I'm going to click here, and then I'm going to give it a thickness of say 0.1, which is probably way too many, 0.02, a little bit more, maybe double that, so let's go 0.004. Okay, there we go. Now when I hit 3, oops, when I hit 3 you'll see that smooth out, but it's a bit too smoothed out really. Don't really like it that. So we could now of course bevel, but instead of beveling I'll now manually put some control edges in. So one goes here, one here, one here. So this performs pretty much the same function as the bevel, we're just doing it by hand. Okay, and that's much more. Let's just click onto object mode and Q to get out of the cut tool, and that's much more like a little ring on the end of that. And then up here I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to extrude these faces. So extrude, let's click the scale here and let's scale outwards. Whoops, let's get it central. Click the scale, let's scale outwards. We can probably come upwards as well, so that goes like so, and then like so. We'll get a little funny shape at the top there, and again let's give it some control edges to help maintain its shape. You can do this by beveling also, but as we've already done that I thought I'd do it a different way. There. You notice I'm not putting any control edges on the downward axis because I want it to round out. I just want it to keep its shape on the horizontal. So let's have a look. 3, and there we go. Funny aerial time. Now that needs straightening up because this is not good. So when we come back we'll straighten it up, but for right now the last thing I wanted to show you how to do was to just mirror this over so we'd have the aerial on both sides and all the work that we did on that ear. So hit 1 to go back to a non-smooth view. Select these faces, there we go, make sure you've got them all, hit delete, then select all these vertex along this edge. Now you can go into vertex mode and start selecting these, or try a shift select, but a very easy way to select vertices is to double click the edge. Okay, so now you've got the edge selected, then press Control and right click, 2 vertices to vertex. That will pick all the vertex along the edge. Now if we want to get these into line, let's just say we tried to move these all straight so the mirror happened perfectly, and actually I've got those vertex there too, so when I double click that edge I must have got more than I bargained for. I did. So instead of double clicking, click on the first component of the edge you want and then double click on the last one, and that will just select the loop, and then again Control to vertices. Okay, let's say I pulled these out and I wanted to get them straight. I'm trying to straighten them up. An easy way to get them straight is to move them 0 in X, and then all these verts will have been moved to the exact X0 coordinate. So you know, now I know they're all perfectly in alignment, and now I know my mirroring will work. Okay, so mesh, mirror geometry, there we go. Let's have a look. We are on the x-axis, so that should be positive x to be mirrored in. Positive x, merge the original, merge verts, mirror, there we go. And now I've got my little aerial over here and the changes that I made to my ear. So let's just move this up. In fact, let's move both of these pieces up, there we go, and this one somewhat into place, and we're getting there. Okay, so we have some very nice edges along here and some very not so nice edges along here. You know, and where these components come together now with these nice bevels, you know, you get a very, very nice hard looking edge. You know, as opposed to this big soft splotchetty thing that we've got here. So when we come back, we'll look at just straightening up these antenna bits because they're all wonky. I don't like them. And then we'll look at creating the rest of the hard edges for the top of our surface and finishing off our eyes. So after that, we'll move on to the body and we'll kind of speed up the modeling a bit without me yabbering on so much. So I hope you've enjoyed this part and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to take a look at putting some crisper edges on the top of our head model here, and we're going to do this by beveling what would be the hard edges on the model, so generally the outer edges. Now if you want to see what Maya thinks the hard edges are, you can hit the spacebar to bring up the hotbox and go to Display, Polygons, Hard Edges. Now Maya has this new hard edges color, which is a nicer display, but if not you'll see soft hard edges. We'll use the new one, and you can see everything here in purple Maya thinks is a hard edge, and for the most part it's correct, except for this one in the center. Now that's where we mirrored the object, so if I click off you can actually see a little kind of division in the mesh there at certain light angles. Now if you wanted to get rid of that, you simply select the edge that shouldn't be hard, so we'll come here and double click this one. Go up to Mesh Display. Now this used to be under the Normals menu, so you'll find it there if you're on an older version, and just hit Soften Edge. And this way, when I look at the edge display now with these coloured hard edges, you'll see no hard edge here, and when I pan the model around you can no longer see that nasty crease line division. Okay, so we're going to put bevels in where these hard edges are. Now we could do this by using the symmetry tools. So if we come down to symmetry tools and put tolerance to X, and if I go into an edge when I want to select this one, I'll get this one. Or we could do it by chopping the model in half and doing it that way. I'll use the in fact, for this time let's just chop the model in half. It really doesn't matter which way you decide to do this, but I'll run through the process. So I'm going to take the model out like so, and because I've got the symmetry tools on, when I select here it selects the other side, so let's turn those off, and let's just come in, grab half the model and delete. And this now leaves me with half a model to work on, so this should be a bit faster. Now I'm going to use these hard edges as a guide of where I want my hard edges. Doesn't necessarily mean I have to put them here, it's just a visual indicator letting me know where Maya thinks they are. Let's go to edge mode and start picking out these edges. So just double click to select a loop, and we should have this done in fairly short order. Now as well as beveling to create these nice kind of very hard looking edges, we can also add more edge loops to help the shape hold together, both of which we will probably be doing in a second. And I think I'll actually leave the eyes separate. This will give me a greater degree of control on the bevel. So, because you know the eyes are a very important part of giving this model character. Now I've come to a point here where that shouldn't be a hard edge and neither should that, so we'll sort that out in a second. I've come to the point here where I can't actually see through this, so I can turn on X-ray and keep going. Make sure I've got these faces selected along the bottom inside edge as well, and I have, so it seems like I have everything. No, we're missing some there, so okay, and that should do it. As I say, I've left the eyes so I can do those separately just to make sure that I get the bevel I'm looking for. I'm also leaving the antenna for now. So I'm going to come up and hit bevel. Let me see, I want a fairly small bevel. Let's try slightly bigger than that. I think I'm going to keep this one small. That will give us a crisp edge. So let's come in, object mode, and now smooth this again. And you'll see my edges are a lot crisper. they're not collapsing in on themselves anymore. Now we've got a slight problem here. Even with the bevel, we don't actually have enough geometry to hold this to a more square edge, and I don't want it perfectly aligned with this. I mean, it's supposed to be a mouth opening, if you like, so I don't want it as perfect as this, so I'm not going to go to the trouble of adding too much extra geometry. But I'll just come in for the multi-cut tool, and I'll probably put, it's easier to do this when you're not in smooth mode, so just hit 1. I'll probably put an edge loop here, and then when I smooth, that will help hold that edge in. So I'm going to actually undo that edge loop and put it a bit higher up. Okay, and that just holds that edge away from this piece here. So we've still got this problem with the eye being very kind of not crisp. I mean, if we compare, let's go to smooth, this edge, which is nice and crisp, with this one, which is round, it's because we don't have the bevel in here. And the reason I wanted to keep that separate is this is a very small edge bevel around most of the hard edges of this model. So for the eye, I might like to make it a little larger without affecting everything else. So let's come in and just select this edge around the eye here and hit bevel. Okay, and that's a much larger edge bevel, but I think that will suit the eye more. So now I can come in, channel box, bevel, and start to take a look at exactly what's a better bevel for my eye. So throw this into smooth mode, and here I can see sort of a small bevel and a larger one. So I think I'm going to go with a fairly large bevel for this. Okay, and now I'll need to bevel this inner edge we've got here, just so that holds its square shape. So again, this will be done separately, because on this I'll probably want a smaller bevel. Okay, and that's quite hefty, so let's pull that back until it's around 0.2. Okay, now I smooth, and I should have a much better looking head, which indeed I do. Okay, so now of course we could mirror this head over. There are a couple of things I want to do with this antenna. I just want to straighten this up a bit. I'm not going to be too accurate about it. I'm just going to select these verts here, make sure I've got the front and back side, and I'm just going to hit W. I'll probably put this into component mode. Actually no, that's not going to help me weld this fine. And I'm just going to move that up so it's a little bit straighter, and then I'll probably select them all and move them this way slightly. I'm just going to do that by visual indicator. I like the top to be a little straighter than it was, and the same can be done here. So let's select these vertex. In fact, let's select these edges because they're a little indented, which I don't really like. So in fact, in order to do that properly, I'm going to get the first two and pull them out so they're straighter. There we go. And the same on the bottom. Okay, and again, I'm not going to be super accurate with this small detailing, and I'm just going to select these vertices. Just so I can pull this up so it's a bit more level. Again, this small detailing is something I will be taking care of later in between the parts, but I'll just do this one now while we're here. Whoops. Okay, that should allow me to pull that up a bit to get it a bit straighter, and there we go, that should do it. Alright, I don't like when they're curving diagonally downwards, just a small detail, but to be taken into consideration. Right, so now we've got our whole head smooth. We've got a very accentuated gap here, so we could add in some extra edges to try and get this a bit more into shape, but I actually like the bigger gap between the mouth sections and the top of the head, so that can stay for me. And what we really need now is an eye in here. So I'm going to come in and make the eye. Now this is pretty simple procedure. It's really just a sphere. So we'll get that in and we'll get it approximately to size. You've got quite a lot of flexibility in terms of design here, because you could have this as a very small or larger eye. It just depends on what really suits your character design, and for us I think a fairly large eye does quite well. Now I want to flatten the front of the eye, which means that I'll need the top of the sphere at the front. So easy enough to do. Rotate, hit J to snap the rotation, come down and just rotate that till it's pointing straight forward. Then we will come in, we will select the faces here, because we're going to flatten the front of the eye out a bit. Whoops. So just click, double click next to it, and these inner faces will have to be selected individually. Okay, that's got all of those. Now I don't want to flatten the faces, I prefer to work with the vertex, so Control to vertex, and then I'm going to scale these vertex in so they will be flat. Okay, so now I've got a completely flat front on the eye, but scaling the vertex has pulled them slightly forward. So let's go back until that follows the nice contoured line. And what we have now is, let me hit 3 to smooth that, an eye with a flat front, which will allow us later, when we come to the texturing in volume 2, to do some sort of fancy light effects at the front of the eye. But for right now, that's looking okay. The hole is kind of deep enough for it. And we'll look at smoothing this out a bit more later on. There'll be a final part at the end where we come round and review the model and see any little details that need tweaking. But for right now, I'm just going to finish off this eye. So I'm going to duplicate this, Control D. I'm going to pull it out a little bit, and then I'm going to cut it in half. So just go to face, and that should make sure we've got all those half faces. Okay, and then because I want this to have some thickness to it, I'm going to extrude it. So let's extrude that and give it a thickness of 0.1, which is probably far too much. So 0.0, let's try 0.05. That still might be a bit thick. Let me have a look at that in the normal view. Let's see it in comparison to the eye. Yeah, that's much too thick. So let's go back to our extrude, and once again select the faces and extrude, and I'm going to go this time, let's center this time with a thickness of 0.004. Still maybe a bit thick. 2, yeah, that should do it. Alright, so that's going to make up 1/2 of our eyelid. Now before we move that into position, I'm just going to hit Control D to duplicate it, so I've got another copy. And I'm going to move this one back towards the eyeball here. There we go, and because we duplicated it from the eyeball, it should be a perfect fit. So I will now rotate this to make it the lower eyelid. And let's just get that on there so it's, whoops, excuse me. So it's angled about here. And let's get an upper eyelid. Now the upper eyelid is going to have to be a little thicker and a little bigger. So I'm just going to scale that. In fact, I'll move it into position and then scale it. It'll be easier to see what's going on. So let's put this in as the upper eyelid. And just rotate that so it's over the upper eye, and then it needs to be scaled so it's not bisecting with the bottom eyelid. Okay, like so. And let's just smooth that. And there we have a top and bottom eyelid. Okay, now I might like to actually have the top eyelid a bit thicker than the bottom one, but actually I think it works pretty well when they're both the same thickness. Let me have a look at my original reference, and I believe they were the same thickness when I first modelled them. But up to you, you could try a few different sort of configurations here. So before we leave this part, because our head now is basically done, it needs a few tweaks adding to it, and we'll have to duplicate this across, of course, which is, again, no problem. We'll make sure our vertex are all at 0 in X. There's no reason why they wouldn't be, but never hurts to check. And we'll mirror this across just so we can get a look at it and duplicate this eye. So let's go up to geometry and mirror. So mesh, mirror, geometry, and let's just check we are on positive X. Now we were, mirror. And you'll see as we mirror, this is again what I wanted to show you, because we have this hard edge displayed, Maya thinks there should be a hard edge between our mirroring. There shouldn't be. So we'll come in and we'll select this edge. And again, we'll go to mesh, mesh display, soften edge. Okay, also there was a hard edge here that shouldn't be there, so just select it and mesh display, soften edge. And now we can sort of go around and make sure that we don't have any extraneous hard edges within this mesh. But it looks pretty good to me right now. Quite happy with the general head shape here. And let's come in and just duplicate this eye across, just so we can see what it looks like. Okay, and things like final placement of the eye, final scale of the eye, because they're independent objects, can actually be done a little later, so we don't have to get it spot on now. There is always time to come back and change your mind. Let me just center this one up a bit. What we do need, however, is some connection between the eyes and the main mesh, which for now I'm just going to put a polygon pipe in. So let me just bring that forward so I can see it. And let's rotate this and scale it down out a bit. And what we're looking to do is create a connection between the face and the eyes. So to do this, we will put these eyes on kind of little blocks here, like so, which will give them a connection. And these eyes, again, this shows me a limitation. These eyes need moving forward a bit, so I'll move them both forward at the same time, so they're both in the same relative spot. Okay, and this just gives us a little connection between the mesh and what the eye is joined to, so the eye is not just floating around. So Control D, and let's push this back in, and again it just sort of stops the eye from floating really, and it also shows me that this eye is in the wrong position still. Okay, and now we just come in and do the same thing on the other side. So when we come back, we'll look at designing the torso, and I'll bring in a image plane for that now. So let's just change this image plane for one I made of the torso. So we go into the attribute editor and change the image source. Now I've got a torso reference here. So you can see when we come back, we'll be designing this torso portion, which is a little more organic in shape, and then we'll be designing this arm portion, and everything else you can see here we'll cover in the next couple of parts. So, you know, just duplicate your little pins across here to pin the eye in place, and you might want to, you know, just rotate those a bit so they're straight to the frame, like so. And I'll leave that to you. I will do that in between the parts, but we're just looking to create this connection between head and eyes. Alright, so I will see you in the next part when we'll finish the torso, hopefully. Probably take a part or two, but we should get that done in fairly short order. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we got on with our head, and in this part I want to start making this torso. So I've actually imported a couple of image planes here. You'll be able to find these image planes in the image directory of the project folder you downloaded with the tutorial. I think they're called torso front and torso side reference. So once you've got them in, and we just did that with a create free image plane and moved them into place, we're going to start meshing out the basic shape of this. Now, as this is already pretty much a polygon pipe, that's what we'll start with. So if we look at the front view, and if you want to get to the front view quickly, So sorry, if you wanted to get to the front view quickly, you can press space bar, middle mouse button, and it will bring up any view that you care to get to. So if you see me rapidly flick views, you know that's how I got there. Okay, so as you can see, our head is in about the right place, and now we need to start sculpting out this body. So let's start with a polygon pipe. Okay, let me turn the grid on. Alright, somehow it seems that our head has got off the grid. You want this head directly in the center of this grid, or at least along the X line. So you want the center of the head along X, which is why in the previous part, when we tried to flatten all of our vertex out by putting 0 in X, they ended up over here. So before we go any further, I want to get this back into the center of the grid. So I've taken the liberty of renaming some of these pieces in the outliner just to keep the work neat and tidy. And now I'm going to grab them all, hit Control G to group, which will put them all in one group. I'll call the group head. I'll then freeze the center of the pivot, on the group. So center of the pivot. And now if I go to move the group, the pivot's in the exact center. It's also in the exact center of the head. Now if you don't have a shelf with center pivot on, you can find it under modify, center pivot, same thing. Okay, so now we want to move the head back to the center of the grid, and I'm going to move it up here somewhere because this dark line here is the floor. So I'm just going to move it up there. I'm going to hold X, which will snap this to the grid, and then I'm going to move this up here. Okay, just to give us some working room. Now my cylinder will be precisely in the center of my head. I won't have to move anything. It'll be a lot more convenient. Problem is now I have an issue with this image plane, so I'm just going to roughly line this up. And there we go, that'll be about right. So that'll let us get started with the body. Okay, now I think this image plane will need to be slightly larger. Yeah, it will need to be. There we go, somewhere around there. Okay, now we can get a look at the size of body we need to create. So if I pull this pipe up a bit and get it roughly the same size as this body here, or this torso should I say. Okay, and that's about the right size. Now we're going to be pushing it about a bit, sort of tapering it in, so you don't need to worry too much at this stage about the size. And I'm not actually going for an identical copy of this. This is more for reference to make sure we're in the ballpark. But anyway, let's go to the perspective view. Now, a couple of problems. Our polygon pipe here is a bit thick, so I'm going to go to the channel box and input polygon pipe. I'm just going to put the thickness to 0.1, and also we're going to need some subdivisions across the height because we're going to extrude these shoulders. So we're going to start with, say, 10, and that should give us enough of that. And the first thing I want to tackle is the shoulders. Now the shoulders are probably the most difficult bit on this torso, so let's get those out the way first. So I want to select faces, and I want to come in and look at this and find an appropriate place to cut the hole for the shoulder. So really we want a fairly big shoulder, so somewhere about there really. I want to make sure that that is in the center, so I want to come out from the center line here, and let's have a look. Okay, that's going to put it too far forward, and that's probably going to put it in about the right place. I should think I want the shoulders back on the body a little bit, so that should about do it. Now I'm going to extrude these forward, so modeling toolkit, extrude, and I'm just going to pull that out. Now I could pull it out, or I could lock it into the center and then scale it out, which would not be wise, but there you go. So that looks about right to me. Now I'll pull it out to an exaggerated point so it's easier to work with, and then first thing I want to do is flatten it. So if you see this is not very flat at the moment, which is not what I'm looking for. So instead of trying to flatten the faces, I'm going to convert this selection to vertex. So hold Control, right mouse button to vertex. to vertex, and that will convert to vertex. Then I'm going to scale inwards until the vertex are flat, a bit like we did before we mirrored the head last time. So those vertex now are pretty flat, and if you keep doing this, you'll find at some point you simply won't be able to scale anymore. There, I can't actually physically pull this in anymore because they're completely 100% flat, so there's nothing to scale. Alright, that gives us a very nice shoulder joint. Now the issue we're going to face is quite simply we need to put a hole in here. If we look down at our side view reference, you'll see that it's indented, of course, so the arm can fit in the shoulder joint. Just turn the grid off for a second. So a couple of ways we could do this. If we do it the simplest way, which would be to use the multi-cut tool and simply throw on some edges like so, and then extrude this inner portion backwards, we're going to run into this problem where we get uneven faces down here, and uneven faces will kill smoothing. They're sort of the enemy of smooth geometry. I'm not sure if you can see this, but we've got a nasty band going down here, and that's because our face distribution is no longer very good. So let's get rid of those lines we just created, because that's definitely not the way we're going to be doing it. So let's look at a different way. We could use the multi-cut to sort of try and cut that out, but that will leave us with very weird geometry again, and weird geometry, as we know, is the enemy of smoothing. So I'm going to take this face here and I'm going to expand it outwards until this is about the border size that I want around the arm. So now we could extrude this backwards and we would indeed have a hole, and this geometry would all be in quads, so it's not that bad, but it is pretty terrible. I mean, you really don't want to be leaving these weird shaped faces lying about the place. Fortunately, there's a simple fix. We go to the multi-cut tool, click here, up here, and you don't want to shift, you don't want to snap it. I just want to go from this corner to this corner. So what we're doing is following this line down and then down here, and we want to do the same here. Just follow this line along, whoops, and get that as straight as you can. There we go. And again, follow this line along, down, cut, and close enough. And do the rest with the others. Oops. So just quickly come in and cut all of these corners. Okay, and this will turn this back into a very nice piece of geometry for us. Okay, I'm not going to worry about getting them too straight. You could, of course, go into the front view if you wanted to and get them a bit more perfect, but in our case, it's not really going to matter that much. Okay, so now we've made all our cuts. All this follows on, this follows on, this follows on. Yeah, so we've got them all. But now we're left with some nasty looking triangles here, which is not so good. So let's come in, go to edge mode, and just delete these edges, because they're no longer necessary. Oops, wrong edge. Now, don't just press delete on the keyboard, that will leave you with stray vertex hanging around. What you want to go is shift and right click and delete edge. So now we have much better geometry here, except for some reason we have an edge here that's a bit narrower than the others. Quite sure why, but easily fixed. There we go. So once you're kind of happy with that, and that looks about perfect to me, we can extrude this main face backwards to create the hole. So let's extrude, and if we extrude forwards, you'll see it comes with all these lines and faces attached, but if we extrude backwards, we're going to run into a problem which is pretty easy to fix actually. So let's just extrude that backwards until it's there. Alright, so now we have a large hole. But we shouldn't have one giant face. These edges should all connect. And also, if I smooth this, you'll see this nasty star pattern. Now this indicates that there's something wrong, and what's wrong is this edge isn't actually connected to this face. So first things first, let's put in an edge loop. Here will do. And then we're going to want to connect these vertex to these ones. So let's jump into vertex mode, and we'll use the target weld. I'm going to grab this one, pull it forward, and I'm just going to connect this whole face to the sides and top and bottom of this. This will ensure we have a good piece of geometry for smoothing. Again, if you'd extruded forward, this wouldn't really be a problem, which is why generally I try and extrude forward where possible. Okay, so now we're done with that. That is still going to give you this pattern when smooth, because we need to put in the edges here. So once again, multi-cut. Let's cut from this one to this one down here. Enter to do the cut, of course. This one to this one down here. Enter this one to this one over here. And this one to this one over here. Okay, that's looking much better. All nicely quadded, easy to work with geometry. So let's hit 3 now, and you'll see much better result that we get there. Okay, so that's the basic layout of it done. Obviously you would need to bevel in some to hold the shape, and I want to taper it in towards the body. So this just becomes a choice of sculpting the shape you like. So let's come down here and pull this in a bit closer. In fact, I'm going to pull this in to about there, I think, making sure that it's not bisecting this face here. And then I'm going to grab the next row, make sure I've got both of those. I'm going to pull those in till they're about even. And then I shall grab these and pull these in a bit as well. So we've got this kind of pattern here. And then I might have to straighten up a few of these vertex. Let's grab this one. It looks a bit twisted. Actually, it's not that one, is it? It's this one. Okay, so let's just make sure that's okay, and this one out a bit. And this is just you know, can be a bit of a time-consuming task, just making sure you're getting the shapes that you actually want. So let's have a look at this when it's smooth now. Okay, so we're getting much more of a shoulder shape. The one on this reference dips down a bit, but we'll look at that in a second. Okay, for right now, that's, you know, the basic shape that we're going to want. And we can start to straighten up these vertex, like these ones here. These should all be probably straight in a line, so let's just scale those back until they're straight. They are straight. Let's straighten these up too. Just make sure that I've got the ones I need. Yeah, I can't scale anymore, they're straight. These ones, straighten them up. Okay, you'll see in a minute. No, I can't actually move it anymore, so they're straight. And let's try and get all these bottom ones straight, making sure that we only have the ones we need. Yep. Okay, I think that should be straight now. Yep, it is. Okay. So, you know, we're still going to have to come in, because although they're straight level to each other, they're not precise. So this is not a precise shape we're trying to build. We're trying to build more of a organic style shape. So these two, for instance, can be pushed out a little bit. And you know what, I'm going to do the shaping on this shoulder after I've got the other pieces laid in, because the shoulder has a fairly decent shape as is. So, you know, we'll come back and play with the little tweaks in a minute. I'm also going to hide the head because it's going to get in the way. Okay, so now we have the rest of the body to build. So a couple of things we need to look at. We've got some extrusions on the top here where the neck goes in, and obviously we've got this curved shape on the top and the bottom. So let's deal with the extrusions along the neck first. So I'm going to take the multi-cut tool and add an edge loop here, and then I'm going to go to face mode, and I'm just going to select this top row of edges. I'm going to extrude, I'm going to center that, click the scale button, and then universally scale inwards, and then I'm going to extrude and universally scale inwards again, like so. Then I will take this row of faces and this row of faces and extrude upwards. Again, I'll just pull up this time, just a little bit. Let's see if that's enough. That's enough. And then I'll take this row, extrude, center, and pull up once again. Okay, and that will give me this portion of the neck. So if I hit smooth, you can kind of see that step in, although not as defined because we'll need to still do those bevels. Okay, and the other thing is, we have some, if I disappear into the front view, we have here some, indentation and whatnot, some kind of more organic shaped feel to this thing. So I'm going to squash this to about the right size. Okay, that should be fine, and then I'm going to select an edge, and I'm going to hit B to turn on soft selection. Now our soft selection is not big enough, so if we come in and click and hold B and drag the mouse, you'll see our soft selection gets bigger. So now I can do a soft pinch in of the waist here. Okay, and I'm going to turn on X-ray just so I can see that behind me, and that's looking pretty much like the shape we have over there, so that'll do for now. Now perspective. Okay, let's whack X-ray off. Alright, so that's not a bad shape. At the side I'm going to pull in a little bit more just to taper that off at the side, and also this is way too fat. So around about there, and we've got this fairly pleasing organic shape, Now we need to add this kind of dip here and dip here, and again there's nothing more complicated than taking the edge, using the soft selection brush, and again hold the middle mouse and drag the mouse to get a selection size that suits you, and then I'm just going to pull this down, and then I'm going to pull it up so the bottom lip, if you like, becomes more pronounced than the top one, and maybe a tiny bit more. Okay, that seems like that will just about do. So now we're starting to get some real shape on this thing, and I'm quite happy at this point with the shape of it. It needs tweaking, but as a base shape it's pretty good. Now I'm going to come in and select this bottom edge, hit B again to turn off soft selection because we don't need that anymore, and I'm going to just select these two edges here, and I'm going to push this one up just like so, and I'm going to do the same around the top edge, so this one and this one, and I'm going to push this down just ever so slightly. Okay, that will give us a more pleasing shape in the end. Now a couple of things that need to be done. I've got these decorative kind of inserts cut, which we'll leave right until the very end, simply because they are purely decorative. So let's have a look at this smoothed. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, really. Maybe it could do with another bit of a pinch around here, and also I think I'll raise the sides a little bit. So if we click this vertex, let's see, easier to do this as so. Let's grab these verts and these verts and turn off soft selection. We should be able to, whoops, and you see my soft selection has gone all the way around. So if we go double click our tool here, go to soft selection and set this to surface instead of volume, then actually that's all the same surface, so it won't actually make that much difference. I'll just get a smaller size soft selection. Okay, I must have a vert selected over there. Let me just reselect these. Okay, that should be enough, and now I can start to shape the side up a little bit more. I'm going to get a bigger soft selection. There we go, and maybe move the side up a bit more. Okay, and I can select these two, give this a little tickle up as well, and maybe this one. There we go. Alright, so we don't really have to worry about this side because we'll be chopping this in half, but that seems okay to me. I'm also going to then angle this a little bit. Okay, so this is really the sort of shape I am after. Now all we need to do is put some bevels in for a start to try and make it hold its shape a bit better. So since we've created such nice geometry here, it's actually not much of a problem to bevel this. And before I do that though, I want to do a bit more shaping on, whoops, you'll see I've selected the entire object and hit bevel, so it's beveled the whole thing, which is again not what we want. Now I want to do a little bit of shaping on this arm before I continue. I'm going to turn off soft selection and I'm just going to pull this out, not you. So we get a sort of circular lip here. And I'm going to do the same with the top. Not you. That vertex really wants to be selected today for some reason. Ugh. Okay, so let's just round that out a bit. Okay, and I think these collection over here could do with being brought back just a tad. Alright, let's see that. Okay, that's given me a nicer shape, or at least one I like more. Let's go back to 1 and let's get some of these edges beveled in. Okay, so really once again we're going to be selecting all the hard edges on this model, or what will become hard edges. Okay, that should be it. Make sure you get the inside here so the hole doesn't collapse. Okay, and that should be it. Now I don't want to bevel this because I want these two to merge more seamlessly together, and the same goes for this here. This should be a more organic sort of bend. So let us bevel, and I'm going to want a pretty small bevel on this. So around 0.4 maybe. There we go. Now let's smooth, and we get this. So first problem, this is a bit too extruded. So not really much of an issue. When I pulled these two verts out, what I should have done is pushed them in. So if I just select these as vertex, I've done it wrong way. I've done it the wrong way round. What I wanted to do was pull them in, not push them out. Not that much, maybe just a tad, and then maybe pull this entire thing back a little bit. Okay, that's better. I just got the order wrong. I pulled them outwards instead of inwards, but that's looking much better now. And if you wanted to shorten this a bit more, you could select all these vertex, of course. I just really want to get these ones with none of you. Okay, and now I can push this back a bit further, and I'm going to need these. There we go. So just all the ones around the outer edges really, and nothing here in the middle. It's really not my day for selecting vertices today, folks. Sorry about that. Okay, that should be all the ones just around the outer edge. Perfect. Okay, and push this back a bit, making sure we don't bisect with this. So that's about the limit of how far back we can go with this particular design. And let's hit 3, and that gives us a nice organic shoulder shape. But I want to angle down a little bit too. So while I have those vertex selected, I'm just going to shove the whole thing down a bit, just a bit. There we go. Okay, and that's one fairly nice organic shape. What has happened up here? Oh, nothing. That should be all right. Fine. Now, you might want to tweak this a bit to, get it a bit straighter if you want it a bit straighter. So you can start to come in and just take the vertex like we've done before, and just start to pull this into the shape that you want, depending on how you want your shoulder. So maybe a little more pronounced up here. Okay, but for me, this is kind of a very nice shape. This will do perfectly for what I have in mind. So if you want to see what that looks like on both sides, you can, of course, just get rid of these back faces. Take this in object mode. Grab these vertex, and since we started out with a centered pipe, we should just be able to move them all to 0 in X, which makes sure they're all perfectly even, and then we'll just go mesh mirror geometry, and we should be in positive X. We are positive X, and there you can see our torso with arms, so, or at least holes for the arms. So let's come in and unhide the head so we can see the whole lot together. There. Torso and head. So in the next part we'll put the neck in, we'll put this body section in, we'll look at closing this hole up, and we'll start on the arm. So I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in this part I want to do some detailing on the chest area here, and I also want to get into making this arm. So I'm going to come along, and first of all we're going to put the detail on the chest. Now this is actually rather simple. All we need to do is decide where we want to cut our edges. So if I come in and select edge mode here, I want my chest detail to be here. So I would need to then extrude these edges backwards, but I can't because that won't leave a hole. So if I just bevel, you'll see I get all these extra edges. So I'm going to go with a very small bevel, so 0.1. And if I go back to the non-smooth mode by hitting 1 on the keyboard, you'll see that leaves us with a very small edge we can extrude backwards, a very small set of faces. Now I also want one down here, so I'm going to use the multi-cut tool. I'm going to hold control, and I'm going to put a very narrow edge in here. Like that should do it. Maybe a bit thicker than that. Let's try that again. And there we go. So that should do. Now I need to come in to face mode and select these faces around here. So select one, double click, it should get them all, and extrude. And this time we're going to make sure we're in the center, and we're just going to simply extrude backwards. Okay, just a little way, maybe a little more, and there we go. Now when we smooth this out, you'll start to see the beginnings of a hole in here. Now we're going to tie the edges together with some extra bevels to make it a bit sharper, but first we'll go in and get this one. So again, face, click one next to it, double click it, you'll get the whole loop, of course, and extrude again. And this time it's going to be difficult to extrude this, so instead of pulling it backwards, we're going to scale it backwards a bit, and then we're going to scale it backwards this way. So that gives us a lip that runs all the way around. Perfect. And now to stop those collapsing under smoothing, we're going to come in and bevel them a little bit. So edge mode once again. Let's get the edge bevel on these. So select all the edges that are going to be beveled, as we've done now quite a few times before. And you want those inner edges back here too. So I'm just going to come up, get those back edges, and that should have got them all in one fell swoop. Yes, it did. Let's just check, got the bottom. Yep. So the same here. This one, double click, and get these two edges inside the hole, and hit bevel. There we go. So that will help hold the edges together. So now when we smooth, we get this nice cut out detail, nice edges, nice and crisp. So that should do us for some detailing on the piece. So let's start with the arm. Now what you can't see on here is there's a ball in here. So when we come to rig this later on, you'll be able to use it as a standard kind of ball and socket joint. So that's a ball connected to a cylinder really. Now if we create a ball and a cylinder down here, I could just take one of these cylinders, come up here, rotate it, hold J to snap the rotation, and scale it a bit, And I can just kind of bisect one with the other and call that job done. It's a cylinder connected to a sphere, but it doesn't look very nice. You know, it's just not optimal. So we need to connect these two pieces together. So when we smooth them, what happens will be that we'll get that nice flow one into the other. If we look at the shoulder piece here, it flows into the main body very nicely. If you just kind of took a cut off rectangle and shoved it in there, you wouldn't get that effect at all. So, you know, let's grab these. Now, if I try and connect this one to this one at the moment, it's going to be a nightmare. However, if we simply rotate this one too, so J to lock the rotation, rotate it 90, you'll see that these pieces actually fit together quite well. So all we need to do is cut the faces off this end and cut the faces off this thing. Now, better for us, if we're going to cut the faces out, to go to the inputs on polycylinder and put subdivision caps to 0, and that will get rid of all these subdivisions at the end of the cap because we don't need them. And now for the sphere, we can just come in, select face, and chop off these front faces because we don't need those either. So make sure we chop off this big face at the back, object mode, and let's bring those two pretty close together. We can then select both of them and combine, so mesh, combine, whoops. Okay, and now it's just a case of merging these vertex, which you can do with the target weld. Okay, so you could go around like so and do this with a target weld, but that's obviously going to be a bit time consuming. So if I go back to when they're two separate objects before we combine them, and I try and get these as near together as I possibly can. So what we're trying to do is get them damn near perfect on top of each other. Okay, now let's just pull this out a bit. And I'm actually going to use the 4 view to get this as good as I can. So flick into the 4 view, press F to focus on the piece you're working on. And let's see, I'm going to X-ray. Okay, well that looks alright. Yeah, and unfortunately I'm just not getting a good view here. I can try from the other side. Let's see, panels, orthographic. Let's try right side. No, left side, sod's law. Okay, now I can see it. Alright, so that appears to be fairly central. I could do with being maybe a tiny bit bigger. Okay, now the reason we were trying to get them as close as possible is because when we go to mesh combine, we might now get away with just going, if we smooth this now, you'll see that, you know, it doesn't smooth together because it's not actually combined. So let's go to mesh merge, merge, and let's try and merge these automatically. So if I click apply now with a very small threshold and take this vertex, hopefully there'll only be one vertex there. Those pieces will be completely conjoined, and it looks like they are. Let me just, yep. So by lining them up a bit more accurately to start with, we save ourselves a lot of work with the weld tool, the target weld tool. So all of those are combined. Let me just check another one to make sure that we did indeed get them all. Yep, that's just one vertex there. Perfect. Alright, now when we smooth, we'll see the whole thing kind of smooths together like so. So we've got a connected piece, which is good for us. You'll notice this end completely collapses, and you can stop that by putting a edge loop in there to stop it completely collapsing. Okay, and there we go. So we've got this kind of start of our ball and socket joint. Now let's move it up into position so we can start to get some semblance of its scale. A little big at the moment. I'm going to press F. Yeah, that's a tad big to fit in his shoulder, I think. Okay. And we want to leave some clearance room. And we want to pull that out a little bit. We want to get it just so it's just right. Okay, so that completes our ball and socket joint. So when we move this arm about, when it comes to it, we've got this free range of movement on a ball and socket. Now, of course, the socket's inside the shoulder, so we'll probably just use some sort of torus in a little while to simulate that socket. That won't necessarily need to be joined because it's unlikely that it will be viewed from sort of under the armpit. So, if you don't have to join these things together, if it makes your life a bit easier, sometimes you can get away with just sticking geometry together. Alright, but let's now cut this end off here. So I'm going to get rid of this edge loop, and actually, yeah, let's get rid of this edge loop, so delete edge. Alright, now we can select the vertex on this thing and move them backwards slightly. Cut this face off, and now I'm going to stitch another polycylinder together onto this one. I can just extend this one, of course. So let's look at our image plane and get that about the right length for the arm. So let's have a look. So I'm going to do this arm straight out. I did this previous one earlier, sort of down this way, but this one I'm going to do straight out. Okay, that should be around there, I reckon. So, okay, so now comes time to add some divisions to this. Now, we could have connected a polycylinder to the end of this with its history intact, so we could have added some subdivisions to the channel box, which is no longer an option after you've edited like this. We could use the multi-cut tool to try and put the divisions in by hand, but there is a way to add divisions to a polygon like this. And if we just go into face mode and we go up to edit mesh, add divisions, I'm going to reset the tool, and instead of exponentially we want linear, and we want our divisions in V, so this way. So let's go 4 divisions, apply, and you'll see there we have 4 now. And let's apply that again. We have another 4, apply, and we have another 4. Now that's too many, so I'll probably put another 2 in. And there we go. So that's given us enough divisions to extrude this kind of pipework geometry. So let's come in here, select, double click, skip one, and just go along like so, and this will allow us to, whoops, got the wrong face there. Ah, for the love of Pete. Right, let's try this again, folks. There we go. So I'm just going along, skipping one basically. And now I just need to extrude that. Get it centered, and let's do a scaled extrusion. Okay, that's not working out the way I wanted it. Let's go up on the extrusion there and outwards, and that's a much better way to do it. Don't want it scaled on all axes, so that should be about right. Maybe a little bit more, get some accentuation out there. There we go. And now when I smooth that, it should look rather like our reference. There we go. So that gives us this sort of pipework arm that looks like it can kind of bend and deform. And that's then completely been connected to this socket joint at the back here. So in the next part, we'll continue to build the arm. We'll get the pin, we'll get the arm, the forearm itself in. We'll get the socket for our ball joint tied in here, and we'll basically after that do this tube working the same way we did this one. And in fact, let's do this base bit here before we go. Let's just start off with a big cylinder. In fact, a pipe is probably better for this. Sorry, a cylinder is probably better than a pipe. And let's come in and go to the front view. Just get this the right size approximately. There we go. and we'll make sure it's extruded up nicely into the body. And then we can come here, because we still have the history, we don't have to use the add divisions tool. We can just come here and go, okay, let's give us 10 on the height. And let me just get, oops, sorry, computer seems to be stalling a little bit. Now with this, I should just be able to go face, come in here, select these, and that's going to give us a gap that's too wide. So let's see what we can do about that. In fact, what I might do is just extrude outwards like so, because this is a bit long. So I might just cheat. Let's extrude, get that in the center, click here, let's pull it out this way, and pull it out this way, and a little more, and a little more, and then I may just rescale this. Oops, not with the faces selected, in object mode, sorry. Just rescale this a little bit. Pull it out. Okay, I'm trying to get a size that I like. That would be okay. And then I can just take these vertex here. This is a bit of a cheaty way to do it, but I can just kind of shove these things closer together. Oops. Okay, that should do us. Let's see what this looks like when it's smoothed, and that gives us that. That goes in there, up a little bit, and that gives us somewhat of a torso there. Now that's probably a bit too big overall. So again, let's scale that a bit, pull it up. And now I can start to see the shape that I am interested in. So around here. Okay, and that does that rather neatly. Now if you want these closer together, you can of course just grab those verts again and push them around a bit. Let's just see this when it's smooth and this when it's smooth. Okay, so we're starting to get there now. We're going to do a similar thing for the neck, and then we're going to need to fill in this hole on the top, because you know, if you're ever in a position to have to render this thing or animate it, there can't just be a giant hole in it. So when we come back, we'll look at finishing the arms off, and hopefully soon we'll get to start on the pelvis. So I hope you've picked something up from this part. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a little while. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to finish off the arm piece down to the hand here. We're going to take a look at the neck and filling this hole up. But before we start any of that, I have noticed a couple of little problems with this model. Now a lot of this is probably down to the fact that I'm going quite quickly on screen and not double checking as I normally would. But you'll notice here we didn't run the bevel all the way across the shoulder, which means that we have an n-gon on this surface, which means that if I was to come in and try and put an edge loop around here, you'll see I can't. So we're going to need to fix that, and just in case you've been following along with me, you'll encounter the same problem, so I'll actually fix that with you now. There was also one other thing. When I looked at fitting a socket joint, I came in here and you see these little black spots here? Well, this is telling me there's definitely something not right. And if we look at our geometry, what's happened is these vertex should have been affixed to these points, but they're not. So, you know, we need to fix these little problems as they pop up, or in the end, we'll end up with a giant mess. So I'm just going to select these verts and push them back so you can see what's happened. And what's happened is when we run the bevel down here, I've obviously forgotten to select this edge, because now we need an edge here to attach this vert to, and it's the same problem on the other side. Now you could have left that. I mean, it won't really make that much difference because it's in the sort of armpit area, but you know, these little problems, if you leave them, tend to add up to be big problems later on down the line. So let's just quickly fix this. Let's take our multi-cut tool, click on this vert, come up here, and actually don't want it there, it's a little fiddly, but there we go, one there, and finally one here. And that just gives us something to attach these two vertex to. And then we'll just go and do the other side too. So if we look here, we're going to need to put, let's see, what have we got on this side that's wrong? Actually, this side might be alright. Let me just check. Quite difficult to see. Let's move this backwards. No, this side's actually okay. Alright, so I'm going to just move these vertex back into place. So it's just one side that we had out, so we must have just forgotten to select that one edge when we beveled. So now we've put that extra edge in, let's just go and use the target weld once again to marry those vertex together. One there and one there. And I think I've missed somewhere along the line. Let me just double check. There we go, and there we go. And why is this happening? Ah, I have a vertex selected over here. Okay. And it should just marry up quite neatly now. Alright, so there we go. That's kind of fixed that problem for us. Now we can come in now where I've moved this vertex a bit too far forward and just shove that backwards. And probably the same with this one, will need moving. There we go, that should be okay. And you know what, I think I'll just grab this whole inner edge. Just grab this whole inner edge loop here. And I'm going to select the vertex from it, so I'm going to press Control and right click to vertex, and then I'm going to scale these vertex straight. So let's just come in here and scale these straight. Okay, that should probably do it. There we go, they're nice and straight, so let's just move them back a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to do the same with these vertex here. So let's just grab this edge, and we got that one all the way around, and I'm going to hit scale, and this time I'm just straightening the edge as opposed to the vertices. There we go, that nice straight edge, and push this one back. And again, I think I might have to just take all of these faces and straighten them out. So we can just go again, Control to vertex. And these little problems can be a bit time consuming, but as I've said, it is better to fix them as you go. So let's see, that looking pretty straight. A couple more scales down, I don't need it absolutely perfect. And then we'll just shove this back. And there we go, perfect. Alright, so that does that. That's looking a lot better inside now. And you know, we don't have those holes in it, so when I come to put an edge loop in, it shouldn't be any problem at all. There we go. So our edge loop tools are working now, which could be important later on if we decide to add any detail. Now let's fix this problem across the top of the arm here. And this one's a simple fix. We've just got no bevel, so we'll select the edges, edge mode, and we'll come in here, select this edge, and delete them. So delete edge, and remember, don't just hit the delete key or you'll end up with other problems that will need fixing. And delete edge. Alright, so that's delete the edge. Now we need to connect this edge back up. So let's go to the multi-cut tool, click here. Just come up here, slide that edge on to that vert there. Done. And let's come here and do the same thing from this vertex to this edge. Done. And now we're going to need another edge. So from this vertex, just follow the contour of that bevel. Okay, we just simply missed selecting that edge when we beveled. It happens. But there you go, nice and fixed. Alright. Okay, so that's fixed the two major problems that we had with that. Now if I run my edge loop tool around, you can see I can get an edge loop in here, which is going to be necessary for reinforcement of this edge here. And I'm going to put another one in to just reinforce this edge here. Now I get a much nicer smooth and I've got no broken geometry, so if I did come in to put further detailing on this at a later date, it would be now quite simple. So hopefully when you followed along you won't have had those issues, but if you do, there's how to fix them. Now, to make the socket for this, I'm going to use I'm not quite sure where this cylinder has come from. I'm going to use a torus. So I'm going to put this within the arm well. So just J to snap it rotation, and then move it out there, and then we'll scale it so it fits in here. Now I'm going to do a kind of press fitting for this ball joint. So we'll come up and I'll get this in. There we go. And now also we've flattened that inside of the arm out. It's also useful for this bit because before it was a bit wavy, and fitting this inside would have been a real pain in the backside. So there we go, and it's a bit fat. Let's make this, if we go into the channel box, we can make the torus radius, say 0.2. And yeah, that'll do. Of course, we will need to then scale that back up to the correct size. And this will make a fitting for our ball joint. Now, in a lot of the case, you know, it's not worth cutting this surface and joining these two pieces together because they're not going to be very visible in the final thing. I doubt we're going to get many shots from, you know, the interior of the armpit. And joining these two pieces together in the current configuration would be just a bit too much work, more work than I want to do for something that's not really going to be seen a lot. So let's just move this into place. And we're going to, there we go, got both. And let's have a look. So I want to get this central to that torus. There we are. Just in case, while you're animating or rendering or whatnot, you have a shot where the camera does get a look under here. It'll look now more like one piece, and I think this is probably a bit too large, so I'm going to scale it back a bit. There we go. So it just gives us some connection to the body in there. It looks like a ball in a socket as opposed to just shoved in there willy-nilly. And like I say, for the kind of location it's in, this will be absolutely fine as a method for joining. Whereas the arm, that's a bit more visible, you know, we join these two pieces together because this is going to be a visible piece. People are going to see this when the arm moves. So, all right, so now we've done that. What we're left with is basically a fully fixed model. Now we'll mirror it over to the other side, but we also have this large hole in the neck, which I want to put a neck object in and then close up that hole. So let's grab a poly cylinder and just get this basically scaled into the right proportion. So you can use the front view and use our image map here. Although this one is, the image behind us is from an old prototype I built, so I might change this design ever so slightly, you know, just widen this up a little bit. Okay, and now we're going to do this same thing again. So I'm going to select these faces, and this time instead of selecting the faces and adding divisions, or instead of just coming in here and adding divisions, I might actually just mark these out where I want them to be with the multi-cut tool. Let's do a bit of free-form work now. So I want them to be fairly wide and fairly close together. And you know, this will give us a little bit of variation. These won't be perfectly spaced now, which I happen to quite like, simply because it makes it, you know, less CG in a way. If these are a mill out, I mean, if you're a kind of perfectionist and everything has to be exactly right, then please use the either add the divisions via the channel box or come in and use the add divisions tool that we looked at last time. But I want to introduce just a little bit of variation. So extrude, let's get this central, and let's just scale them out this way and scale them out this way, and we want them pretty round. So that should just about do it. Now in order to hold the top and bottom of the neck in place, rather than beveling, this time I'll just use a couple of edge loops. So one here and one here, and that should hold the top and bottom in place well enough. So let's give that a smooth and see what we've got. Okay, that'll do for a neck piece for now. So let's put this into where it should be, and that would be right in the center of the body, a little bit forward, I would have thought. So about there for my money. And that also has to fit in the gap. Now I'm going to move it a little bit back, because when we tilt this, the neck stop will hit this neck and stop when it's rigged. So we'll be able to open his mouth sort of from here all the way back to here. So that's more than enough distance we've got there. Alright, and I quite like the position of where that neck is. So now I'm going to hide the head just to get it out of the way. Go into the outliner, and we should have a head group. So take the head group, Control H to hide it. And now we've got to sort out the fact that we've just got a big hole here. Now what I would like to see happen is when I animate this, I'm going to want the head to move from side to side, but as well as deforming this, I might want to deform the thing that it's attached to. So I'm going to put a sort of sheet, for want of a better word, of rubber across here, so this thing actually can move about a little bit when it comes to animating. So let's, for now, let's just leave that there. And I'm going to select some edges here to extrude. So let's take these, some faces would be a better idea. Let's take these faces around here. I'm going to double click the one next to it, and then I'm just going to extrude, and once again center. Oops, actually I think I missed the handle. There we go. And click that to get the scale in, and just scale that in until it's approximately the same size as your neck. Okay, so now we've got the neck and we've got that, but I don't really want, the neck's going to be kind of a big component of this, and I don't really want to just, kind of just stick it in there without any thought to how it's all joined together. So let's have a look at the geometry we've got here. So right now we have this, which started off as a 20-sided polycylinder, and we have this, which started off as a 20-sided polycylinder. So it should be possible to attach one to the other. So let's come and grab these vertices on the bottom. In fact, the easiest way to grab these would be to select the bottom edge and then again Control to vertex to vertex. Let's just make that a bit bigger, and I'm going to try and get it about the same size as this. Okay, and we've got a spare loop here if we need to do any scaling. Okay, sorry if the video just skipped on you a bit there. My Maya just froze up for a second. So now we've got all these verts. Let's just move them down until they're on about the same level as where the neck would insert into this piece. Let's take the faces down here, because we're going to want to connect these together, so we won't want these extraneous faces. And let's come in and just select this bottom edge. And let's select the edge on top here, which I can't actually do, of course, because before you can join two things together with their vertices, you need to combine them. So mesh combine. There we go. Sorry about that. Simply forgot. So let's take this edge here, and if we're lucky, bridge will work. Okay, it doesn't. Let's see if I can work out why. Okay, we might have some faces on the bottom of this. In fact, that would be my guess, that we would have left some faces on the bottom of this object. So, that's going to be quite difficult to see. Let's have a look. There they are. So I'll just come in, and this is the bottom of the neck tube we left faces connected to, and it won't connect two edges together, because then it would have more faces than it liked connected to one edge. So you've got to get rid of those faces when you're connecting things together. Now again, let's take the edge and this edge, and we'll try again. Now this was a 20-sided cylinder, as we said, and this is also a 20-sided cylinder, so there should be no problem with this. Okay, it's coming a bit twisted. We could try and fix that with the offset, but I think it's just because the pieces themselves are actually twisted. But that joined together quite nicely. If I do a smooth now, you can see these are definitely joined together. And we can fix this issue of this twisting. So let's take all the vertices from up here. And let's just rotate them back into some semblance of alignment. Okay, I'm going to need those bottom vertices as well, of course. So they're going to be a pain to select. Let's go the trusty edge method. Whoops. So Control and to vertices, then hold Shift, and then we can just grab these top ones all together. There we go. And now it should be a case of simply rotating that until it lines up a little bit squarer. There we go, near perfect really. And I'm just going to move this whole thing up. Done. Okay, that's pretty well in alignment there. Okay, so let's have a look at what else is happening. I see some banding here, so I just want to check to see if Maya might have put some hard edges in there that we didn't want. So let's go up to the polygon menu, so display polygons, and let's do that hard edges again. And I can see that Maya has taken the liberty of putting hard edges along here, which we don't want. So let's grab all the edges in purple that we definitely do not want to be hard. Whoops, I'm quite sure what happened there. I seem to have... Okay. Yeah, it's got all those. And there we go. And now we just need to soften edge. So mesh display, soften edge. There we are. You'll see those are no longer purple. Or at least they shouldn't be purple anymore. And that joined up quite nicely. Now I'm getting some flack here. I'm not quite sure why. Let's have a look at the bottom of this. It could be because there's a big hole in the bottom here. Now, as we're not going to interfere with the internal geometry, I can just actually fill this hole without worrying too much about the edge flow. So I'm just going to hit bridge, and that will actually do a fill hole and fill that up. Okay, and let's have a look. Let's just take out this edge here, because it seems to be causing some problems. So let's just delete it. And there we go, that got a lot better. Now I have no problems. Now I can put the edge back in. Okay, so that seems to be okay. But I think first I'll actually scale this outer edge. I think that was what was causing the problem. This is slightly wider than we'd like it to be. Let's just scale that inwards. That seems about right for the neck. Done. And now I can take these vertex. Sometimes when you get a problem like that, you get a very problematic edge. It's sometimes easier to delete some of the geometry just to try and isolate what the problem was. And let's make sure this is not all twisty. It's always better to take a bit of geometry away if you can easily add it back in, rather than trying to diagnose what the specific problem might be. So I'm going to hit 3 now, and that should all smooth out nicely. There you go, we have one neck connected to our body. Done. And if I was going to animate this, I would then make this very bendy and stretchy and bouncy. So I'd paint the weights on it so I could actually bob the head up and down, and this would work rather like some sort of big rubber diaphragm. And you know, just one idea for when you rig it and animate it later. Let's bring the head back and see what it looks like. So Shift H to bring the head back. And there we go. Now we have a proper neck on a body without a giant hole in it. And more than that, it looks very nice. You know, you can definitely see the really nice crisp edges and the joineries all together, and it doesn't look like someone's just rammed two polygons intersecting with each other in there. So, okay, before I go, I just want to get this last little arm piece out of the way. So let's grab a pipe again. And I actually had this project on the go now for a while, so these are quite old image planes to me. So I'm probably going to do some slightly different shape, I think. More the shape of a forearm, sort of meaty at the back and narrower at the front. Okay, I'm going to go with a thickness of 0.1, maybe 0.15 actually. There we go. No, actually, looking at it again, 0.1 was just perfect. Alright, There we go. And now let's scale this down so it fits over the end of our sleeve here. I'm just going to make our sleeve a little longer. So I'm going to take these vertex here and I'm just going to shove them out a bit longer. Okay, then I'm going to come back with this one and I'm going to scale it and get it to approximately the right size. There we are. We don't have to be, whoops, we don't have to be too perfect with this. Just scale it in. We can always change it slightly later. Okay, that seems about right. And you know, I'm going to get it to the requisite length, which for me is about yay long. Looking at the reference and looking at the arm length in general, this would be about that long. Again, as I said, you can always shorten it up a little later. Now, we're going to be sculpting on this a little bit to get a more organic shape to it, so we're going to need some geometry here on the height, which is now the horizontal, so I'll just give that 10. And then it's simply a case of flattening this out a bit, just because I really don't like that completely round shape when I'm making something like an arm. And so I'm just doing basic sort of squash and stretch here to get a more pleasing shape. Then I'll need to introduce a sort of bulge in the middle here. So to do that, I'm going to select an edge, maybe one of these. I'm going to double click it to select the whole edge. I'm going to hit B for soft selection. Then I'm going to press and hold B and drag out the middle mouse button to get a decent size soft selection. And then I'm just going to pump that out. Probably use a bigger soft selection than that. Now I'll just pump this out a little bit like so. Whoops, wrong key, excuse me. That was, okay, I've accidentally opened the outliner full screen, not to worry. And now Maya's had a conniption. Sorry about that, folks. Alright, so we're back to where we were. I'll just pop open my outliner again. I actually quite like to see it there. And now I also want to widen this a bit this way as well, just to give it a bit more of an organic feel to it. So maybe a little bit more. And then I'm going to take one of these and scale it in just a tad. And then maybe wider also. Come in, scale this one in a little bit. And you know, you can spend quite a while sculpting with this soft selection tool. But for me, that's kind of a decent shape to start with. Now I want to put these little indentations in, because at the moment if the arm bends, it's going to hit this fairly quickly. And in order for this to work, it's going to need kind of indentations here. So I'm just going to select this edge. And I'm going to go around and select the same edge on the back side. And then I'm going to hit W, which probably with a lower soft selection. Let's try here. Okay, what I don't want to do is get these so they bisect. I can't have this line bisecting with this one, for instance. So I'm going to come down to a reasonable value. Then I'm going to use a bigger soft selection. I'm going to push it some more. Bigger soft selection still. Push it some more. And before I go too mad, I'm going to just swap the edges I'm working on. I'm going to select that one, and that way I can now pull it back a little bit, all the while making sure these are nice even squares, or you know, nice and even-ish, but also getting this kind of nice edge here. So let's just go into object mode and take a look at this. So that will pin on there. It will give us plenty of room to pivot. The shape is quite nice. I'm quite happy with the shape. You know, it's going to collapse a bit under its own weight, so I'm going to give it a bevel here. I'll hit B to turn off soft selection. So 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Come around here and give these a quick bevel. Okay, and it only needs to be a small bevel. It's just there to hold the edge at this point. So edge is nice and held, quite like it. Let's have a look here, quite like this too. And I quite like the general shape of it when attached to that more industrial style arm. Now it may need to be a little longer, but that's okay. I can always just elongate it by scaling a bit, as this wasn't a particularly precise shape. Okay, and I might have made that a little bit thicker than it actually was, but you know, I can do an extrusion later on if it becomes an issue. I'd rather attach a hand to it and get more of a feel for the thickness. Okay, so let's just smooth everything. So I'm just going to select everything and hit 3, and there is where we're at so far. So when we come back, we'll finish off this arm, we'll put a bolt through it, and you probably can't see, but in the end we're going to have a jetpack on this little guy with wires that go from the jetpack up to the arm, so we'll be making the holes for those. And after that we'll start on the pelvis. So I hope you found something in here informative, and I look forward to seeing you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part I want to concentrate on just finishing off the upper body here, so in the next parts we can start on the lower abdomen here and legs. So I'm going to start out, if we look at our reference, we've got a bolt through here which holds this piece to this piece, and then we've got, if you can see that, it's a little round port that goes on the arm, and this will eventually be used to connect wires up to the jetpack that's going on the robot's back. So let's come in and start with this bolt. Now this would be a rather simple affair, but we are going to have to change the geometry of this cylinder a bit so it smooths properly. Now if I scale this into the approximate size of a bolt that would go through the arm, a little bit smaller. There we go. We want it of a size that's kind of large enough that people can understand the hinging mechanism of the arm, but we don't want it so ginormous that it looks out of place. So I'll get that to about there, and I just want to make sure it bisects both pieces here. Now in this instance, as we've done before, we've always joined pieces of geometry together, so the smoothing takes over. But in this instance, I want this to actually look like it's a hole punched through. So we could take the time and effort to actually cut the hole out here. But really, for such a small piece that's going to be seen at a distance, we can actually get away with just a quick, simple bisection. Now, if we smooth this piece, it's going to collapse completely, and it's going to go, you know, very, very nasty at the top. And even if we use the multi-cut tool and put an edge loop in, it's still, as you can see in the display here, it's still going to look bad. And that's because the top of this is all triangles with one giant pole in the middle, which is generally not a very good thing when it comes to smoothing geometry. So I'm going to show you now how to quickly convert the top of one of these cylinders into quadded geometry so it looks better when we smooth it. So take the multi-cut tool, and we're just going to cut around the outside here. So I'm just going to click at 30%. It really doesn't matter actually how far around you get it, you just want to get it nice and neat. So hold down Shift and come in and just lay all those points down. You can do this with the split poly tool. The multi-cut tool is a little bit easier, it snaps nicer, it just works a little better. So there we go, now we've got another edge loop around here. What we can do now, if we wanted to make this quads very quickly, we can just take every second edge along here, and hit delete, and that's quadded geometry now. All of these are quads. But we do have this issue of we've got a giant whacking pole here in the center, and that's not really that good for smoothing either. Generally, if it's going to be on a completely flat surface, you don't have to worry about it too much, but we'll go ahead and just tidy this up. Just press Q to go to the selection tool. So we'll now get rid of all of these inner faces. So we'll just delete those. Now we need to quad this large end gone we've got in the center up. So multi-cut tool once again, click and click. And you see we start to follow the lines here. Okay, and that's a fully quadded surface and will be much better for our smoothing. Now you'll notice we don't put a line in here. If we do that, we'll get two triangles here. And these are all quads, 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. So it is technically a quad. It's not perfect, but it's more than good enough for this small bolt. And it's generally the way one of these is actually done. So now when I smooth, I get a much better smooth, even though I don't have anything to hold the edges yet. So if we create something to hold the edge, say the multi-cut tool, let's come in and put an edge up here and another one in here, which will act as a kind of manual bevel, and then I smooth, you'll see I actually get a nice surface now. Okay, so really we don't want to go through that with the bottom as well. I mean, if you compare the bottom, nasty, to the top, very nice, you'll see why we went to the small trouble of quadding out the top of that cylinder. So, as we don't want to do the bottom, there's a quick simple fix for this, because really you don't want to spend all your time doing this when it's not necessary. So just stick a quick edge loop in here, somewhere around the center will be fine, and then just delete the bottom half. Oops, all the faces in the bottom half, and then we can select the top half and just do a mesh mirror geometry. And in this case we're going to want -y, so just make sure merge with original, merge, mirror, and if that's merged correctly I should be able to just take out this edge. It's no longer necessary. Whoops, wrong key. There we go. So now the top and the bottom are quadded up nicely. Okay, and I want to give my bolt a bit more of a sense of presence than just, a cylinder sticking through. So I'm actually going to use a polygon pipe to surround it. And let's just grab a poly pipe. Just come up and scale that roughly into place. Okay, so it would sit somewhere around here. Okay, and then obviously we'll have to do a bit of work on that, but it gives the bolt a bit more presence than just a standard simple sticking up cylinder. So the problem still is that even though this is quite nice, it still looks like it's just bisecting with this geometry. There's no sort of division in between the two. Now, as I've said, we could cut a hole in here which will create that, but that would be a time and fairly labor intensive process for such a small component. But that doesn't mean we just have to plonk that through and accept the fact that it's just not going to look that good. What we can do, which is still a little time consuming but worth it in my opinion, is to take this surface and make it live. Now in the past we've looked at snapping stuff to the grid with the holding down the X key. If you make a surface live, the edges of another object or the vertex will snap to it. So let's go up here, and this is where all your snapping settings is, snap to grid, curves, points and whatnot. We can hit make selected object live. Now our arm is live, so if I come in and grab a vertex and push it down, you'll see it slides across the top of the arm there. So my job now is to slide these around, and the best way to do this is unfortunately one at a time, until they're straight, and you'll see they're following the line of the surface here, which will give us much better connection between the two pieces. Okay, this is obviously following the unsmooth version of this, of course, so there is a little trick for that too if you run across this problem. We'll just make this surface unlive so we can select it again. Now it's going to follow this kind of low res version, and we want it to follow our smooth version, which is actually a viewport smoothing. So what we can do is a proper smooth. We don't want to do that to our main geometry, so we'll Control D to duplicate temporarily, Control H to hide the original geometry so nothing happens to it, and then we'll come up and get a mesh smooth. and you'll see how many divisions. I'll use 2, which will create an extremely smooth mesh. That's actually what the smooth preview is doing for you. And then we'll come in and try this again. So let's make this surface live. Let's grab the vertex on here, and it's this one we had a problem with not touching the floor. Let's see if that will go now. Yeah, and now that's much better connection to our object. So we'll get rid of this massively high poly model in a second. We're just basically using it as a proxy for right now. And you'll see I'm just coming in until the lines on here are straight. And you know, this takes a bit of practice and a bit of fiddling about to get it perfectly right. But it is certainly, in this case at least, easier and quicker, and will give you the same look. In fact, in this case I think it might give us even a nicer look than if we cut a hole just directly in the surface. So I think you get the idea. I'll just pause the video while I do the rest, because I think this is a bit uninteresting to watch me just pull these out for a second. So I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, so I'll finish just pulling those last vertex out to our live surface. Let's make our surface unlive. Let's get rid of this very high poly mesh we've got, and Shift H to bring back our original mesh. And let's now put a bevel on this. So we'll take this edge, and of course this top edge, this inner edge, whoops, and I'll also take that bottom inner edge, if I can find it. Just put it on X-ray for a second, and there's that bottom edge, done. And bevel, there we go, that does that nicely. So let's smooth that out and move it down and see if it fits our object. And it does perfectly. Now I'm going to put a multi-cut line in here just to help hold that bottom edge. And what we've got is something that definitely no longer looks like it's bifurcating that surface. So I'm just going to push it up a little bit just so we can see the bevel there. Right, much better than just intersecting that through, and much quicker than having to cut the entire hole for it. So I'm going to take the vertex now because this has become too big. So we'll push that down, bearing in mind that we don't want to really interfere with this line. Smooth that, and there we go. We've got something that fits our surface now. Okay, now I want to put a sort of fastening on the top of this as well, otherwise at the moment it would just drop straight through the hole there, which is not precisely what we're looking for. Make sure we've centered that up. So in order to stop it dropping through the hole, I'm going to come out here, I'm going to create a couple of edges, I'm going to select the faces and just extrude them outwards. Now, whoops, hang on. Displays had a bit of a fit on me, sorry about that folks. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm going to extrude outwards, and before we've used the scale tool we've gone sort of a bit this way and then a bit that way, and yeah, that will do. If you want, you know, precision, you can actually press Control and pull this top one, which will scale on every axis that's not the one you're pulling. So in this case, X and Y, X and Z. And we'll get that little bolt out there just to make sure it's got something that won't let it fall through the hole. And I'm going to go for this edge, and the top's already been beveled, so I'll go this one and this one just to hold it all in place, and bevel. There we go, that's a bit big. Now you can just go ahead and cut this pipe in half and duplicate this over to the bottom, mirror it over to the bottom. You can also take this, flip it upside down and connect it to here, so that should be the same shape on the bottom. Let's have a look. So I'm going to just hit E to rotate and then J to lock the rotation. Get that over in 90. There we go. And yeah, it's exactly the same on the top and the bottom. Actually, it might be a little different, so you might have to go through that process again, depending on how much time and effort you want to put in that. It is just a little different, so it actually doesn't look that bad. Alright, now we need the exhaust port for the arm where the cable will run out into the jetpack. So I'm going to do that the same way. Basically, I'm just going to use another one of these polygon pipes. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to get that into the right position and the right scale. And again, this is a matter of personal preference. Okay, but that would be about right for me, big enough to see. And I would make this, I would make this a little thinner. So give it a thickness of say 0.2. And then I would go back, make another high resolution version of this surface, make it live, and then connect the verts in the same way as we did by just moving them down so they follow the contours of this shape here. Because you're going to get a better look in the end of the day. I mean, it's 5 minutes, but it's time well spent in my opinion. So I'm going to do that between the parts because I don't think anyone really needs to see me do that same thing over and over again. Now, I would want to put some detailing on this arm, and also I want to round out this area because this area is going to have a ball joint in it. So we want this part round. So let's come in and select some edges here. So really, we're going to want to select all the edges running round, including the bevel. Okay, and then this is just a case of scaling this into a circle. You know, and maintaining the look that we want, of course. So now a sphere will fit in there quite nicely. Let's have a look. And I quite like the detail of the flared cuff at the end as well. It does add a little something, I think. But you know, horses for courses, you could make that much smaller, of course. Let's just go back to where we have this. And you could make a smaller ball joint on the end if you didn't want to flare the cuff out quite so much. So depending on how you see your arm working here, just the important thing is that when we take a sphere, it fits in there, because our hand eventually will be connected to a sphere as a wrist joint. So let's come in, just make sure this fits. And yeah, that looks like it'll fit, no problem at all. What I will probably do is create a gasket as well. So the ball joint would go in here, and then I would put a torus in here to sort of secure that ball joint. Although you could, in this case, just get away with, you know, throwing it in there like so. And this will provide the pivot for our arm later on. Now, this model's been designed really to work with human IK and to be rigged quite quickly, and one of the nice things with this is people can see all the joints. It's very obvious how things are going to move around, so hopefully that will make it a bit easier for you to rig. Now there's one final thing I wanted to look at. I want to add some fancier detail to this ear here. So I'm going to do this by grabbing a cylinder, and I'm going to scale that down just so it's a bit flat. And we're going to make sort of a fancy decal to go in the ear region. So I'm going to select every second face. And this is just at the moment our head is rather plain, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, some of the best designs are quite plain. But I want to add a little something now. So let's go and extrude into the center. Once again, you can hold control and pull the green, and that will just scale out on X and Z. So we have something like so. Now we've got this problem where we're going to have an issue with the smoothing again. So we're going to have to get rid of this geometry in here. So once again, let's quad this up. Just use the multi-cut tool and just snap on there. Again, this part is not so important. Just make sure you get a nice even line. and done. Okay, so delete all the inner edges again. Same way we quadded up the other cylinder realistically. I'll just run through it one more time on screen so you've got it down pat. So we're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to have to join these up. So let's multi-cut 1 and 1, return to finish the tool, of course. And we can't put one in there, that's going to give us a triangle, so I'll just double check we actually, oops, backspace will take away points from the multi-cut tool. So 1, 2, 3, 4 sides, 1, 2, 3, 4 sides, so we've got a quad there, that should be fine. Alright, so now I want to put a bevel in, just to hold up some edges, but instead of beveling this time, I'm going to put a cut around here, and then a cut around here. It's just going to be neater than a bevel in this case, and of course I should pretty much hold those edges. Let's have a look at what we get. Alright, so we get that. It's not perfect. I am going to need it to bevel some edges, probably these bottom ones actually. This top one you can leave the edge in, but then I'm going to go and I'm going to select, whoops, I actually clicked on bevel. I'm going to select the edges I need to bevel, so it'll be all of these unfortunately. You'll notice I'm not going to do the bottom ones, that's because I'm going to cut this shape in half and stitch the top and bottom together so I don't have to worry about the bottom of the object. Okay, and I think I'll bevel the inner part as well. I was kind of hoping to avoid this, but sometimes you just have to take the time and put the selection in. Alas. Okay, I think you get which edges I'm selecting. I'll just quickly pause and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so I've selected all the edges that need beveling, and now I'm just going to hit bevel, and that's way too big. We just want a small bevel here. 0.1 will be fine. We could go smaller, but that should be okay, and let's hit that. And now we've got a much better look, although the bottom is nasty because we didn't do anything with it. So in order to alleviate that, I'm just going to cut that there, go into face mode and chop it off. Away with it. Now I could mirror that if I wanted a two-sided object, but in this case I'm just going to make this little decal, so this should be fine as is. Let's just hit J to lock the rotation, and let's whack it up 90 degrees, and let's add this to the ear. Just a little detail, just stops him being quite so plain in the face. Now that's a little big. Okay, so this is seeming like a pretty decent size. Let's get that there, there. Okay, I'm just going to take a second and get this fairly central, and I need to scale that down to about there. Alright, now I want a hole for it to sit in, so I'm going to take the multi-cut tool and I'm just going to cut round at 20%. Perfect. Now I can't just add an edge loop in one go because we never quadded the inner ear geometry of this ear. There we go. So I need to come in and select these faces. So let me just shove you out the way a second. Now I need to come in and select these faces. Oops. Face mode. Extrude backwards. Actually, my move point is in entirely the wrong place, which means I've got an extraneous face selected somewhere, so excuse me, I'm going to have to just quickly do this selection again. I must have accidentally selected one of the faces in the back of the model. Okay, now we're good. Extrude, and let's just pull this in. There we go. Okay, we could take the opportunity to quad that up, but I'll leave that as an exercise for you at the moment. And just bevel these in so they hold their smooth. And let's see, that's a bit too big, is it not? Yeah, it is. Okay, just there. Perfect. Now we'll move our little decal back into place. And it should slot rather neatly just in this hole. Okay, let's smooth our head, smooth our decal, and there we go. We've got a nice little ear detail. Now this could probably be a bit fatter. There, perfect, easier to see. So this is a very nice little detail around the head region, and you know, we went to the trouble of actually getting this flat on the surface. So there is one other thing that I wanted to do with this arm. Because this chest plate has got little things cut into it, little lowered edges, I want to do the same here, so we kind of get that similar feeling. And I've just noticed that this edge is a bit wacky. Actually, it's because we're not smoothed, of course. When we're smoothed, it looks fine. Alright, good, just double checking. Alright, so let's cut in some stripes on this thing. So I want to cut a very, very small narrow channel around here, and then I want to do one at the wrist. And again, we're going to do the same as we did on the chest plate. So I'm select this one, double click, selects them all, and I'm going to go to let's see, extrude, center it, and control and the green, just push that back in. That hasn't worked very well in this case, so let's do them manually. So let's push it down, there we go, and then in. We want to make sure that doesn't bisect the surface that's underneath it. So I think that looks pretty good. So edges, 1, 2, inner edges, 3, nothing we haven't done before a number of times now, and bevel. Done, and same with this one here. Okay, I'm not liking that. I'll do it manually. I'm not liking that either. Come on, move down you. There we go. We don't want it to bifurcate that surface. Okay, that seems to have got it. Perfect. And again, of course, with our incessant beveling here. There we go. And let's smooth that out, see what it looks like. Okay, so now we've just got some little detail on the arm bits here as well that are going to match up with a little detail here on the chest plate. Alright, so our robot so far looking pretty good. Now we need to get on with the pelvis and legs, and finally we'll do the hand. So I thank you for watching this part, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to make a start on the lower torso, the pelvis region here, and the legs. Now I've taken the liberty once again of putting this image plane in, which you'll be able to find in the project folder, and also in between the parts I've gone ahead and organized my objects here into groups. So select the objects you need and press Ctrl G to get them into groups, and generally, especially when you come to rig this thing later on, you'll want to keep a very organized workflow. So it's normally something I do as I go along, but to avoid boring you all to death, I'm doing it in between the parts. So if we look quickly at these legs, you'll see they're made up of quite a few complex parts. Now, for this project, it was important for me that we would see the actual mechanics of how the joints worked. So I've created this kind of open skeletal structure. And then we have a shape rather reminiscent of the one we put on the arm, so it all has some continuity. And we have this pelvis region here, which is actually one object. All of it is one object, so it smooths nicely together. So we'll start out by creating the pelvis. So just so this doesn't get in our way all the time, I'm going to select it. I'm going to go to the attribute editor, and under image plane shape node, you'll see this alpha gain. I can turn that down or off completely. So I'm going to turn it off completely because we know this shape is simply, this pelvis shape. So I'll actually just leave that on very low so we can refer back to it if needed. Now, as I said, this is all one shape, so we're going to start off with a couple of polygon cylinders. In fact, we'll start off with one because we'll have to retopologize it a little bit, and I'll get it to the approximate size that can be scaled later, of course, and about there should be around about fine. Now, as I said, we'll be scaling this later. So first things first, we've got the same problem we had in the last part with the topology of the cylinder, so let's go ahead and just quickly fix it. So I'm just holding shift here to snap this, and I'll go to 30%. Whoops, backspace to get rid of one of those. All thumbs today. There we go. Done. Now get rid of all these inside edges. Okay, and then once again we'll retopologize into better geometry. So multi-cut tool, and over here. And there we go, nicely quadded up and ready for us to use. So because we are going to join this, we don't want to do the bottom half. So as we did last time, let's just put an edge loop in there and chop off these bottom faces. Okay, that's them gone. And then we can just mirror this object in -y. So actually let's just go to mesh on the hotbox, mirror geometry, and -y. Okay, let's press G to repeat that command. I obviously didn't have it selected, so not a problem. Right, so that's our first part of our torso. That will form this portion of the torso. Now we need to form this portion. So a nice simple way to do is just duplicate this cylinder we've already got topologized and rotate that round 90 degrees. I'm just holding J once again to lock that, and I'll pull that up so the pieces will marry together like so, basically. So let's have a look under here. Now we can do a couple of things here. We can join it to these two edges. We're going to need to cut this in half first. It will be easier to see what I'm talking about if we take care of that. Just a quick spin to make sure we're not cutting anything extraneous, and then move this up, sorry. And you can see that would now connect rather nicely along these two lines here. However, for me, I might actually have it connect a bit further out. So we might cheat a bit here. Well, not cheat, but we might just reorganize this topology on this mesh a little bit. So I'm going to select these vertices that run along this edge. So Control and then to vertex, and I'm just going to scale those in so they're straight. Now this will give us a bit of a kink in our cylinder, but we can fix that up later if needs be. So edge on this side, to vertices, and I'm going to scale this one in too. Okay, now this central line will be what I actually connect this to. So let's bring this up, and as you can see it's not quite wide enough, so we'll grab the edge here, we don't want these, and I'm going to scale this outwards so it's a bit wider, and what I'm looking for is for it to be the same width as this. Okay, so it's much easier for us to see this if we go on to wireframe on shaded, and now I can move this piece up and just check out those widths. Okay, whoops, accidentally move that a bit. Okay, and that seems about perfect to me. Now this bottom cylinder is also going to be a bit overhangy, so let's just scale this bottom cylinder in ever so slightly. Okay, that should make for a better fit. Alright, so let's move this down, and because we're going to join these parts together, we don't want these faces getting in the way, so let's take them out. Okay, select them one at a time, and there we go, delete. Alright, now it should be possible to simply bridge these two parts together. So let's move them up so they're about next to each other. Okay, and then I'm going to select them both, and I'm going to go combine. You can also find that on the mesh menu, of course, and then I'll select both the edges, and with a bit of luck the bridge tool will simply work. There we go, as it did. So smooth this, and I've got the beginnings of my pelvic area. Now a difficult thing with this pelvis is to cut these holes to slot our ball and socket joint into. So let's have a look at that now. Okay, so cutting the hole might wait a second. I just flipped around this as we were coming around to this side. I've noticed I think we could do a bit better on the shaping of this so it's not quite so flat. So in order to facilitate this, I'm going to scale this top area out and then around here a little bit. But to do that, I just want to sort out my geometry a little bit, because I'm going to have to scale this outwards. So I'm going to take this edge here, and I don't want actually the whole edge, and this edge here, and I'm going to scale them outwards a little bit just to sort of give myself more room, and then I could end up having to readjust these vertex here, this one and this one, and probably this one and this one, and scale those out too so we get a better distribution of those edges. And then I want to take this edge and the one on the corresponding side, and I'm going to scale those out, and I'm going to do the same with this edge here. So just double click to select the whole edge, and then I'm going to scale this one out too. Okay, so that gives us more of a broader area up the top, and then double click and wrong edge, and let's just follow that downwards just so we have a widening of this area here, which I think is going to look better than my initial model that I did originally. Okay, that is going to make it a bit more difficult, as I probably said, to cut the hole there. But you know, and we've got some edges here that could do with a bit of vertex pulling, but I think they're alright. I may tidy that up a little bit in between the parts, but I'll be sure to let you know exactly what I moved around. I might just, you know, pull a couple of these vertex to get this edge a bit more in line with the overall shape. But right, let's have a look at cutting this hole. So first things first, let's grab a polygon pipe and get it to the size we want the hole to be. So I'm just going to flip that 90, and then I'm going to scale this in, and let's see. So we're going to want a hole for our ball and socket joint to live in, and that's going to be too fat to work with, so let's turn that to 0.15. And this is going to be too big, so scale down, And our ball and socket joint will go approximately here, I should think. I'm just going to make that a bit longer. I'll end up cutting this shape in half and mirroring it across, most likely, so it doesn't really matter so much. I just want to get it there a bit longer for reference. Okay, so we could now smooth this and call that job done, put the ball joint in there, and you know, we'd be finished. But it's just not going to look very good. You know, it doesn't smooth into each other nicely, and this principle of joining these objects together that we've had recently through the course of this tutorial, we're going to do the same thing. This one being a little more complicated because we've got to join all of these edges to this geometry here, and that's going to be tricky. So the first thing is just to reduce the number of edges we have to work with. If I reduce this down to 10 and smooth it, it's still pretty cylindrical, at least generally enough for our purposes, and then we've got far less to work with. So we're going to have to run an edge all the way around here. Now we're going to start off by taking this edge. Okay, we don't need actually to go up here, so we're going to have to grab the edge here as well. Okay, and then I'm just going to, let's see, move this one down a bit. And this is where it's going to get a bit tricky. What I'm trying to do is surround this shape with this edge. But as you can see, we should have probably have done that without these two pieces. Okay, it's going to make it slightly easier. And then I'm going to have to grab some vertex here, this one, and just pull this shape back into alignment. So just push that up until it's level again. Okay, so you know, now we're working with a shape like so, and a twist. It does get slightly more complicated to work with, but you know, nothing we can't handle. All right, let's grab these verts and get them in line with these corners. So scale them outwards and move them up. Now I'm not going to be perfect. You know, near enough is fine. And also a good trick I find is we could stick X-ray on now, and that would just X-ray the whole lot, and it would allow us to see where our points were. But it can get a bit tricky. If we come here and select this cylinder and assign a new material to it, so we'll just use a lambda, we can then make that material slightly transparent in the viewport. So if I go up to transparency, that way this one is slightly transparent and I can see through it, while this one remains solid and thus easier to work with. Okay, so let's go back to vertex mode. Okay, and now this is going to have to go here. Okay, so the surrounding edge comes in and surrounds all this, and this one will then go here. Like so. And this one will go here. Now we want to keep this as straight as we can. Okay, let's just check we're not missing one. We are not. Okay, I probably should have done both of those at once. Silly mistake to make, but not too much trouble really. There we go. And this one, whoops, will now go down here. Okay, and this one down here. Alright, so that should be about it. I'm just going to straighten up these edges here. Okay, and we should have kept basically our line. We did. We might need to sort some of this out in a second. Alright, let's just move this cylinder out the way and make sure that we have the right shape hole. We do. So let's pop that back. Now we can cut the hole out. Okay, now we should have a proper shaped hole for which to fit our object, and I can turn the transparency back off this, and you see I've got a hole cut in the mesh now. Now our geometry here is not perfect, especially amongst this top row, so I am going to just do a little quick fix. I'm not going to spend too much time. Just put the multi-cut tool on, and don't want that, need control. Actually, that's not playing. Let's make sure we're in object mode, and then multi-cut, and here we go. So I can put one in here. Now I'm going to select the edge, the new edge that we just put in. I'm trying to get rid of this jagged area here, and then I will convert that selection to vertex, scale it. Don't worry if it bisects, we're going to sort that in a sec. And then move it up. Okay, that gives me at least one straight edge across the top here, and then I can come in and take this edge, convert it to vertex, and untick this one and this one. I'm just going to move this edge down a bit, like so. And then I'm also going to have to scale that in, but the cylinder is in the way, so let's just pop that out of the way. And there we go. Let's see what that looks like smooth. That's not too bad smooth, but still it's a bit out. So let's take the edge, double click it, and scale it in. In fact, let's take the vertex. And that way we don't have to have this one and this one. Hang on, let me just check I haven't accidentally selected some extraneous vert somewhere. I had. Okay, and let's just scale that in a bit. Let's look at the front view until we come back into alignment. There we go. Alright, so that seems to work just fine now. We've got our hole nice and round once we smooth, and we've got our much more pleasant shape at the front here, I think. So now we need to join this pipe up with our hole. So let's put it roughly in place. Unsmooth that. Oops. And in fact, if we just go up to the channel box and reset the translate on this, it should appear in the center, and then it's just a case of adjusting the height. Okay, so let's pull this out. Take off the back faces, because obviously we're not going to need the back faces, and I'm going to just move this back into position. And we could use the bridge tool now. We could combine both of these together, select both the edges that we wanted, so this outer edge and this inner edge, and they should just combine like so. Okay, now when we smooth, we've got one nice continuous piece. So all that remains is for us to take the edges of this, or actually the vertex of this, and move them back this way until we get it to the scale that we need for our hole, which would be, I think, about there. There you go, very nice. Much better shape than my original effort as well. Now the back end, the reverse side if you like, the mirrored side would also need doing, so of course we are not going to go through that procedure again. You'll probably be very happy to note we're just going to cut that in half and mirror the geometry. So let's just mesh mirror, and we will need to mirror in positive X, so that's exactly where we are. Okay, you see, I'll just redo that. You see we've got a big gaping hole in it. It's because all the vertex on this side are not even. So again, you could do your scaling trick. You can select all those verts, making sure you have no extraneous ones. And I think we've missed a face there. We've got something weird going on there. What is that? I do not know what that is. I'm going to get rid of it. Right, and let's just re-bridge. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. We must have, let's just get edge mode. We must have created some spurious geometry somehow, but it's not really an issue. Just bridge and bridge. If you see something like that, it is better to get rid of it. Don't ignore it and hope it will go away. It will come back to bite you. So, right, let's select this whole edge, and we can do our scale trick of just scaling in until the verts can't go anymore, or because this is still on the center line, we can just go 0 in X, and that will scale all the vertices together. Then mesh and mirror geometry, and that's right over there, easy peasy. Okay, now we have both sides done. Alright, and that's actually looking better than the original piece in my opinion. We still need to do some shaping on the top and some sculpting here, but we'll take care of that in the next part. For right now, I'm just quite happy with this shape that we've got here. I may take, I said I might do some sculpting in the middle, but it should just be a case of taking these verts and these verts here, right? These verts and these verts here. So remember to press Shift, and I really am all thumbs today, sorry about that. And then just scaling them in till that goes back nice and flat. Okay, so I might do some small sculpting to find out the best way for this edge, but probably just going to move some of these vertex in, just like so, until I get a more pleasing edge, and I'll probably just go round. Shift, of course, and get that, you know, more pleasant. So it's more of a natural line, if you like. And you see this side is now slightly better than this side. The difference is small. So, okay, and then when I've done that, I'll either do the other side. I could obviously turn on the symmetry tools, or I could just chop it in half again and mirror it. Up to you. So I'll be back in the next part. I'll have a little tweak around here to get a just to make sure this edge is nice and in line, and this way too. And I will see you in the next part, and we'll continue, finish this off, and hopefully get started with the top of the legs. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So I've actually cut this in half once more, so I only have to deal with half of it. And I want to continue our sculpting. I want to get this nice flat level platform up here, and then do a little bit of shaping on this area itself. So in order to get this flat level platform, I'm going to have to move this edge outwards, which is where our slide on edge tool will come in very handy. Because if I try and move it by simply moving it, of course, that will take the geometry here, and if I try and scale it outwards, it's going to do the same thing. So we need to slide on edge. So just go under Mesh Tools and Slide Edge, middle mouse button, as we've done before, and let's just drag that out. That'll just give us a slightly bigger area to work with in raising our platform. So I'll select the faces that I want to extrude, and I'm going to press Q to get rid of that Slide on Edge tool. There we go. And I'm going to extrude these upwards till I get a platform kind of straight and level, and that will do for now. So there's our platform out. Just had to shove those edges a bit, and now I want to kind of do this lip, this dip down. So let's take an edge, take these couple, hit W to move, B for soft selection, and let's see if we can just create a small dip here. Not too much, don't need to be outrageously exaggerated, just that should do. Let's smooth that, see if that's, yeah, it just gives us again that bit more shape to deal with. Now it's also, because we have soft selection on, flatten the top, or kind of done this to the top of our platform, which I don't really like. Let's go to object mode, select these faces once again, and you can hit B to turn off soft selection, and select the vertex, and we'll do our scaling trick to flatten it back out again. And there we go. So it's just a little raised lip, really. We don't need to go too mad, so that should do it. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. Now I want to create a decorative jut out lip as well, so we're going to do a multi-cut. Just select the object first, object mode, multi-cut. I'm going to put a cut in here and another one in here, and that will create the lip we have for our raised platform. So select all these faces, extrude, just click here, hold Control and scale on the X and Y at the same time. Whoops, there we go. And that may be a bit too big, we don't want to go mad. There we go, that should do it. Okay, that's given us some more designed shapes around the top of the pelvis. So now, of course, this is not going to hold its shape at all. If I press 3, that's just going to, you know, kind of disintegrate. So I'd need to bevel it in, but I want both sides active to bevel. So I'm going to take these faces out. Otherwise, we'll end up with these faces inside the model. And then once again, I'll need to make sure all the vertex are even on the x-axis. So, whoops, a bit too many there. There we go. And 0 in x, or you can scale. Aha! And I've just noticed we've got a couple of other faces here, 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 and here. Do not want those. Alright, so now we can mirror over and get on with some beveling. So let's go to Edit Mesh and Mirror. Sorry, Mesh, not Edit Mesh. Mirror Geometry, make sure we're in positive X. Mirror, done. Okay, so just the beveling left on this piece. So I'm going to come in and bevel, but I'm going to turn on my symmetry tools. So I'm going to put them on the x-axis. So I can do both sides at once. There we go. This edge needs to be beveled, this one, this one. Just make sure we've got all that top edge there, this one. And again, you know, we've been over this now many times, so you should find this pretty much second nature by now almost. Get these edges and make sure our lovely whole piece here doesn't collapse in on itself, which would be a shame after we went through that trouble of making it. Okay, and this one here, and bevel. And we're getting an extremely small bevel on there, so let's find out why. And it's because this edge is so close to this one, so let's bevel this inner hole separately, shall we? I'm just going to unselect all that and make sure it's all unselected. Okay, now we'll be able to bevel. And it's still a bit of a small bevel, but it should be big enough for us anyway. We just want it to hold the smoothing. So let's see if that achieved its intended purpose. It did. Rather nice now. Okay, and I'm actually glad we didn't bevel this inner part. It looks very smooth joined together like that. So lucky happenstance, really. Alright, let's just check we've got no major pinching going on, and I'm going to turn the wireframe on shaded off so I can get a better look. It looks pretty darn good, really. Okay, I'm very happy with this shape. There's just one thing left to do with it. And let's just look at this top piece just here. Okay, this could do with probably an edge loop going around it. So I'm actually going to cut in here with a multi-cut tool. I'm just going to get a nice loop going on. So object mode, multi-cut. And I'm just eyeballing this one in. You might want to take a bit more time with it. And strictly it's not necessary. I just may at some point end up adding another shape to the top here. So that's holding the edge a bit better as well. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Now, one more thing left to do with this pelvis, and that's that we've got a kind of edge here and an edge here, and then just a big hole into the interior of the model, which is never really a good idea. So let's select this edge. And because we got symmetry, we selected the other one too, and just hit bridge. Now that's come in rather like a gun barrel, so we need to put the bridge offset. There we go, 2, 3 in this case. And that's perfect. So now we no longer have a hole entrance into our model, which is not something you normally want. Alright, so that pelvis is looking pretty good. If we move it up, we'll be able to see it on the model. And there we go. I would say this whole thing, though, needs to be moved kind of to here. Done. Now we can start building the first joints on the legs. So if we look at our legs here, they're actually made up. You can't see it in this shot, but there's actually a ball on the end of here to fit into the socket we just made. Then this is a polygon pipe, and these are 2 cubes. So let's start by just patching our shape together. So we're going to need a sphere, then we're going to need a cube, in fact we're going to need 2, and we're going to need a pipe. So, you know, sometimes what looks like very simple objects actually take a bit of putting together. Again, nothing we can't handle. So this sphere is going to go out to here, and then this cube will join on here, and then this cube will join on here. So the first thing we need to work out is how our joins will be done, really. Now, I actually want my cubes a bit bigger, so I'm going to scale them up with a channel box so I can get both the same size, and I'm going to go to 1.2 for this one and 1.2 for this one. Okay, so let's see, let's get them the same width as the pipe, so that will just be 1 on Z, and again this should be 1 on Z. Okay, now they're the same width, they're just slightly longer. So what we need to work out now is how many divisions are required to connect these pieces together. So if we look, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 faces across this side. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 faces down here to join these together. And then if we look here, we're going to actually need, let's have a look how many faces we'll need to connect the sphere in though. We'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that causes a bit of a problem. If we have 4 faces here but we need 8, so we're going to have to increase the amount of geometry on this. So let's double this to 40. Whoops. And now we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 faces should just about get us connected. So I can come in and make this cube 8 and 8. So these sides should connect to this easily enough, and this should connect to this easily enough. Problem is that this has geometry going this way to connect it to the sphere, but this doesn't have geometry this way. So we'll have 8 faces, this being square. So we'll need to put subdivisions height to 8 too. So all our pieces start off with the same base geometry. This will make them much easier to join together. Now let's get a bit of division here. We'll deal with this one on the bottom in a second. Okay, so I'm going to have to delete the faces. So we're going to go 8 across, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We'll have to count that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Double check because you do not want to be making a mistake here. And then this row. Oops. And I still have symmetry on. I'll need to turn that off. And then just unselect these ones. The new symmetry options within Maya 2016 and 15 are good. They're actually working now. Before they've always been a little bit temperamental, but now they seem to work pretty well. The problem is, of course, if you forget you've got them on. Okay, now I just need to take out all these faces, which would be much easier if I just Control H this. No, actually, that's not going to work, is it? Let's just delete the faces we've got and Control H, and now we know we need to take these ones out. Okay, so we can now bring back the cube, Shift H, and here on this sphere we're going to have to pick, now 1, 2, 3, 4, so we've got twice as many divisions in here as we actually need. We needed 8 on the downward for the cube, not 8 across, but this really isn't an issue. I can just take out 1, 2, 3 and 4 edges. There we go, and that puts us back to where we need to be. And on this cube, let's take out some edges too. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. Make sure we've taken out the right edges. And yep, that'll all marry up nicely, and then we have 4 across to cut out here. So let's come to this sphere. So we need to cut 4 across, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down. And I think that's 8. It is. So we'll delete those so we know where we are, and then I can hide this cube again with Control H, and then I can just finish cutting these faces out. So joining stuff, joining primitive objects in Maya, it's not actually that hard. It just requires a little bit of planning, you know, beforehand. So now I need to delete the faces on this cube. And I need the other side as well, which I could have turned symmetry on for quickly, but this is just really not a lengthy process. So. Okay, now I need to combine these objects. So let's go to Modeling Toolkit and combine, and if we've done our job right and we've counted everything up right, always a possibility for error with this, this should now just bridge, and it does. So we got that one right. Did we get this one right? And bridge. Yes, we did. So that creates for us a rather nice, smoothed, perfectly joined together shape. So all we need to do now is just connect this bottom box in, which shouldn't be too much of a chore. And also I've got too many edges in here, so I'm going to just, where we had 8 edges at the top and took some out, we've got to get the inside. But again, not really a major problem. Select them, delete them. Remembering not just to hit the delete key, or you will end up with problems. Alright, so now we've got this cube, and this cube will require 4 across the top and 8. So again, same thing. So 4 this way and 8. And actually, let's see, we're going to need 8 that way, so wrong one. If I could just get back to the channel box, there we go. So we're going to need 8 across here, okay, and then 4 across here to connect this up. So that should be right. Yes, it is. So first off, cut out faces. Let's pick 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, which is where our connection will be. Let's kill those, and then we'll need to go 1. Oops, holding shift. And let's get all those underneath faces, and then again just on the other side. Okay. And what have we done? Of course, we don't need to delete these side faces. I've just been hit by the idiot stick, obviously. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We just need to delete these faces, because we're going to want the side ones on there, obviously. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and last row 8. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I don't know quite what I was thinking there. Alright, now these things should just join together nice and easily, and it looks like I've accidentally deleted one face too many, but we can just use our bridge tool to put that back. There we go. And let's move this up. Make sure we're in about the right place that we want, and then take this edge. Actually, we're going to need to join these together as objects first. So object mode and combine, and then take the edges. Now if we've counted right, which today I'm not actually sure of, there we go, perfect. And 3, and there is our shape. This will be the ball and socket joint for the top of the leg. So I think that's about 20 minutes worth for this part. I'll just move this up and scale it so we can have a look at it in kind of in situ, if you like. And that will be about this big. So let's make sure our socket fits in, our ball fits in our socket. Okay, that's kind of a perfect fit really. And this would be probably far too long, sticking out. In fact, it definitely is far too long. So we'll just take here a look at the model, and we can just take the vertex here and push them in closer. Okay, so it should be around so, and then this ball will pretty much disappear all the way into this socket. Okay, and we should be about right with the leg there. Okay, so when we come back, we'll continue going downwards with this leg. We'll make the outer cowling and the bolts and all the knee joints. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've picked something up from this, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Bye. Hi, welcome back. Now, in this part I want to look at making the rest of this leg, including this outside cowling. We also need to add another primitive shape to this leg. So far it's had one sphere, 2 cubes and 1 polygon pipe added to it. We need to add another polygon pipe. You can't really see here, but there is a polygon pipe on the bottom that will allow the joint to be hinged. So let's just go ahead and bring a poly pipe in. Okay, and I'm going to move this up and get it roughly into scale. Now, how I'm going to scale this is I'm going to want, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 faces across. So 1, 2, 3, 4 faces across. I'm going to want this to be roughly the same size as this. So let's scale. And not quite. Okay, so now my 4 faces here are roughly the same size. You could probably go a tad smaller. There we go. So all I need to do is connect this to this the same way as we've done before, but as you'll notice, this has many more sides than this. So we've got 8 across here, so we'll need to go in, make sure everything being even. This will need 8, and that will put in some divisions across here. Now it's a case of just selecting the faces we don't need anymore, or won't be needing very shortly. So we won't need any of these because this will be joined to this, and we don't want, again, those faces on the inside of our model, and we won't need any of these either. Okay, now let's move this one up a bit. That should do it. And also I want to get this, to a scale to be the same width or very similar. We'll end up thinning this whole thing down, no doubt. But for right now, for the initial join, I want them about the same size. You don't have to be super precisely accurate because you can always scale the verts later. But this will save you a job of work that's not necessary. So let's connect these together and combine them. And then select this edge, or the outer edge, and this one. And if we've done our job correctly, they should just bridge now. And they do. Perfect. Look at that. Great. So now we've got something on the bottom of the leg for a pin to go through for the lower leg to be attached to. Now obviously this is far too fat at the moment, and also looking up here we've got some edges here we don't need, and now we have some edges along here we don't need either. So any edges you don't need, best to get rid of them as you're going along. Okay, they're superfluous to requirements, as are all of these at the moment. Don't need them. And we'll get a nicer smooth, and that's looking fantastic. So let's disappear into the front view and get a basic length on this thing. Just going to use this for the basic proportions. Okay, so let's move this roughly into position. It would be about there, and let's move this up so we get sort of a sense of some scale, and it should probably be a bit bigger. There we go. And now I can just use this to get the length of this leg, or the approximate length. So it should be about yay long. Because, you know, we want to keep him in proportion. We don't want him to have giant comedy legs, obviously. So now this needs to be thinner. If you see here, there's two of these at the bottom of the leg. So thinning this up is of course easy as pie. Just select these vertex and scale it inwards so that it's appropriately the right size. Now I'm not really liking this sort of giant split here, and you can see that this is a bit stretched, so we're going to put some edges back in. We'll put one in up here just to kind of hold that, and one in down there to hold that, and then I'm going to put one in the middle here that I can narrow a little bit. So edge, whoops, and make sure you undo that. I just clicked with the multi-cut tool. That will pull a vertex in. I'm going to press 3 to smooth so I can see what this looks like. Much better now. We don't have, you know, all that stretching along the top and bottom. And now I'm going to just press R to scale, and I'm going to scale this line inwards just to give it a bit of a better taper. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. I might at some point taper it a bit more, but first of all I want to look at creating the cowling. I want to make this outer part, you know, because then I'll have a better idea of what shape I need to get this. So to do that I'm going to just use a polygon cylinder, and again it's fairly standard procedure for us right now to chop bits up and put them together. Let's just pull one out here. Okay, and first off I'm only going to need the top half. So let's get rid of the bottom half. There we go, done. Then I'm going to need to retopologize this because this geometry is not going to work going down to a massive pole. But again, this is should be fairly standard for you now. Let's just get this at say 20% here. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. Actually, it definitely makes a difference if you don't start at the beginning, but where this line is doesn't make a difference. We can use the slide on edge tool to move it later on. Okay, done. So that's divided that. Now let's get rid of these edges in the center here. So just Q to get off that multi-cut tool. Okay, that's deleted them, and we're going to retopo this just to make it into quads. Okay, that's not very straight. Close enough. And let me just check the vertex a minute. I just want to make sure I've got no extraneous vertex knocking about. I do not. Alright, perfect. Back to multi-cut here and here. And here and here. And again, this is the same retopology we've done with other cylinders. We're just doing it to half a cylinder now, but the principle remains exactly the same. And that will leave us with a triangle, so that's going to be no good, and just one in here. There we go. So done. But we'll need to do the other side, which of course we're not going to do, so we'll simply chop the other side off. Let's go to face and get rid of the whole lot of it. Done. So now we've got a very minimalist polygon cylinder. We'll need to extrude that a little bit. Okay, we don't want a giant fat thing. It's, you know, a fairly lightweight cowling, so let's come out to about here. That should do us in terms of thickness. Maybe a little thicker, so let's just select that again. There we go, that'll do. Alright, now I need to make it longer. I need to make it this shape, which for us is pretty simple. We're just going to grab the vertex across the bottom and pull them down, and there we go. Quite easy, really. Okay, so I would put another edge loop in here just to help hold this shape at the top, as soon as we've nicked this one out. And of course now we'll need a bottom as well. So again, not so difficult. We're just going to mirror this geometry over. So mesh, mirror geometry, and it'll be -y, mirror. There you go, done. Now it's poking out a little bit, so edge, let's just scale this back in. Okay, that should not have happened, folks. So it looks like we've got some vertex that aren't connected during the mirroring, and let me just check. Let me just go back to before I mirrored that and check that I had merge vertex on. Aha! A very easy explanation. When we've extruded, we've been left with faces here, which obviously for a mirror we do not want. For connecting pieces of geometry, you do not want, as I've said a number of times now, you do not want faces on the inside of the model. So get rid of them, and let's do that again. And mirror, so mesh. And we are done. Now I should be able to select this edge, and if I move this edge, the verts should all follow. They do, so let's get that so it's straight. There we go, good enough. Okay, now I also want to give this a bit of shape, so let's first of all center its pivot. So I'm going to use center pivot. That's on where is that? Modify center pivot menu if you haven't created a shelf. And now I'm going to scale this to the approximate size just so I can check the thickness before I go any further. So when we scale it down, it might just be a bit thin. And that's going to sit approximately here, really. So it needs to be a little larger. Okay, and that is a little bit thin. So right now, before I've done anything like curve it or shape it, I can just use the scale tool to pull it out. So it's better to check this now before we end up with a curved, much more organic shape that's difficult to work with. Alright, and now I just want to pull it out so it's kind of rounded this way as well. So let's just grab an edge. This one will do. Hit B, and let's pull that and see if we can get it to round out. In fact, that's pretty decent on the first try. Let's hit smooth and object mode just so I can get a look at it. Actually, bigger soft selection brush, I think. So hold B, middle mouse button. Let's just try making that a bit bigger. And there we go, maybe a less pronounced curve, a little bit there. Okay, yeah, that's making me fairly happy. Alright, so now we can get rid of this edge in the middle. Once again, edges you don't need, edges that do nothing, just get in the way. B to turn off soft selection, and let's delete that edge. Okay, now I want to cut into this thing, these viewing windows. So I'm going to put that in now before I attach anything else to it. I want the initial geometry with the holes ready to be cut. So when I've attached other things, I can still come back out and cut the hole without putting geometry around everything. So let's come in here and multi-cut. Object mode first. Not quite sure what happened there. There we go. So we'll now put the faces in for the windows. So I'm going to have one window around here, and then I'm going to have a fairly big gap to go up to the center of the leg, and then I'm going to have one window about here and then one about here. Now if you want to, you can drop into one of the orthographic views and line that up precisely, but for me that'll do for the sake of speed in the tutorial, so you don't have to sit there and watch me get everything perfectly aligned. Right, and now we're going to put a polycylinder again to wrap around this part here. So polygons cylinder, and we're going to want to join that to this. So first off, let me just shove this away and then shove this one after it, and then I can come in and get this joined. So we're only going to need half the cylinder, so let's cut away the half we don't want. In fact, let's make it a bit thinner before we go ahead and mess with its topology. So I'm going to go for a thickness value here of maybe 0.15. Yeah, that's a little thin. 0.015, 0.015. I wondered why that was. Would you stop doing that? 0.15. There we go, 0.15, not 0.015. Excuse me. But now that's looking a little fat. Right, great, can't win. 0.1 then. There we go. Alright, and I'm only going to need half of it. There we go. And then I'll need to get this into the scale to fit on here. So what we want to do is line these two edges up with these two outer edges here. And to do this, I'm going to use wireframe unshaded. It will just make it easier to see. Okay, that's about right. Close enough. Now the edge going around here is a bit wide for these, so what will happen is this will flay out when it connects. So in order to connect it, I'm actually going to move it back a bit to allow that flaying in the geometry to happen. I'm also going to make it a bit bigger. Basically I'm going to want it to connect from the top here, and I'll grab these bottom vertex so I don't have to muck around with scaling anymore, to the bottom there. Okay, so in order to keep the topology between the two the same, I'm going to need to put these edge loops in this sphere as well, but that's pretty easy to do. I just want to make sure we've got all the same amount of faces and edges before we join these together. So select your cylinder, modeling tools, multi-cut, and just come in. Oops, viewport's having a bit of a stagger, and just put these where these are. Easy enough. Okay, and that has no faces there and none there, and because we have no faces, we haven't gone round the inside loop. So that's a problem for us. With the only appeared on the outside of the cylinder, and we need them on both the outside and the inside. But there's a quick fix for this. Select this edge, bridge it, and this time when I use the multi-cut tool, it will go down both the outside and the inside. So, apologies, a quick tip for you. 1 and 1. 1 and 1. Like I say, I'd normally take my time in the orthographic view to do this, but I really don't want to make you guys watch any more than is necessary. So now we've done this, we need to take out those faces we temporarily created. So this one, double click here, make sure we haven't got any other faces, and delete. Now once again, if we've done our job correctly, we'll need to take out these faces before we can bridge. Okay, and let's see if we've counted correctly. So we'll go over to edge selection, and of course before we go for an edge selection, we'll have to make sure these are one object. So combine, select that edge and this one. So basically both of those, and we should now be able to hit bridge. And we can. The offset is a bit off. Okay, and there we go. So you see, as we move that back, this one here flayed out a little bit, which is absolutely fine. Okay, now let's have a look. Did I remove those faces? No. So, got to get these ones. Make sure I haven't accidentally got any on the front or anything. I haven't. And then edges. And edges again. And bridge, and hopefully, yep, that bridged. But again, the offset is a bit... There, done. So now we've got the start of our cowling. Let's move it onto our leg, and pivots over here. So I've got center pivot on my shelf, and F to focus the camera in. And let's see, so we've got our cowling, and it will fit here. So it kind of protects the outside of the leg. We still need to cut those window holes, and we've got enough room to put the lower portion of the leg as well, so that's good. But this currently is bisecting with this, so we need to give this kind of a slant inwards, and you know, we are always going to. It's a nice design element. So let's take this edge, grab it all the way around, hit B for soft selection, R to scale, and see what we get if we just go like so. Okay, now I've got that dropped in a bit, more of a shape to it that I like, and now it will fit. Perfect. Okay, I'm liking that. Let's just push it this way a second. Now, I'm going to need another one of these loops to make up the bottom leg of the joint. So how I will achieve this is I will just, let's see, what's the best way to do this? In fact, I can just use this one. I'll Control D to duplicate this, pull it out, and chop off all the faces I don't need, which is all of them but the bottom. Okay. Oops, just go to object mode. And there we go. This will be easier, in fact, if I just grab this edge here, double click, turn off soft selection, and move this edge up just to straighten everything up. And then I'm going to convert the selection to vertex. Press R, scale them all in so they're perfectly flat. There you go, perfectly flat, can't scale anymore. Go to face mode, chop these faces off, close this hole, whoops, so just go to edge and bridge. Okay, now that's not a very good geometry at the end, that's just filled the hole, it hasn't actually bridged all the gaps, but I'm not sure what's going on the end of this at the moment. There should be a bottom leg. I just want the piece in place for right now, so we'll come back and sort that out later. And let's rotate this 90, so the pivots are all the way over there. Center the pivot, J, not 90, sorry, 180. And this will give us the corresponding piece to fit here. Now I'm just basically pulling this into place just to check the size of the cowling we've created to make sure it's all going to fit. Okay, so there is the bottom joint basically. A pin will go through here, and then through this cowling, pinning all of this joint work together. So when he bends his legs, it's around these two portions here. And let's put the cowling on, and do we fit? Yes, yes we fit, but I think the cowling might be a bit too fat. So let's just scale that down. Okay, I kind of like the thinner cowling, but that's probably a bit too extreme. Okay, and we fit just. Okay, So can we get that any closer? No, that's about perfect up to the top. So what I shall do is I shall select all these vertex and shove them up a bit, just a bit, and then I'll select all these vertex and shove them down a bit to maintain the ratio, and then I'll pull this up a little bit, and that should then clear all the hinge work down here, and indeed it does, and still maintains enough cowling for the pin to go through, because the pin is going to have to come out this side of the cowling, of course. What did I do there? See, I've created this very unpleasant edge, so I'm just going to get rid of it. That wasn't necessary anyway. It actually was necessary because it's cutting one of our windows, so let's just, instead of getting rid of it, let's just move it back into place. I must have grabbed a vertex here. So let's just straighten this whole thing up. Okay, and I move that back into position, ready to cut the window out. And I think I might make these windows a bit bigger all round, really. So edge mode and W to move, should be able to just slide that down. And the same goes for this one, should be able to slide it down. And now let's cut our window, so it face 2, 3, 4. You could make them wider if you wanted to, but this will be fine for me. And because of the way we built this, we'll now have to go in and take this edge and just slide it down so it meets up. This one, slide it down. This one, slide it down. But we should just then be able to pick the faces out. Okay, and create that window so we can see into the inner workings of the leg. Now, select this edge and this one, and this should just bridge. Indeed it does. Bridge offset. Just let's get one that works. There we go. So bridge offset there, and bridge. This is the benefit of keeping your geometry tidy. Why we went to the trouble of making sure we had the edge loops on both the outside and the inside of this, because if we keep it nice and tidy and everything organized, when you come to do things like this, it's very quick. Whereas if you've got bits of mesh all over the place, this can get damn right slow. Alright, so then I've got my windows. I'll need to bevel or somehow support those edges, but I am quite happy with that cowling, really. So in the next part, we'll come back, we'll finish off the lower portion of the leg and we'll add these bolts on. And then really what we have left to do after that is just the hands and feet. Now, I've designed fairly simple hands and feet for this guy because he's not going to need, human reproduction hands. So he's going to have some kind of 3 graspy claw things and a very simple foot. But a few parts to go and we should be about there. So I hope you found something useful in this part. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part when we'll continue building our leg. Hi, welcome back. Let's continue with the sculpting of our leg here. And before I go any further with the beveling of edges on this, I actually want to make these windows probably a little narrower and maybe a little more shaped, because at the moment they're a little boring. So let's come in and grab some edges from them. So I'm going to grab this edge, and this edge, because I want to move them all at the same time. I don't want to do this 3 times in a row. So this one, and this one. I'm just going to grab the top and bottom of that and hit W to move, and then I'm going to pull them all down, and then I'm going to select the next one in, and the same here. Just before I start to bevel, while the geometry is still relatively simple, I'll just give these a little bit of shape just to make them a bit more interesting, and then I'll pull this one down, something like that, and then I'll push these ones at the side up just a little. There we go, last two. And up they go. Just to give them a little more interesting shape. So we're not just looking through a straight kind of slice, now we've got a little bit of shape to them. And if you wanted to, you could also make them a bit thinner. I think they'd probably look better if they were a bit thinner. So, and up we go, just a little thinner, and do that with the others. And I've missed that inside edge. There we go. Okay, and a little thinner. That one was a little thinner than the others. And now that's looking better, I think. We'll need to put the bevels in to hold the smoothing. So we'll also need this cowling at the bottom of the leg, and we'll need to put these bolts through. But the bolts I'll use for this will be the same one that we made for the arm, so it shouldn't really be much of an issue. We'll also need a fat bolt that goes through here. But before we do that, these are a bit skinny. So I'm going to take my cowling and just push it to one side for a second, and I'm going to fatten these up. So all the vertex down here, let's fatten those up. And the same with this. Let's fatten it up. And go back to object mode before we move that. There we go. I'm going to make sure these are, yep, pretty level. Okay, does the cowling fit? Yeah, it does. And now it doesn't give us such a big gap between them. They could probably be a bit fatter still, but the big bolt is going to go through there, so that shouldn't be an issue. Right, let's put that big bolt in there. So polygons, and yet another cylinder. Get that so it fits. There we go. And now we want to punch it right through there. Okay, and I'll probably retopologize the front of this so it's in quads like we've done many times before, but I'm not going to make you watch that right now, so I'll do that in between the parts. And let's go on to the modeling toolkit, multi-cut, and let's cut out a washer for it here, like so, to stop it just kind of flopping out the hole. And let's do a universal scale, so click here and then here. In fact, no, universal scale is not what we want. We're going to want to just scale on X and Y, so that doesn't seem to want to for some reason. Let's try the red handle here. There we go. Okay, so that gives us the end of our bolt there, and as I say, you might have wanted to retopo that. In this case, I don't think it's going to make much difference. Okay, now let's look at getting a washer on this side. So multi-cut tool. And let's put one here and one here. That should be thick enough, and let's just extrude that out. So one and extrude, center it, and it should be, for this, the red pull out handle. Whoops, of course I'm going to have to go to universal scale and then hit the red one. Okay, so that gives us a big washer on this side. Now the problem we might experience is we've got a curved surface on this side. So depending on how you want this to look, now I quite like it, you know, the fact that it's just sticking out here like this. I mean, it shows that surface is curved, it gives a bit of accentuation. If you want to, you can make this a live surface. In fact, we can try it now. I mean, I'm quite happy with this look, so I'll probably end up using it, but just so we can go through the procedure once more. We'll make it a live surface like we did with the arm. So object mode, and let's make live, and then I should be able to come in here and select this edge. Okay, I'm gonna then just convert that. Edge might be fine, just pull back and slide, and that will then fully conform to this surface, which means if we bevel that out now, okay, it will have a connection with the surface, a bit like the same way we did with the arm. So when I smooth this and make that surface not live anymore, it'll get a much more closer contact with the surface. Now obviously we'll need to put some edge bevels in here to stop all this collapsing, but for right now that seems to be about right to me. Okay, so it's very easy to understand hinge joint. You know, you can see how this would pivot around and how this would move, and you know, this is now all one piece and it's conformed to this, if you are indeed a fan of that look. I think I kind of preferred it when it was just flat, but you know, horses for courses. This is design decision more than anything else. Alright, now let's look at getting some bolts through here. Now luckily enough we already created a bolt, so let's just come up and grab it, and I'm going to Control G to group that bolt. I'm going to W to move it. I'm going to center the pivot of the bolt, so center pivot, and then I'm going to move the bolt down. We're going to flip it 90. Whoops, hold J to lock the rotation. Come on. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to pull it down and I'm going to stick it through, just as a way of fastening this outer cowling to this leg. Also, it looks pretty nifty, I think, when you have the bolts coming through. So again, this is another one of those things that you might decide you like, you might decide you don't. Take these vertex and push them in until that washer connects there, and then we'll screw the nut back on like so, and we have a bolt through. Now in my case I would put a couple of, if I was engineering this, I'd have a bolt here and a bolt here too, so I'm going to do that. I will go in, select the last group we created. Okay, I must have ungrouped those at some point, doesn't matter. Control D to duplicate and move this down and across a little bit. Okay, oops, Control D again and over here. Now you might want to spend some time getting those into exactly the right position, and I'll have to take this one, take its vertex and shove it in until it, you know, looks like the washer is meeting the leg there, and same with this one. Okay, and then put the nuts back on. Okay, and that gives us a sort of connection between the cowling and the leg. So I'm going to just quickly do the beveling on this cowling. So we'll need all these outside edges. Whoops, got one I don't need. There we go. And we'll need the ones at the bottom, of course. And we'll need these windows so they don't collapse and they hold their shape. And last few windows, and that should be everything that needs to be beveled on this. Whoops, I think I just grabbed an extraneous edge there. I did. And one there. Okay, let's make sure we've got everything. We've got all the outside edges there. That's good. We've got that outside edge there. Missed this one. And make sure we've got all the windows. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Perfect. Bevel. Okay, so we just need a very small bevel. for this to hold its shape, and now that looks much better. I really like the look of these windows now. We kind of narrowed them up and gave them a little shape to them, and this cowling looks much better than the original one I designed, which was just straight. The bolts keep some connection between the cowling and the leg, and we'll need to come and do some bevels on this. So again, edge, just help it to keep its shape, and I'll want to actually select that inner edge there, which might be a bit tricky. Oh, I think I got it. Okay, and bevel, and let's get a smaller one. Okay, so let's smooth that too. That's looking a lot better. Okay, we'll need to do that, but we won't just yet. Alright, so I'm quite liking the look of that. It's a very obvious joint. If you want to see how this looks on both sides, by the way, there's a very easy way to do it. We'll just grab everything we want to see on the other side, press Ctrl G to group it. Now if we hit W, you'll see the pivot points exactly in the center of the grid. So all we have to do is edit, duplicate, special, and we'll need in this case X -1 in the X scale, which will just flip that around and mirror it. So duplicate, special. There you go. Now you can see what he looks like with both the leg pieces on. Okay, so it's possible you might want to make these outer cowlings a bit wider, but as they're not actually connected to anything, that's not really an issue. There you go. Which is another good reason for having a look at this. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to break this part now. I think it's been about 15 minutes so far, and when we come back we'll start on the sculpting for the lower leg. Okay, so thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at making this cowling and finishing it off. Now in between these parts I've done a little bit of work on it. I've just extended the top here by grabbing the relevant berths and pulling up, and I've done the same with the bottom, just so this has more of a gap between this and this curved portion. I've extruded our little washer thing here inwards a bit, so I can use the same decal here that we put on the head. And on the back side I've just gone in and done a few extrusions to make less of a flat shape. It's a little more interesting now. So realistically all we have to do is sculpt out this bottom leg, which is going to be about as easy as it was to sculpt out this arm, and that will give us a match between the top and the bottom, so it looks like it's all made in the same place, if you like. So let's just quickly add that. So I'm going to do this with a polycylinder. We'll get a thickness of 0.15, and there we go. And let's just scale this to approximately the right size. So get a kind of thickness and width you're happy with. We don't want it to be too much larger than this, although we do want it a little bit bigger. Okay, so that should about do it. Can always be adjusted, of course. Now, on the original, I designed these to be a bit like calf, so just fatter at the top than they are at the bottom. So let's give ourselves some geometry to work with by setting the subdivision height to 10. And then we can literally just come in and use the soft selection. Hit B, and let's give ourselves B and middle mouse drag to give ourselves a bigger brush. And let's do a universal scale out here. Okay, and I'm going to thin this up at the top, give us more of an ankle-like joint here. Okay, I'm also going to make this thing a bit thinner. In fact, I think I'll make that a bit thinner, kind of universally, like so. Okay, so we're starting to look pretty sculpted and in shape. Now we could probably do with being a bit longer, so let's just select these bottom verts and elongate a bit. And then all we have to do is create the dip in the front. So let's do that the same way we did on the arm. Select this edge and this back edge. Okay, and then just pull down. Might have the soft selection brush set a bit high. Okay, like so. And this will also need to be flared out a bit at the top so it fits in. Let's just flare this out, grab this edge here and then flare this out too. And maybe I'm going to have a little more pronounced downward angle there. So let's get that to where I can see it and just pull that a little bit. And I'm also going to take these two here just to stretch them out a little bit, give myself a slightly nicer shape. Okay, maybe I'll scale those forward without soft selection. Should probably get the verts here, but this is just a case of sculpting now until you get the shape you're after. I just want to bring that forward like so. Alright, let's have a look at what we've got when it's smoothed. So I can see here some pinching going on, probably because this edge, let's just grab this edge here and let's use the slide on edge tool. So mesh tools, slide edge, and let's just slide this edge down slightly just so we get, I'm trying to get a nicer division on the faces here. And then this one can be slid downwards, and finally this one maybe a little bit downwards also. And that should just get rid of that nasty line we had around there, and indeed it has. Okay, now of course I am going to take this edge and pull it down just a little bit, just to straighten it up a bit. There we go, that should be fine. Then I'm going to take this edge and this edge. In fact, before I do that, I want these to be circular. So let's just take both of those edges and pinch them in until they form a circle. Or, you know, near enough, because we're going to put a sphere in here to act as a ball joint when we do the foot. Okay, now let's select our edges to bevels, so we hold shape. Whoops, wrong one. Okay, and that should be all that's necessary for the bottom part of the leg. Let's just smooth that and see what the geometry looks like. Okay, that's not looking half bad. I think we will probably need to make that a bit longer than it is now. So again, not so difficult. Just select one of the bottom edges here, hit B, and I'm going to increase the size of the brush. For some reason it's not letting me, so let's try that again. No? Okay. Excuse me folks, my soft selection brush size seems to have stopped working. Not quite sure why, but we should have enough anyway. There we go. Just want to make that a bit longer and maybe shove it up a bit. Okay, so that should just about do it for the sculpting of the bottom of the leg there. Now it seems to me that we've made these pieces a bit too long, but we'll go ahead and fix them when we get the foot on and we can have a look at the proportions. In fact, in order to check the proportions, what I normally do is load in a sort of anatomically correct drawing. So let's go and grab one of those. So I'm going to go up to my image plane here and I'll just human proportions drawing, and I'm going to flip that so the arm is on this side. So we'll flip that, let's see here. And let's just Seems straight enough. Actually, I'll flip it. I forgot to hold J to lock the rotation. Make sure we get it right. There we go. Okay, now let's go into the front view and just check out the proportions of our character. So we're going to need to rescale this thing. And let's get his feet where our feet will be, which puts his arm about there. And we are looking pretty good. Obviously our head is much bigger, but our neck's in the same place. Our pelvis is about right, and our leg is maybe a tad too long, and the same with our arm here. But we're not aiming for exact human proportions. We don't really need to be massively precise. If you wanted to, you could push this back. In fact, I think I will have a slightly shorter arm on this. But that means now that we've got a slight problem here. So I'm going to cut out a couple of pieces of this. Hit B to turn off soft selection. And I'm going to go back to the perspective view just so I can have a look at what I'm selecting here. Okay, so I'll need this faces too. Delete. And then I can simply take this and reattach it. So let's go to separate. And that will separate that into two distinct pieces now. Now I'll move this one up to this one and simply reattach it. And that gives me a slightly shorter arm. Now that wasn't necessary, but I actually prefer the shorter arm and it is more in correct proportion. So we'll just select both these and combine them. And then I can simply go in and select the edges where they were cut, this one, and bridge across. And we have our model back together again with a shorter arm. Alright, so what we've got left to do is the hand, which we'll do next, and then the foot, and finally the jetpack. And we'll go over some techniques for creating wires and stuff while we're at it. So this was a fairly short part, but I think we've got everything we need. This is going to bend nicely, and in order to facilitate that, we should probably grab one of these bolts, or a couple of these bolts actually, before we go. And duplicate them, so Control D, and then just move them down. We want to see a visual representation of this leg being pinned to its support here, or at least I do. So there's that one, and we're going to have to move this one manually here. Get that in so it looks right. And on this end we're probably going to have to grab the verts and push them until they bifurcate the leg here, and then we'll have to grab that nut and pull it out so it's sitting back on the end of there. Same with this. Object mode. And I am doing this quite quickly. You might want to take a bit more time, as I've said, and get it a bit more accurate. But there we go. So that connects our leg with our support here. And I do like the way on this model that, as I've said before, you can see some of the mechanics. In fact, we can probably take this leg and raise it up a little bit more, just until it kind of hits there. Gives us a nice conjoining between the two surfaces, and maybe a little bit this way. Okay, let's have a look at that. Okay, perfect. So exactly what I was going for, really, and we're in proportion to a human being, which, you know, you're making a robot, so there's many reasons why it wouldn't be in proportion. But sometimes if you've got the arm, say an extra foot too long, an extra 30 centimeters too long, it'll just look a little strange. So I normally load in some sort of anatomy reference just to make sure that I'm within the ballpark. You know, so as I said, we'll come back and next we'll be doing the hand. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So I've simply switched out our image plane for the final hand that we're going to build, and this will consist of 3 of these fingers that go around in a kind of 3 claw-like mechanism around this, and this wrist will be attached here, and this wire will go then and connect to the arm up here. So in order for us to get a better look at this, I'm going to select all my geometry here. I'm just going to hit Control H to hide it, and we can now nip into the front view and start building this. Okay, so let's get to the front view, and let's start off with these fingers. Now these are fairly simple objects. They're just a cube connected on this side to a polygon cylinder, and on this side they're simply shaped in, and then they have thinner extrusions where we can see the fingers bend. So let's just start out with a cylinder we'll need and a cube we'll need. So I'll bring the cube up first, and I'll get this roughly into size and shape. So we're going to be about this shape really. Let's make that a bit thinner. Okay, now we need to attach the cylinder to the end. So let's bring the cylinder up and get it in position. Now we'll rotate this 90, and then 90 again, and this really isn't anything you haven't done before, so let's switch into perspective to take a look at this. Okay, so we just need to get this, and this is going to be a bit wide for a finger, so get that to sort of scale you're happy with, get this to the same scale, there we go. And now get it to a size. So we want just kind of a finger joint that comes up here. So let's scale this down until we get that. That's still a bit big. And that's going to be about right. So, whoops. And of course, when we universally scale, we took the width out as well. So let's put that back in. Okay, close enough. Right, so let's see how many faces we're going to take out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. No, that can't be right. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 faces. So this will need 6 divisions going along here. So let's do that again. You know, these things become easier to join if you do a bit of planning. Whoops. And there we go. So now I can join this to this. We're also going to need to shape this finger, so while we're at it, we'll put in some divisions going this way. Say 6 again, so 6 and 6. There we go. Alright, so as we've done before, take the 6 faces there we're not going to need, and make sure you don't have this selected too, and then take these 6 faces here you're not going to need. And we're just going to build one of these fingers and then duplicate it across to build the rest out of. So object mode, select both and combine them. Okay, I have at least, I must have clicked that twice. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I just clicked the button twice. So take the edge and take the edge and bridge. And there we go, we have a pretty good bridging. We are a little out of alignment, so I'm going to grab these verts and just push this down until it makes a bit more sense. There we go, that's a bit straighter. Okay, so that should do us for our joint here, and obviously when that's smooth that will give a more gradual translation. Now let's just grab the edge, hit B for soft selection, and my soft selection brush has started to work again, so that's good. And let's just come out here and scale this in somewhat. We're just looking for a slightly shapier kind of finger. Okay, and that will do for now, because we'll sculpt these fingers individually. Now, when these connect, we're going to see a little protuberance come out the back, so the connections look like the fingers are connecting together, and you can see once again the mechanics of how they work. So we'll come in and we'll put a couple of B to turn off soft selection. We'll put a couple of multi-cut lines in, so we can extrude out these faces to create that. But before I do that, I want to round the back of this thing out, and a nice simple way to do that is to take another cylinder, make it live, and snap this to that surface. So let's grab a cylinder here and just J to rotate it. Okay, and let's scale this in. Now I'm not actually going to connect these, I'm just going to use them as a live surface, and I want mine to be slightly elongated, so I'll push it out this way. Okay, and this should now work for us. So if I make this surface live by clicking the live button and taking all these vertex at the back and then snapping them. Okay, and that gives me this shape, which is pretty much what I was looking for. It's easier than manually, pulling all the verts back, and it can be a tad more accurate too. Now let's make that not live, and we're not going to need that, so I'm just going to shove it down there. And now we have pretty decent bend at the back. It might be a bit too small, so we'll take these vertex and scale them up. Okay, and I'm just going to grab this one, push it in a little bit, these ones, push them in a little bit, and these ones, and push them in a little bit, just so I get a slightly bigger curve, and I can take these ones out. Okay, whoops, missed one on the end there. Just straighten this one up a bit and pull it out. So we're about even, and that's kind of given me the curve that will be close enough for right now. Now let's just make sure that I haven't missed any vertex. No. Okay, now let's cut out here an extrusion, so this finger will be able to slot into this joint or this joint or this one. So we'll come and we'll hit extrude, go to the central extrusion, pull that out, select the verts, straighten it up. Okay, and now we have that. Now this is going to plug in to this joint here, so in order for that to work, we're going to need to take this joint, select this face and this one, and then we're going to extrude and scale these inwards. So click any of the scale handles so you can get to the universal scale tool, and we're going to scale those inwards. And that way, when I duplicate this object, which I'll do right now, I should just be able to plug this into there like so. Okay, now we've got a thing where you can actually see the mechanics where it pivots and rotates. You don't just have, two objects joined to each other. And for a final touch, we'll put a bolt through here. So this would be bolted, bolted, and then bolted, and it's got a joint to revolve around. Okay, so now we need this next finger, which is quite considerably shorter. We'll disappear into the front view just to get a look at how much shorter. And let's put that on X-ray. Okay, so grab these two joints here, and I'm just going to center the pivot on this temporary group. Center pivot, pull this one back to here. Okay, so this is far too long, and this is also far too long. So let's shorten this one up first. And to do this, I'll grab a series of verts. Just trying to keep everything nice and even. Okay, and we are about there. So as I've said before, I'm trying to do this quickly, but you can spend more time on this, Okay, there we go. So that one is about the right size, and I can just do the same thing here. Okay, that'll be this one, should be about right. There we go. Last little nudge. Okay, so that's got those into the approximate size we want. and they're joined together. Let's just turn the X-ray off. Okay, so let's join those together. Now we need to make the last piece. So to make the last piece, I'll duplicate this one like so, but we don't need a joint for the last piece. So face mode, and let's just lock that off. Okay, you'll need to come in and connect this back together because we don't want a huge hole in here. So I'll just take the edge and bridge it. So this one and bridge, and we'll have to put some edge loops back in. Just hit G to repeat the bridge command, or indeed G to repeat the last command you did, which in our case happens to be bridge. Whoops. Okay, now I'm going to have to put these edge loops in, so multi-cut from here to here on the bottom. Okay, it doesn't want to. Let's see. No, the multi-cut doesn't want to do it in one fell swoop, so hang on, I think Maya's just having a bit of a conniption. Let's go to object mode and let's just try that one more time. No, it's not having it. Alright, we'll have to do it a slightly different way. Okay, so instead I'll just hold control with the multi-cut tool and put an edge loop in here and an edge loop in here, which looks like it solved the problem, but it hasn't. If I smooth, you'll see some weird stuff going on, and that's because these vertex are not actually joined. So we'll have to go to vertex mode, grab these two, make sure you just have those two, and mesh, edit mesh, sorry, merge, and the same for the other ones. So just G to repeat the last command, and for these bottom two as well, G and G. And that's got that all nice and neat and back together. Smooth's no problem, smoothing, and we are smoothing. Okay, now we need obviously to have some bevels in here to hold the smoothing a bit better, but I think you've seen me bevel enough hard edges now to kind of get the idea. We're going to just take all these hard edges and hit bevel. Now I'm going to break this part here, and then I'm just going to use the sculpt geometry tool to get our fingers a bit more in shape. But we also need to pull out those finger pads on the bottom. So I'm going to hit face, and I'm going to grab a row here. Just make sure that hasn't selected any extraneous faces. And I'm going to extrude. I'll extrude downwards, and that will create sort of a, when we texture later, or in another volume, should I say, that will create something we can make look like rubber or a gripping pad or something. So again, extrude, and this one, and just extrude. Okay, in fact this one I'm going to have a smaller pad on, because I think it looks better, and also it will give this a better chance to lie flat on this surface here. Okay, so that would be our one finger about done. It needs its bevels and a little bit more sculpting to get the shape you want. I would have this one a bit flatter on the bottom, so you can just use the sculpt geometry tool to get the correct shape, and then obviously we'll just sort the pivot points out. So if I wanted to bend this piece, for instance, it could be as simple as moving its pivot, so hit insert to the center of this, like so, hit insert again, and now when I rotate, I'll rotate around that joint. So as you can see, we've got a functional joint that when we come in here we can actually understand how it works, which I like. So if you wanted to get your finger in a more of a pose, you could come in, and what you'll want to do is parent this one to this one. So just middle mouse drag this one into this one. This way, when I hit insert to move the pivot on this and move this pivot into the right place, and again I'm being very approximate, but you can use the orthographic views to be a bit more accurate. Insert again. This way, when I pivot this one will pivot also because it's parented to that one. So when we've built this, we will then parent this all together so you can come in and move your fingers around easily enough. Alright, so in between this part I'll do a little sculpting on my fingers here, and I'll add the bevels, again just to the hard edges, and we'll come back and we'll build this final part, and we'll do this wire, and then I'll show you how to duplicate these around so they become 3 fingers in exactly the right position. And in fact this method will allow you to do 4 fingers, 6, 10, however many you want. I picked 3, I think it looks nice, but again, down to you. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back in a moment when we'll continue to finish off our hand. Hi, welcome back. So in the break I've just used the soft selection to kind of sculpt this round a bit. I've also punched holes in the middle of these, which is the same way I've done it before. Just use the multi-cut tool to cut around the inside of the cylinder, cut the hole, then I've done the same on the other side, and then bridge the 2 holes. This just gives us a bit of definition when we put one of these cylinders in as a plug. Just makes it look a little better. And then for the end finger I've just selected some faces, extruded them inwards, and of course I've beveled the whole thing. So I'll show you the faces I selected for this end finger, and I had to put a couple of edge loops in to achieve this. So as we've done before to create the detailing on the chest plate and also around the legs, I've just done this, then extruded inwards like so, and then beveled around the outside. So let's just do that quickly so we can continue on. So nothing you haven't done a few times before in this tutorial really. It's just adding little details that hopefully go together to make a much nicer whole. As in the whole robot, not as in a hole in the geometry. Okay, so now we should have our edges that need to be beveled, almost. Okay, let's make sure we've got all those. Missed one, it looks like. There we go, got the corners. Did I get all these corners? Corners. Yes, I did. Now I can just hit bevel and make that slightly smaller. And when I hit smooth, I'll get that nice cut in this side, the same as this side. Just a little detail. Now, I would definitely cut the holes in these cylinders as well, so we can put these bolts through. It definitely gives a nicer feel to the whole thing. And then I've gone ahead and parented it all together. So what I mean by that is if I bend this finger now, you'll see the whole lot goes. If I bend this one, just the end one goes, and if I bend just the end one, just the end one bends. So basically we've got a finger root, which is this piece of geometry, and then parented to that. And to parent something, you simply click on it in the outliner, middle mouse drag it and drop it on there. That will parent it. So we have the finger root, which is this first finger piece here, and connected to that is, or parented to that, is finger joint 1. And then connected to finger joint 1 is finger joint 2. Now the bolt here is connected to finger joint 1, which is this, and the bolt back here is connected to the finger root, which is this, which means when I bend this, this bolt moves with it, and when I bend this, this bolt still moves with it. Just a nice easy way that we can move the fingers into position. Okay, let's continue. So really we're only going to model one of these, of course. We're not going to model all 3, we'll just duplicate around. So all we're lacking is this kind of ball and this wrist joint here, or what would be the equivalent of the wrist joint on a robot, or indeed our robot. So I'm going to jump in to the front view just so we can get some scaling out the way here. Okay, so let's just move this up. Whoops. And now I'm going to have to select the finger root if I want to move this. If I select all the pieces, it will start to get out of shape. So we're about on size there. By the time I move that back, yeah, so that looks about as big as the original piece I designed, so that's fine. Now we're going to take a sphere, and get it to roughly this size. Okay, and I'm going to flip it around because it needs to be joined to a cylinder, so it's easier to do that join if it's orientated with its ends that way, of course. So let's grab a cylinder and again flip it around. Whoops, I can't seem to select today for some reason. There we go. Let's get that about the size for the wrist. Done. Now we can go and connect those together. So let's see, how many faces will we want here? Or indeed not faces, but where do we want it to connect? Let's see where that goes in. So we'll take these faces here. So face mode, whoops, I've accidentally hit extrude, my apologies. Face mode, there we go. And we're taking these faces, I think. Let's just double check that. Let's delete those and let's move this inwards. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty good fit. So let's get rid of the other ones. And then we'll need to remove all these faces from here. In fact, a nice quick way of doing this, rather than just always cutting these out, is we can just go to the channel box and cylinder end cap divisions set to 0, and it will just be one big face. Then we can just get rid of that. Easy. Okay, so let's select some edges. These ones, and of course these will need to be combined before we can bridge between them. So combine and then select some edges. These ones and bridge. Okay, perfect. Very nicely joined up. So that was easy enough. Now we'll put these cuts in again by extruding some faces backwards. But we've got this little joint here, and this is basically just a half cylinder with a little bit of snap to surface used on this. So let's create a cylinder. Okay, and I'm going to nip to the front view to get that the right size. Okay, so by the time that's in half, that will be about the right size. Yep, there we go, perspective. Alright, let's get this thing in half. Now this is actually going to be a small narrow piece like so. And let's cut it in half. Okay, now I'm going to retopologize the center. So again, this is just as you've done before, really. Whoops, I got that one in the wrong place. Wait, doesn't want to. There we go. Done. Okay, because we don't want to do the back, we'll just insert an edge loop and cut off the back faces and mirror. Make sure I didn't get any ones I don't want. No, lovely jubbly. So object mode and mesh mirror geometry. Mesh, that was edit mesh, excuse me, mirror geometry, and we should be in -Z to mirror, -Z, there we go. Now we should be able to just take this edge out, we don't need it. Okay, wait a second, just scale this slightly thinner and select all these bottom vertex just to pull us out a little bit. There we go, scale in slightly so it's nice and straight. Okay, that might be a bit too much, this should do it. Done. Alright, now we have a kind of elongated one here, so I'm going to push that in so it becomes like so. and possibly scale it up a little bit. Let's go into the front view and see how we're doing. For scale, okay, that's almost bang on my original design, so that will do. Now we need to get it to conform to this surface, but we need to get it to conform to the surface where we want it to actually be. So let's grab our fingers here and let's go wireframe unshaded. I just want to see that center line so I can get this finger in place. Okay, done. Let's get this one in. Okay, we're going to have a problem here looking at that, because this finger wants to really match the actually the pivot for this is in the wrong place. So this might be alright. That might be alright when it's joined. We'll have a look at that in a second. So let's just snap these bottom vertex to this surface. Let's go ahead and make this surface live. Now sometimes you can do these all at once, as we've seen, and sometimes they can be a right fiddly pain in the backside. So select all the bottom verts and just move down and hope we snap on the surface. We did. Move that a bit straighter. You can then try and straighten up some of these individual ones a bit. There we go. It's actually not looking too bad. We might have got a bit lucky here with the snapping to the surface. Okay, just get that nice and straight. Looking pretty good. In fact, I think that's about it, really. Okay, now we need to bevel this thing in. And I've just hit bevel while I had the object selected, which has beveled every single edge, which is not a good thing. Okay, that seems to have got it, and bevel. Bit smaller. There we go. And Control D, let's just duplicate this across to see what that looks like. And that should be absolutely fine. Now let's grab this big old finger here and move it down to there. And what I'm worried about is when it rotates, I want to make sure I can get some rotation. This doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, completely even to this. That's not what we're about. What we're about is making sure that the rotation can actually happen in this mechanical configuration. So let's move the pivot point, hit insert to align the pivot point, and let's align that to the center of this. Hit insert again to go back to the standard pivot, and let's move this. Okay, that's easily going to clear the top of that. So we could try moving it a bit further down, and yep. Okay, that was what I was worried about, if we would, you know, bisect with this while we were moving the finger about, but it seems to be absolutely fine. So I would be able to maybe even move this a little closer, like so. Let's try that now. Okay, that goes to there. Oi, that just about clears. I might have to tweak it a tiny bit, but it's sort of within a millimeter, so I will adjust that in between the parts, I think. And that seems to be good enough. So now I can come in and bend this finger down, and then this one, and you know, we can get a kind of pose we're happy with before we duplicate the other fingers across. And that seems pretty decent to me. I'm going to make the surface not live. You'll see it's in green. That's just letting you know that you have a live surface. Okay, and that's looking pretty good. Now the last thing we need to build is this cover for the pipe work to come out, or the wires, if you like, because I wanted to actually connect the wire here from this kind of what would you call this, wrist piece into the actual arm. So it looks like there's some sort of circuitry and wires going on connecting one part of the body to the other. Really, I just thought it looked pretty cool. So let's grab a sphere and move this up. And this sphere is going to be cut in half, so let's do that first. Let's cut off the bottom half of the sphere, making sure. I don't think I did that very well. This is easier to do in the front view. There we go, the perspective can be a bit tricky. And let's cut off this. So basically you're left with 1/4 of a sphere. Get those little faces in the middle there. Now I need to extrude this out so it will have some thickness. So let's hit extrude and give it a thickness of say 0.1. 0.1 is enough. And let's go and scale it inwards slightly. There we go, done. Maybe backwards a bit. Nice. This is just the port for our wire to go in, and it's looking a little big to me. You know, we don't need that much wire. Still looking a little large. There we go. Before I snap this to the bottom of here, I'm going to duplicate it because I'm going to require one for the arm too, and I don't want to build it again. So we might rotate this a little bit. There we go. That's going to look better. Whoops. That's going to look better when we snap it to the surface. Okay, so make the surface live again. And grab these bottom verts. And we should really hope now that they all, that they all kind of snap into place and we don't have to do that thing we did in one of the first parts with the arm where we had to do them all one at a time. Okay, I think I've got them all. I do. And slide down. Hey, that worked perfectly. Very nice. Now let's get on with the beveling. So edge. Hard edges, of course. Bevel. There we go. And smooth. And we're good. So let's make that not live anymore so we don't accidentally snap stuff to it. Okay, and that's that one. Now, I'm going to take this whole thing and scale it to size. So to do that, I need to bring back my original geometry, which I have here that's been hidden. Whoops. Just Shift Select and Shift H to show the original geometry. So let's grab all of this stuff I've been working on, and just for the scaling purposes, are we still having a live surface there? No. Just for the scaling purposes, I'm going to group it. Okay, no, I'm going to have to move the finger root. Hang on, where is my chest as well? That disappeared. Right, okay folks, sorry about this. Let's just grab these pieces individually. I'm having trouble seeing what is going on. Okay, so this should be our bits and bobs. And not that one, not you. Okay, it's always the simplest of things, really. So Control H to hide that lot. This cube should be up there with this lot. This is what happens when you're not completely organized. And now let's take this and group it and then move the group. There we go. Easy when you know how. And then let's bring this stuff back. Okay, now this group, which will be our hand, can now be scaled into the correct proportion without the parent and everything else going haywire. Sorry about that. Some days things just don't go quite your way. Alright, now we're getting into more of a scale, and it looks like I've at some point twisted this finger. Let's just twist it back before I forget. And I'm going to center the pivot on the group. Okay, now let's get the hand at the size that we require. So bigger than this, I think. Just want to see that go into a wrist there. Okay, let's do a quick zoom out. And that should be about sizable enough, I would think. Again, it's one of those things that's not terribly difficult to alter later on. So this joint here, this cylinder here will need to be connected to this guy here. So let's rotate this guy. In fact, I mean, you know how to do this. Just take off the faces, take off this face and bridge across. I'm actually going to leave that until right at the very end, just in case I decide to do a bit of a rescale or any other tweaks. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this as a paw on this arm. So J just to lock the rotation. Get that 90 degrees, and that will this will be where the wires go in, and this will be where the wires this will be where the wires go from this hand to this. Now we'll also need to be able to drive those wires dynamically, which you can do with things like N-hair. There are other ways to do it. In fact, I'll be doing a full rigging companion tutorial to this one at some point, so I'll go over human IK and how to do that. But for right now, just to get the look we want, I'm just going to go ahead and put the wire in. So creating wire, fairly simple. We'll go into the front view to do this one. Okay, and we need a piece of wire that goes from here to here and has some bends and whatnot in it. We don't just want a straight line there. So I'm going to turn off the wireframe unshaded for no other reason than it just gets in my way. I think this looks nicer. And I'm going to go up to the curves and surfaces menu, and I'm going to select an EP curve tool, and this will allow me to draw a curve. So I'm going to start back here, and I'm just going to click and I'm going to draw some points, and you'll see this, I can kind of draw those points into a wire. And if you want to go back at any point, just hit backspace. So you can really draw whatever takes your fancy, whatever kind of wire you think would be appropriate. Okay, all you're going to do is connect this one to this one, hit enter. Now we've got that, let's move it into the correct position. So I'm going to center the pivot on it, which is modify center pivot, again if you don't have the shelf, and just make sure this is in the center of our port to receive. It is. This one will also obviously going to be tilted a bit, just to kind of match that lilt on the arm, and then I'll make this a live surface, and I'll select the bottom vertex of this guy here, and then I'll just snap them down again as we've done before, just to give it some connection with the surface. Looks like I missed a couple of verts here, and done. So snap, yes, perfect. Okay, so that's done that. Now we need to get some geometry where this piece of string is. So I'll take a cube, not a cube, sorry, that would be a bit ridiculous for wire, a cylinder. And let's get this up here. Okay, like so. And turn that live surface off. We don't want this to snap to a live surface. I'm going to just scale this to the approximate thickness that I want my wire. So let's see, it would be coming out of here, and I don't think it would be using up the whole thing, so let's just scale that back down. Get a nice pretty thin piece of wire here. There. I'm just going to move this back here, just so it starts around the front of the curve there. And I'm going to come in to the attributes and subdivision caps, none. So I get this nice one, big nice face. I'm going to select this nice face. I'm going to select this curve. And then I'm going to hit extrude. And divisions, I will need some, of course. So there we go. That wire though might be a bit thick, more like enough wire to cross the transatlantic. So again, we've got a bit of a scaling issue going on here. Let's just go to object mode and let's scale this down much smaller. And let's get it to the beginning of this so we can get it in the middle. There we go. Select the face, select the curve, and extrude. Divisions. Okay, that should be more than smooth enough. And let's hit 3 to smooth that. And we have got a nice clean piece of wire out of our ports. So into one port, out of one port into another port. Make these ports a bit smaller perhaps. They may have been a bit overly generously proportioned. And now I'm going to have to re-snap this one to the bottom of here, but that's not an issue. I shall do that in between the parts. Okay, and there is our wire connecting the arm to the wrist. So now if we look at the reference, there's a few fancy inlays on this, and this is flat. There's also an inlay on the wrist, so all of this is pretty simple to do. Again, multi-cut. We'll just, whoops, one here and one here. That's a bit fat. That will allow us to select the faces and extrude inwards. So click one of the scale tools and center this up and grab this one. Wrong one. Click the scale tool, sorry. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Can't see it. There it is. Right, there we go. And then of course you would want to bevel that. Now to make the flat front, flat, there's something you could try saying 3 times fast. We're just going to select this, control to vertex to vertices, and we'll scale it in till it's flat, a bit like we did with the eyeball really. Okay, flat, and then scale it back so it's rounded off again, and that does that. Now I think I've got a bigger division in here, so let's go to face and 1 and 1 and extrude, center, click here, grab the red handle, pull inwards, and that is a cut in there too. Now the end, it would be a shame if we just left it kind of very plain, so I'm going to take this one and this one and extrude and just extrude inwards. Just gives it a little bit more interest if you come past the hand here. So now we've basically got the hand in shape to be duplicated, and if I look here, of course I'm going to need to snap the bottom of this back to this, and I may need to resize this. You can have thinner wire, by the way. You can simply scale it. So if I hit R and I scale on, let's see, what would it be? Green probably. There we go. That'll make the wire thinner. So you can change the wire. You can also edit the curve still. So if I select the CV points on this curve, and I'll need to go into X-ray, you'll see here's the curve CV points. If I pull those, the actual wire will move too. So what would you do in order to, what you would do in order to make this dynamic is simply make this curve an N hair follicle and attach it to the model. That way when the model moves around, the N hair follicle will move around and the cable will move around. I'll be covering this in detail in volume 2 of this when we go over how to rig it and also how to do the dynamics for it. As you can see, for right now, this will allow us to get some different looking strands of wire, and this is perhaps razor sharp in one direction. So let's select the curve and control vertex. Let's select one of the vertex and just give it a twist this way and that way too. Because, you know, it's wire, it wouldn't be completely flat along one axis, or it probably wouldn't. Okay, so duplication, because we don't want to do this again, and also we want 3 fingers. So let's just smooth that for now. I'm going to select all the parts I want to duplicate. So it's this group here, and in fact I'm going to ungroup these. Okay, so these are now ungrouped. So let's get the parts we want to duplicate. And we want this one duplicated too. So there's all the finger design, if you like. That's the part that's going to be repeated. So once you've selected all those, Control G and call this finger group. Okay, so now we have a finger group. Now we can begin to duplicate. So the first thing I'll need to do is alter the pivot point of this group. So center the pivot point first, and then hit Insert, and we're going to move the pivot point down to the center of this. So again, easier with wireframe unshaded and easier from the front view. So let's get this in the center. Okay, done. That's in the center of this. And you know, this is because when we duplicate, we're going to duplicate around this pivot, so it has to be in the center of the thing you're duplicating around. Now let's check the left view and make sure that that is also in the center this way too. It is not. So hit Insert to just move the pivot and get it in the center this way. Alright, let's try that. We might need to do some manual adjustment, but we can have a look and see, and this should get us pretty close enough to the point where our adjustments are not too massive. Just pop my outliner and let's just make sure that that's on the standard move tool. It is. Okay, now select your group and edit duplicate special, and I'm just going to reset this. Okay, so we want number of copies 2. We want 2 more fingers. And rotate on this axis, X, we want to rotate 120 degrees. That will put 1 there and 1 there. Basically, it's just 3 divided by 360. And duplicate special. And there you go. A fingerless. So, you know, if you wanted to, let's just undo that. If you wanted to have, for instance, 6 fingers, we could go up to Edit, Duplicate Special, and we're still going to duplicate around the same rotation axis, but this time we'll go 60 degrees and have 6 fingers. So each one will rotate out 60 degrees. Duplicate Special, and give it a minute, and there you go. I have 6 fingers, which I'm actually quite liking, so I might keep. It'll be more difficult to rig, but it'll look better. So again, it's one of those horses for courses situations, but I think I will keep the 6 fingers. It looks better. It's something I not tried previously, but yep, looking good. Alright, now of course you'll have lost the parenting on your fingers, so you'll need to go in and reparent this. So finger root, which is finger joint, is part of finger root, of course. So finger joint 1 and then finger joint 2 is part of finger joint 1. So we end up with this: finger root, finger joint 1, finger joint 2. Finger bolt 2 is part of finger joint 1, and finger bolt 1 is part of finger root. So now I have a fully parented finger, so I should be able to rotate this. There we go, lovely jubbly, and then I can grab this one and come like this, and this one and come like this. So you're going to need to redo the parenting of your finger joints. Okay, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue for you. And that's only if you want to move them around, and really I would suggest that you rig this thing for that. As I said, I will be covering that in another tutorial. So there we go, one arm, and that looks pretty good actually. If I do say so myself, which is a tad immodest, I guess. So when we come back, we're going to look at the feet and the jetpack on the back. But, you know, if you got this far, give yourself a pat on the back. We are looking fairly good. And I will see you in a new part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we took a look at making our fingers here and our arm attachment and these wires and whatnot, and in this part I want to make our jetpack. Now I got quite inspired by this simple cartoon jetpack here. It's kind of a lot of fun, funky looking, and I like these little fins coming off, but also I wanted them to be able to remove the jetpack. I wanted to give him a little versatility, and I came across this 4-point racing car harness and thought it would be quite nice if we could wrap him in the harness and then attach the backpack to the harness. This gives us some more diversity with the character. He can either be wearing it or not. He can take it off when we animate him. This gives us a few more options than just attaching this directly to the back. So the first thing I want to create is this actual harness. Now in order to do this, I'm going to wrap a couple of cylinders around the body using the live surface. So let's go ahead and just prepare a cylinder. Now I'm only going to want one face for this, and I only need half the cylinder, so I'll come in and delete half the faces right off the bat. Okay, now I don't need any of these faces here. I don't need any of these. Really, we want a thickness of one face, so we'll come in and get rid of all these inner faces too. Done. So what we end up with is just this one kind of one face thick, if you like, object. There we go. So I'm going to scale this to about the width of this harness. So you can have it thicker or thinner depending on your need. This will work with either. Then we're going to pull it up here, and I'm going to get it into a position of a kind of racing harness. So it'll be one around the waist and one over the shoulder. So let's duplicate this before we do anything else, and let's come in and put this here. I'm going to rotate this down a little bit. I'm going to come up then and come in here, and I'm just going to get it roughly into the position where I want it. So actually I think I'll scale this a little so we can get it just slightly closer to the center of the chest, and then I want it not to bifurcate if possible. So there we go, this one's looking alright in the right position, and obviously we'll only do one on the left hand side. We'll then mirror it over to the right hand side. So this one's going to need scaling as well, because this is going to be a lot longer. And then let's just rotate this one into position. So this one's coming across the shoulder like so, and finally into the center. The center is where our buckle is going to be. So that looks about right. They would be kind of perfect to plug into the buckle, but we've got a big bifurcation there, so I'm going to make it a little wider this way. Okay, now snapping these to the surface, sometimes it just works perfectly and other times there's a bit of cleanup to do, so hopefully we'll get it work relatively easily, but if not, we'll do the cleanup. It's not difficult, just maybe a little time consuming. So let's make this surface live. I mean, you've seen this already when we did this to the live surface. It went smooth as silk. We just grabbed it all at once and pulled it down, and when we did this one, the first one we did, we ended up mucking around for quite a while. So hopefully this will be nice and painless. Grab all the vertices and just slide this, and that will slide on to the body. Now that looks pretty good, really. We've got a bit of uneven spacing here, but that's not too difficult to sort out, so I'm just going to press Q to go to the selection tool. I'm going to do this same thing, just select the vertices, make sure I've got them all, and then I'm going to hit move, and that will hopefully snap easily as pie to the surface. And yep, this one's pretty good too. So it looks like we got off fairly easy with that one. Now let's just scale these up a bit so they're not on the surface, just slightly off it. There we go, just a tad, and this one here just a tad, slightly off the surface. We want it to conform close, but we don't actually want it to be perfectly on there. Now, we've got a bit of a problem in this shoulder area, so let's go to the vertex, and we're just going to have to manually, after we make the surface not live anymore, we're going to have to manually adjust some of these verts. It's not really a big chore. Let's take these two, and we're going to have to move these up and out. Just going to get them so they're not kind of in there. So these ones will come up a little bit. Oops. Okay, so that looks fine. A bit wide here, and here maybe, and whoops. As I said, you know, the corrections you have to make, luckily enough in our case, are relatively minor. They can be a bit time consuming, but it's certainly a faster way than trying to do this manually. Okay, that looks about right to me. I don't actually want it perfectly 100% straight because it's material, so there'd be a bit of, you know, give and take in it. Okay, let's hit 3, make sure that's okay smooth, and that's okay smooth, and that's perfect. There we have both of our harness pieces. So that was relatively painless. Now, making sure not bifurcating. No, we're good. Now we just need to extrude this outwards to give it a bit of thickness. So I'm going to extrude it, and at the moment it's going to extrude into the body. So I'm going to give it a negative thickness of minus 0.1 maybe, and that might end up being a bit thick. Actually, if I come out of there, I'm going to have to unsmooth this just so I can check that out. And let's scale that a bit, because I think now we've, yeah, that is, you know, that's pretty thick for a simple material. So let's go back to the channel box, get this poly extrude face, and let's have a look here. Thickness, so let's try 0.03, and that's looking more like it. So there we go, that's about right. You'll notice it's black because, again, we have two-sided lighting turned off. So we know the normals are reversed, which is why I work with two-sided lighting turned off. Because, you know, reversed normals will give you problems when you're rendering, along with some other things. So all we have to do is grab this whole object, go up to Mesh Display, Normals Reverse. Okay, and then I just need to do the same with this one. So extrude and use the same value we used before, so we'll use minus 0.03, there we go, and click off object mode, unsmooth this, and we might have to size it up just a tad, just there we go, done. And of course reverse the normals, so Mesh Display Reverse. If you're on an earlier version of Maya, the reversing normals used to be in a menu called Normals, and we're going to have to put a bevel around this or some control edge loops. So you can do either one. You can just put a control edge loop in here and in here, and then we'll go for one here and one here. And now when I smooth, it stays pretty solid. There we go, as opposed to this one without any control edge loops, which will collapse completely. So you can bevel or add the control edge loops manually. It doesn't really make much of a difference in this case. So I'll just add these loops manually, as it's not really a big hassle. And we need to hold these edges in place. So 1 and 1. And the larger you put these, the further you put those away from the edge, the more rounded your geometry will become. So let's have a look at what we've got. What we've got is pretty good. Now I'm going to turn these a different color just so we can see them. So I'm going to assign a new material, and I'll just throw on a Lambert, and let's see, nope, disappeared. So let's just click it, material attributes, and I'm just going to make these a bit darker just so it makes them easier to see. So as you can see, those are pretty well conformed to that geometry. we've got a bit of a kink up here. Now you could come and move the vertices down if you wanted, and we've got a bit of a bisection here, so you can always, you know, just come in and do a bit of manual pushing and shoving about. But I will do that in between the parts, and besides, we're pretty spot on here. There would be a little gap here, I think, where they're stretched over this metallic shoulder, so I think we're pretty much all good. Alright, now let's talk about getting these things clipped together. So I want to create one of these T-clips, and I'm not going to actually fold the material over here. For such a small detail, I'd probably do that while I was texturing, to be honest. So I'm just going to create the T-clip, the T-clamp, sorry, not the T-clip, or in fact whatever you call one of those things that they put in seatbelts. Okay, so we're going to go with a nice big thick piece here, and I'm just kind of looking at this reference. I'm going to get this rounded thing with a hole in it, and you know, then we'll need to put a couple of edge loops in to extrude this piece out of. And there we go. So I'm going to do 1 and 1, and normally I'd measure this a bit better, but just for the sake of expediency during the tutorial, I don't have to make us all wait, but you might want to nip into the orthographic view and do a bit of measurement. Okay, and there that extrudes outwards, and I am really not liking the thickness of that, so I'm just going to thicken it up a bit. There we go, done. And now of course I'm going to need a hole in the center. So just go then and delete these faces, and that will give us our hole. We'll have to delete the back faces as well, and then bridge across these edges. Now hopefully I'll be able to do this in one fell swoop. All of these edges, all of these ones, and bridge, and then just change the bridge offset, and we should be good. And we are. Okay, great. Now I'm going to bevel this up so it doesn't completely collapse under its own weight, or again you could put in your own control edge loops, but in this case it's probably easier to just give this a quick bevel. So once again, all the hard edges, nothing you really haven't done before. And I think that should be the last of them. One missing there, one there, one there. Okay, that seems to have got it. Hit bevel, there we go. Don't need one that big. And let's hit 3 and see what this looks like when it's smoothed. So for our intents and purposes, this looks fine. It's going to be a very small piece, so you know, I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on it. I'm just going to make it a bit thinner at one end. There we go. Alright, let's move this into place and see if it fits in with our harness. It's a little big. I'm just going to duplicate it before I start moving it around, just so I have one in case something goes wrong. And I'm going to get that to the same sort of place as this. And it's still a bit thick. I want it to be able to disappear kind of into the buckle. And F to focus in on that particular piece. And then it's just really a case of rotating these into place, getting them to look like they fit on the end of the buckle, like so. And again, we're going to have to rotate this one a bit there, maybe a bit this way. And what I'll probably do is grab the vertex on this harness itself. So So let's grab these verts at the end here, and then I can narrow this down a bit. Hang on. Narrow this down a bit. There we go. And basically have a play with this until it fits. So let's see. Alright, so that's kind of working. That will pretty much do us. Let's just move this a bit forward. Okay. And as you can see, we're going to have to do a bit of tweaking here, because a good way of doing this, if we just take let's say a cylinder, just to help us with our spacing, and we give it 6 sides. Now let's rotate this around, hit J, and I'm going to rotate it around a bit more. There we go, and I'm going to move it up. Now with our harness, one should plug in here and one should plug in here. So we're not actually using this for the harness, we're just using it as a sort of a measuring stick to make sure that we're all good. So if I move this up and say that was the center of the harness, now as you can see we've got some spacing issues here, and where would I actually want my harness to come to? So there. So we've got some spacing issues here. So this is going to have to be moved a bit further back. So vertex, let's grab all these bottom ones, hit B for some soft selection, and just give this a tickle into place. Now, as I said, adjustment might be necessary. Okay. Whoops. And you can rotate also if you need to. And really I'm just kind of finessing this into a position where if I put this in, it would be far enough back to look like it's plugged in to the harness. So a good idea might be to get this in place first, and then, so there, that's kind of how I would want it plugged in, and then I can shape this to this. It's probably a better way round of doing it. So let's pull this out, push it this way, pull this down, turn off soft selection for a second, get that like so. And you know, there's really nothing revolutionary going on here, we're just doing a bit of placement. So I can see that this is a bit far forward. There we go. Okay, so that's pretty decent. Just make sure that's smooth, and that's smooth. So now it looks like we've got one in there. It's just a case of doing the other ones. So, you know, I would just mirror this across, and in order to get this one in, I'm going to rotate this again until this is on the bottom. So let's just hold J and rotate, whoops, got the wrong handle, excuse me, J, and rotate that until this is on the bottom, and this one would plug in here. So let's duplicate this and move it down and get this one into position too. It's easier to get the plugs into position than it is to get the belt into position relative to this thing. So, which is why I'm starting this way. It's easier to see the line here. Okay, that's about central. So now I know that my belt here is going to have to actually come back away, quite away in fact. And I'm going to hit B for this, just because it will be easier. Okay, this one is at a bit of an angle. And we want to get that back into the body there, and let's see if I can just move this back so I can get a better look at where I am. And as I said, bit finicky. Oops. Right, let's have a look at that. Close, but no cigar, really. So, once again with the vertex, and I'm going to hit B here, just to turn off soft selection a second, and B to turn it back on. Okay, how are we looking? Pretty good, really. So now it's a case of mirroring these across. Now, if you wanted to spend a bit more time, I would probably spend a bit more time wrestling this into place. But, you know, watching me push and pull this thing for the next sort of 10 minutes is going to be about as interesting as watching paint dry, folks. So I'm going to say this is accurate enough, and I may clean it up a little bit during the parts. Okay, yeah, and that's nicely bifurcated there. Okay, good. So we can see our little kind of clips. I'm still not sure what these are called, end of buckles. And they seem to be well on there. Okay, now it would be easier if our belt was a bit thicker, so you can always come in and you know, scale that a little bit if you wanted to, but for me this is about the right thickness. Everything seems to be pretty decent, really. If I just turn these a different color, because they are quite small pieces, there we go, we can actually see them now, and they will slot nicely into this. So an easy way to duplicate these across is to select them all, Control G, that puts them in a group, and you'll notice the pivot point is right in the center. So now it's a case of duplicate special again, come up over here, and we'll reset this and just make the scale -1, and that should do it. That's in X, so we should be good, and we are golden. Okay, now we just have to make a bit of a harness middle, if you like. Which shouldn't be too difficult for us because we're going to use the one from the picture. So really it's just a circle with a button in the middle, so you can pop the harness. But you know, just like so, we've got a fairly decent 4-point harness. We've got the little metal buckly dealies, and it goes around to the back. Whoops, we've obviously moved that a bit, but again, just go and rescue it by moving its vertex. For the love of Pete, there we go. And you know, you'll just have to pull that out a bit so it's not bisecting, and you want to go round and check just to make sure that you haven't, when we were moving it about, we haven't done anything you know, drastic, but it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think that should be about enough. Anyway, I will tidy up if there's any tidying up to be done in between the parts, but honestly I think right now we are looking pretty decent on that 4-point harness. Just the middle bit to go, and we'll design the rocket pack in the next part. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in a second. Hi, welcome back. So in this part I want to jump straight into the modelling of our jetpack to finish him off with our harness that we built last time. So as we're not going to need our guy right now, I'm just going to hide him, Control H, and I'm going to use a polygon cylinder just to represent these tanks. But I'm going to have an inner and outer tank. So I'm going to have a cylinder and a pipe. Now the pipe will be a bit too thick, so let's go into the pipe and go thickness 0.1. We don't need a very thick pipe, and then scale that out so it becomes visible over the tank. Then scale it to the same size as the tank, and then grab both and just scale them sort of proportionally to how long we want the tanks. Now we can change that. The reason for the inner and outer tank design is because I want to give this kind of a point, a blunt point, and I want to have a little nozzle like design coming out the bottom here. And also because we have on our little fella that we've made a design where we have sort of the curves in the arms and the legs, I'm also going to take the sides of this tank and pull them upwards. So in order to do that, we'll need some subdivisions on the height. Now I'm just going to arm symmetry mode on this. So before we do any moving, let's come in and go symmetry settings on across the x-axis, so this one. And this way, when I select a vertex, the relevant vertex will be selected on the other side. So if you can see the other side there. So when I select this one is selected, and then when I hit B, I can move them both up, and we'll get that sort of design that follows the same as we have on the arm and the same as we have on the leg. Just a way really of keeping it all together, you know, adding a bit of continuity if you like. So B middle mouse drag to make this a bigger selection. No, too big. So I can probably select the front and back verts too and pull those down so we don't just squash the geometry too much. And there we go, and then I'll just grab these bottom verts because I want this to come out of the bottom here. So that's done, and that just allows us to add and incorporate a little design element from our robot into our jetpack too. Okay, so when that's smooth, that'll just be a nice edge up here. Now we need to put on this fella a both a blunt point and a rocket motor, a kind of exhaust port. So let's get on and put the blunt point on there. Now to get a blunt point, we're going to need to put an edge loop in here. So I'm going to use the multi-cut tool again, and I'll hit B to turn off soft selection, and I'll just go around at 50%. So I'm holding shift to snap that now. And last one, and return to snap that into place. Now I can select the edge and make it any size I want to, really. Now the scale tool, you notice it didn't appear in the middle. It's because we still have symmetry on to turn it off. Okay, and when I select the edge again, you'll see it's in the middle, and now I can make this bigger or smaller. So I'm going to convert this selection to vertex, so control to vertex to vertices, and I'm going to pull it up. I also need the one in the middle, of course. Okay, and now I'm going to pull it up, and when I smooth that out, you see I'll get a very blunt point. Now we'll need something to hold the edges, but we'll take care of that in a minute. So there's our blunt pointed rocket, and now I want to create this little exhaust thing. So once again, we're going to end up cutting around the bottom of this thing. So I'm going to hold shift to snap, and I'm going to come in at 80%. It doesn't matter, this will just be the thickness of our exhaust. Sorry, we've cut a lot of these cylinders during the course of this tutorial, so I'm sure you're very familiar with this procedure. And this one, extrude downwards, just make the nozzle, extrude, straight down. And we want to flay this out, so let's come in the center, tap one of the scale handles, and then universally scale, and just flay that out. Maybe a tiny bit more. In fact, that would be inwards for a rocket nozzle. Sorry, got my stupid hat on, obviously, because you're going to want to focus the force, of course. And there we go. So that gives us a little nozzle down there and a blunt point up there, at least it will when it's smooth. So that's pretty much all I'm going to do to these tanks, apart from bevel them so their edges hold up. So let's just duplicate this one across. because we're going to want two. Okay, so that creates two jetpacks for us, and I'm going to get some sort of backpack for him. Sorry, a sort of, I don't know what you call it, probably a heat shield while the rockets are going off, so he'll have, you know, some protection. Also, it will look better strapped across his back. So let's get that so it's basically just wider, just a little bit wider than our rockets. Okay, and we can get this a bit more exact in a little while. For right now, I just want it approximately correct. And I want a little shape to it. So I'm going to put a edge loop here across the middle. Just hold shift to lock it in place. And I'll select these vertex and scale inwards a bit. When we smooth this now, it will have a much more organic kind of feel to it. I'm also going to put an edge loop up the back. This will allow me to conform the shape a bit better to the back of the robot. Now, speaking of which, let's bring our robot back and get this thing scaled up, and then we can put fins and whatnot on and see what we can see. So I'm going to select the whole lot, press Ctrl G, I'll call this group jetpack, and I'll bring this back. So Shift H, sorry, to show this selection. Let's grab the group, and we're going to move this into position and get it scaled. You know, we might have to adjust the thickness of the tanks or the height, but that's all relatively easy to do right now. Okay, I'm going to also hide this reference picture because we don't need it anymore, and grab a jetpack group. So I'm going to turn on wireframe and shade it because I want this jetpack in the center of the body here. So wireframe on shaded, and that will allow me to come in and line the center line of this backpack thingy with the center line of the robot. There we go, nice and easy. And let's move this up and see how we're doing for scale. It's probably a bit long. Yeah, it's definitely a bit long. So let's take the vertex on the top and the vertex on the bottom and just scale inwards. And it should be higher up on the back, I've just noticed. So, and again, this is quite a matter of personal preference, how big you want your jetpack. Me, I'm pretty childish, so I'll probably go for quite a big one. And this cylinder and this cylinder outwards a little bit, this one and this one outwards a little bit. Okay, and we're looking pretty good. That's a pretty large expanse of jetpack on there, so I'm happy. Now, I want to shape this to the back a little bit, so that means pushing these this way and pulling this one this way. So grab these vertex and pull it outwards. Just give it a little shape. And grab these ones and push them inwards. Okay, so let's just contour this a bit more. Now, if you wanted to, you can also make this backpack dealie a live surface and snap this to it. Now, for me, I probably wouldn't bother for the simple reason that, you know, you're not really going to see it that much once this is conformed a bit more to the body. But, you know, between the parts, I may take a few verts from here and just snap them to here so nobody notices that they're not actually joined. So that's looking pretty tight to the body now. You don't want it too tight. Just give it a little form. Okay. Now, I'm going to start beveling this backpack so I can see what it looks like smoothed. So I'm just going to hit the lazy man's bevel because there's only 2 extra edges in, so this should be actually fine. Alright, so there we go. Now, I reckon that could do with being a bit thicker. It looks a bit flimsy. So I'm just going to go back until that bevel is off. I'll push 1, And let's see, just select the 4 back faces, and I should just be able to move these out till that's a bit thicker. There we go, that looks a bit more like a proper bit of heat shielding now. So I'll do the bevel properly this time. As there's relatively few edges that will be hard on here. Okay, there we go, and bevel. So nice big bevel, smooths out nicely. There we go. It's a bit more substantial now. You know, it's supposed to be heat shielding, so I'm quite happy that it's a bit bigger. It might be a bit big across though. Whoops, let's just scale it in a little bit. And I think the thing to do now is to take our rockets and move them out a bit and in a bit until they're just kind of sitting on there nicely. Same with this one, out a bit and in a bit. And again, as I've said a few times now, I'm not too precise here because I don't want to take up too much time in the tutorial with just kind of moving things into place. But in between the parts, I'll go into the orthographic views, the front and side, and double check that, you know, everything is in place. So now we've got this, let's smooth out this and see what we can do about that happening. So let's bevel across here. And before we do that, let's grab this edge too, so hold shift of course, this one and this one and this one. That makes up our rocket nozzle and bevel. Now I'm going to want a very small bevel on this, there we go, and let's see what that looks like when it's smooth. Well, that's pretty good. Now I do have one complaint, which is this is not nearly big enough. So let's grab some verts and give it a yank. That's much better. I like my rockets more pointy. Again, that's going to come down to how childish you are, I think. Right, we can just delete this one actually. Now we've seen that it looks okay on there, and Control D to duplicate this one and just move it across into place. And I think I'm going to move this one in slightly. And this one out slightly. I'm just using this center line as a guide at the moment, and that seems to be about good. Now I want to have some connection between these rockets, so I'm just going to put some small pipes in. Okay, I think that's straight. Yeah, let's just make that very small and scale it up a bit and move it into position. I'll probably put a couple of these in so it looks like they're kind of holding our rocket packs together. Now you can go to the trouble of course of let's just move these in and make the surface live, and then we'll select these vertex here and we'll just snap them to the surface. There we go, done. So we'll do the same with this vertex. Let me scale this first, otherwise we'll end up with all sorts of problems. Right, grab the vertex, there we go, and W to move and just snap them to the surface, and now make this surface live. So one click will make that surface unlive and one will make this one live. Vertex and snap them, and again same with this one. Okay, what happened there? Alright, let's just make that surface unlive. I think what's happened is my vertex were actually bisecting the whole piece before we started, so just hit R and scale these back to the right size. Then we can make this live. Vertex and snap them. Now that looks pretty decent to me. That'll just stop it looking, you know, like we cheated and punched through the surface. Sometimes it's worth cutting a hole in the geometry, and sometimes for tiny details it's just not. But again, I'd have to leave you to decide hang on, let's see, I've got those edges and bevel, no, because I've got this object selected, which is idiotic, and I've got that object selected. I'm just not winning today. Alright, so that's a pretty decent amount of bevel. Let's smooth that. In fact, I want that bevel smaller, and for some reason my bevel box hasn't turned up, so I'll just have to go into the channel box. There we go, that's opened it up. And 0.2 should do. Let's grab the edges on this one. And bevel. They had on Maya 2015, when they introduced this modeling toolkit, it would simply repeat the last thing you'd done. So if you put a 0.2 bevel on, the next bevel would also be 0.2. They seem to have ditched that in 2016, and I've just gotten used to it too. So there you go, there's one gripe. Okay, so now we have that backpack done. So let's just go to the normal shading, make sure we're not missing anything. We are indeed missing something. These are not smooth. So a quick smooth up of the edges. You know what I'd also like to do? We've cut these sort of shapes here which match these shapes on the leg and also these shapes on the arm, but on the leg and the arm we've got a little indentation groove. I'd also like to do one of those, just again to help marry these together. So let's use the multi-cut tool. Come in, put one here, and I could just duplicate this across, but this is really no big hassle to do, so I'll put one here. Face, and extrude, center, and we should be able to grab the red handle. Nope, green maybe. Yeah, green, it should be fine. And just pull that in a little bit, from probably a little bit too much. There we go, that should do it. So let's just select all our hard edges now. Quick bevel. Very small bevel, which is what we wanted. Okay, let's smooth this up. Okay, so now we have kind of a lip cut into here. You might want to cut one around the top as well. I probably will. And oh yes, I forgot. Of course, we want some fins on this thing. I've been looking at it thinking something was missing, and it is indeed the fins. So let's cut this decorative edge in the top as well then while we're here. So I'm just going to multi-cut here and here. Grab this face and this face, extrude, center it up. Where is the center handle? There it is. Click on here and pull this inwards. That's not inwards, that's outwards. There we go. And I'll just bevel these two edges as well. Actually 4 edges, because we've got the inside ones to do. Whoops. Okay. And there we go. So that gives us yet another connection with the main body with these wavy lines. Now we will just duplicate this one across because there is no point doing that twice. I'll just center the pivot and get that one into position. And I'll line that up perfectly in between the parts. Right, but let's create some fins. So I'm just going to create sort of one fin here and one on the back, just small fins. So we're just going to use a polygon. Let's see, let's use a cube. And I'm going to get it to approximate scale. So our fins, they wouldn't be very thick, maybe about this thick, and we'll taper them at one end. And that's a little big. I just want a little rocket fin. which I actually almost forgot. So first we'll need a basic fin shape. So let's just move this down and across like so. And that gives us a very basic fin shape. Then I'm going to want to jump it up down here. So I'm just going to arch it, which will give it a little arch, and that's pretty much all I'm going to do. I'm going to grab these and scale them together so they taper. In fact, let's grab both of those. There we go, just make it a little thinner, and probably all of these verts too, and just taper them in as well, just a little bit less. There we go, so we get like a nice straight line there. Okay, now if we just hit bevel, we'll be able to see what this looks like when it's smoothed, and it looks like a little rocket fin, or at least it looks like the little rocket fin that I want. Now you could, if you wanted to, come in and grab these kind of verts and start playing around with the shape to get the shape that you're comfortable with. But to be honest with you, I quite like what we had before. So there you go, fairly cartoony style fin there. So duplicate that across, E to rotate it, J to lock the rotation. So we've got a couple, one for each side, and again you can snap it to the surface, but it's a pretty flat surface, so it should be okay. Okay, is that actually straight? No, it's not. There we go. That looks pretty decent. Okay, you might want to spend a bit more time shaping those. And I think where we pinched it in, it could do with a bit of finesse. You know, the scene files for this will be available to you, of course, in the project folder. So if I do any tweaking, you'll be able to have a look at it. But really, I think this is pretty decent. I'm going to make these ones a bit smaller. And let's get them to follow this curve. So Control D, and just get that. Again, I'll have a proper clear out in a second. Okay, now this one's not fully bifurcating. Yeah, and you know what, I think when I scaled these inwards, I've gone a bit harsh with these vertex down here. I obviously didn't select all four at the same time, so we're seeing quite a bit of pinching, which should be a case of just getting these back into shape a little bit. Or, you know, with a shape like this, it might be easier. There we go, that should be better. I mean, you can always start again. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's better from the side, so you can see the creasing I was talking about here. So I'll just reduplicate this one over and make sure we have a good one. Now the fins are on. I'm not actually liking the how far apart this is, so I would probably come in and move this whole thing a bit closer together. You'll see what's happening here. Can't move it like that. Control G to group it, center the pivot on it, and just shove it further in, and then I will probably do the same with its little mate here. Okay, until I found sort of the look I was happy with, but I'm kind of digging that right now. Okay, so find a scale that you like. Maybe you want longer, thinner, fatter, shorter, bigger fins, smaller fins, no fins. I mean, it's entirely up to you. I quite like this sort of blunt-headed, rockety bullet look, but again, down to you. And I really like the 4-point harness, meaning that, you know, you can either have him wearing this or not. So in the next part, we'll come and we'll have a look at making the shoes. Now the shoes will be purposefully simple, so we won't take too much time with that. They'll be fairly nice looking, but they won't be overly complicated. And that will bring us pretty much to the end of this volume, of this tutorial. There is one last part I'd like to make after that, which will just be cleaning up this mess we've got here in the outliner, parenting some objects together, and I'm going to show you how to put him in a simple pose and how to get this kind of neat and orderly, and also a few other bits and bobs that we might look at. Now I might take the faces from here, for instance, and extract them as we've done before, so not extrude but extract, and that way I'll be able to rotate this during animation and he'll be able to put his antenna up and down. So there's a few things that we're going to look at, but primarily next part will be the shoes, and then there'll be a final cleanup. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this part, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in this part we're going to look at finishing up our model, and all we have left to do really is the foot. And as I said last time, we're doing a rather simple foot. It's got the same shapes in it as the legs and arms have those, so it all fits nice with the continuity. And of course we'll put a bolt in here so you can see the fastening mechanism. Other than that, we've got a couple of very simple toes that we'll do actually a little more shaping on before we're done. But right now I just want to build this basic base shape. So it starts with a cylinder with an upwards extrusion to form the ankle. So we'll just bring in a cylinder here, and we'll get it approximately the right size. We can do the fine tuning later, it doesn't have to be precise, but just get it in sort of the ballpark. There we go. Now I'm going to use an elongated cylinder just to give the foot a bit more of a dynamic shape rather than just a circle on the bottom there. So before I do that, you'll also notice I've got these holes cut in where the feet would actually, the toes if you like, would actually slot in. So I'm going to use more geometry than is available to us here, more subdivisions. So I'm going to come in and change the subdivision access to say 44, and that will give us a lot more subdivisions. Now before we can start cutting in this and doing anything with it, elongating it and adding the extrusions, we're going to need to cut all the way around this as we've done before with the multi-cut tool. So just come in, hold shift and cut round about 50%. Now I'll just pause while I do that because it will take a minute or two, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so that's been cut round. Now I need a couple of edge loops to extrude the ankle upwards from, and another edge loop so this cut doesn't happen right at the beginning of the ankle. So now we've cut one, we can just come in with the actual tool itself and place some in. So there would be room for extruding an ankle, and there would be room so when we cut the holes in the front here, we're not at the base of the ankle. Now before we go any further, we could turn the middle of this into quads by just deleting every second edge. And I've got multi-select on, so I'm just going to go into edge selection. Whoops, there we go. And this is one indication of why it's good to keep your geometry fairly low poly while you're working, because obviously the more of this stuff you have to deal with, the longer everything's going to take at the end of the day. So now let's put a multi-cut in across this thing. That means I can just cut it in half and mirror the top and bottom, so I don't have to do that again. Just make sure that's nicely in half. Yep. And we'll need to mirror geometry in -y. Okay, -y, there we go, done, and we should be able to just cut out this middle edge loop. Okay, right, so now we've got the same on the top and the bottom. So the first thing we'll do is extrude out the ankle. So I'll take this row that we've got here for the ankle, and in fact, before we do that, I'll just elongate this a bit, just so I get a slightly more pleasing shape for a foot base than sort of just a round shape, a completely round shape. So again, let's take this, double click next to it, this will be the ankle, so let's just extrude straight upwards, and we've got an ankle shape. Now you'll notice on mine that I put together here the kind of the prototype shape. It's got the same curve in it that we've done for the arms and legs, but this is really no hassle. We're just going to select some vertex here and some vertex back there and curve it in. So we'll select these front two and these back two, hit B for soft selection, W to move them, and just pull them down. And then we can go around the side and grab these and pull them up until you get the sort of curve that you're happy with. You know, I just want it to match the rest of the legs and the arms, really, just to give a sense of continuity to the whole model. Alright, now we'll need to cut some holes for these toes to slot into. So as you can see, we've got two at the front. So we're going to go from the front, 1, 2, 3, 4 probably, and 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems about the right place for them. They could be a bit closer together than that, but I think that will be about right. So hit B to turn off soft selection and come in, and we're just going to delete these faces. Okay, get rid of them, and then we'll need to bridge across to close up the hole. So select those edges, hit bridge, and it won't do it all in one go because I haven't selected the bottom edges that we need, and done. So we're going to bridge this edge, this one, and finally this one, and bridge. And there we go. Now we've got two small holes cut in the front ready to accept those toe joints. So let's make a couple of toes. So we've got here a cube. Let's come down here and get this to the approximate size we need. Okay, and let me move this into the middle of here, just so I can get a better look at its scale. Now we want it to be about the same width as the overall ankle, and it should probably be like so, and this is maybe a mite too long. Okay, so we now have to scale that again for the front toe, Control D to duplicate it, pull it out here. Now we'll need to get this obviously into the correct position for the slot, but we'll do that in a second. So I'm going to use a multi-cut tool to cut across here. And when I conform the back of this to this shape, then I will obviously need this edge so it tapers in but leaves the front quite fat. So I'm going to hold Control and I'm going to lock this till it's at 50%, and that gives me 1, and then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to lock this, let's see, 1, 2, there we go, 1, 2, and no, that was not accurate. Let's try that again. Okay, that'll do it. So I'm going to want this to now extrude backwards this way. So let's delete this center edge that we just used as a spacer, and then we can take this face here, extrude it backwards. There we go, and that will be the point that goes into this hole here that holds the whole thing together. And then from there I'm just going to delete these faces so we create a hole. Done. And then of course bridge across the edges. And bridge. So that creates us the hole for this piece to slide back into. So let's come in and add some edge loops to this piece. Now this is far too long to be the bottom toe, so let's get that to approximately the right size, and then I can add the edge loops just based on where they are here. I'm going to make them slightly smaller. And done. And then of course it's just a case of taking this back face and extruding. So extrude that back into the gap, and there we have it. So let's sort of join those together. Now this still might be a bit long, but you know, with such simple geometry it's very easy to kind of self-correct. And I'm going to make these points at the front here narrower, so select the section of vertex and these ones, and I'm just going to narrow that in to give it a more interesting shape. And I'm going to make it a little smaller along the front too, again, so it has more of a shape to it. And then I'll put the edge loop in here, and this will allow me to make it a bit narrower across the top too. So from the front view we'll come in and we'll have it slightly narrower here and the same here, so this one and this one slightly narrower across here, just so it has a more pleasing shape. And I'm going to do the same thing with the back also. So let's put an edge loop in about the same place. Let's make sure they came in at the same place. So I'm going to go to object mode, and they didn't, so I'll need to grab this edge and just hit slide on edge after I turn on wireframe on shaded so I can see where this kitty is. So mesh tools, slide edge, and let's grab the middle mouse button and just give that a slide until it's in the same position as this one. And then I can come up, select this vertex and this one, scale them in. Okay, till they're about right. You want them a little bit bigger so it creates a little bit of a lip. And then at the back I'm actually going to leave them where they are. In fact, no, let's taper them as well, thinking about it. So grab all those 4 back ones, not this one, and scale them in just a little bit less. It's just going to create a nicer shape for us. Okay, so this is basically our toe. Now, if you wanted to do something in keeping with the design that we already have, you could cut some lips into this, as we've done along the torso. Let me just turn the wireframe unshaded off. So at a lot of points in this model we've cut, these lips in the armored pieces. So here, here, here. I believe there's one on the leg too. There isn't, but so I may cut one just by extruding some faces inwards. And I may cut a lip around this somewhere, just again to give that whole sense of continuity. But for right now, I'm going to take this. It's looking pretty decent, so I'm going to duplicate it and we'll get it into position. So I'm going to select these both pieces and group them. And then I'm going to get them into position here and just do a quick test of what they actually look like. So I'll need to center the pivot on the group. Okay, and let's pull them in and make sure that we could live with the position. Now, I don't want them to be kind of out here like so. This would be too far out in my opinion. So how I'm going to correct this is I'm going to get them to where I want them, which would be around here. And then I'm going to actually pull this out so I can see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to actually modify the geometry of this hole to get the hole to meet the post. So again, wireframe unshaded, it will be easier to see. And I'm going to come into vertex mode, and I'll need to make sure when I select them for the hole, I select both of these. So let's just move this one like so, and then both of these ones out here, and then I can move this one up, and this one out, and finally this one out. And I think when I move this one, I did what I told you not to do, which was not to forget to get the bottom piece as well. Okay, so that will be about correct, I should think. Yep, so that now looks okay. I might go in and straighten up some of those verts a bit later, but for right now that should be alright. Now I need to obviously have this conform to this, so make this surface live, take this one, vertex, come up here and hit slide backwards, and that will conform it to our surface there. So that's looking fairly conformed and fairly decent. So let's unmake the surface live, take this, just pull it out a little bit. There we go, just so I can more see that hole. And I might take these vertex here, these and these, and scale inwards a little bit, just so the division is obvious in the model. And maybe they need to come backwards a bit too. Oh, yeah, I should think so. That's a bit of a large gap we've got there. So just push these in a little bit. There we go, done. Now you can take some more time and get it a bit more accurate, but that's looking pretty good for me. So this will make up the basis of our foot. I'm going to leave you to do the second one, and obviously you can make these toes a bit fatter, a bit thinner, you know, however you like. And I'll be back for the last part when I just want to go over some scene organization and also some parenting techniques, so we can put this guy in some sort of rudimentary pose, you know, so he's not just standing around with his arms here. We'll also go over the mirroring once more, and you know, how to get rid of all the history on these objects. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So I finished off the foot here, and I've just tapered it inwards slightly, which I've done simply by selecting all these top berths and using the scale tool to get a nice taper on it, just to give it a slightly more interesting shape. I've also cut here some grooves, which I've done again by just selecting some faces and extruding inwards, and I've done a groove here and a couple of grooves on the toes, just the insert edge loop tool to insert some extra edges, and then extrude downwards on those faces, and you get like so. Now there's one thing I want to go through before we go any further, and that's just a bit of scene organization. So to end this tutorial off, I just want to go through how I'm going to organize my scene, how I'm going to pivot things, how I'm going to parent things together, and how I'm going to alter some of the pivots. Now this will allow you to get this chap into sort of a basic pose. It really is no replacement for a rig, and it's no replacement for putting a skeleton in, which I will be going through in a separate tutorial, which will be out at the end of this month, so the end of June 2015. You'll be able to find that on the site, when we'll cover human IK and creating a control rig for this chap, so we can actually do this properly. But for right now, I just want to slap some organization on this big mess. So I'm going to work predominantly with this left leg. So I'll walk you through how I parent this leg together so we can do basic movement with it, and then I'll leave the rest to you. I'll actually provide a scene file where I've done it all, but just on screen here I'll just go through this one component because the others are going to be done the same way. So let's go isolate selected on this. So let's just view selected, and you'll also notice I've changed this ball joint here, which I've done by grabbing its vertices around the ball joint. Then I've hit W to move them up, and then to get them back straight I've just rotated them round until these lines straighten up. I just thought that this was a nicer configuration than having the whole thing come flat straight out from the body. Alright, now during the course of modelling we've grouped some of this stuff together. We've frozen the transformations on a few bits. I think I've maybe deleted some history here. So let's get this nice and organized, so when we either rig it or hand it off to somebody else, so they know what's going on. So if I open up my left leg group, you'll see I've got some things that have been parented together. So let's unparent those, just middle mouse drag them out like so, and I've got some things that have been grouped together. So again, I'm going to move these things out, and now I've got an empty group that I don't need. So I've still got some parented information here, so let's again ungroup and unparent. Now it could be that some of those groups were quite useful, but I really prefer to start from a kind of blank slate, if you like. So just delete this empty group. Okay, so that's got us back to a leg with no grouping and no parenting. So right now I'm just blank. So this will be a left leg root joint for us. When this joint moves, the whole of the leg will need to move, obviously, as everything is attached to it. This will be our lower leg joint. When this moves, the whole lower leg will move. So let's move those up just so we've got them at the top. And then we're going to need a foot joint, which would be this one, left foot joint. So I've already done some renaming here, and generally I would rename all of my components so the next guy along the line will know what's going on. But let's just start to parent these together. So my left leg joint, first of all, it's going to be connected to here. Let's unselect the joint itself. This is going to move when the joint moves. This is going to move. And these are not really joints, I've just named them joints so I know that these are the parts that I'll want to be rotating. And as I said, this technique is no replacement for a proper rig. It's simply a quick way to organize. So I'm going to hit Control G to group this stuff together, and I'll call this left leg upper group. And now I can take this left leg upper group and parent it to the left leg root joint. There we go. And now when I select that left leg root joint, the whole of this upper group is selected. So if I was to come in and rotate this, the whole thing would rotate. Now, of course, we're going to need to put the pivot point in the right place, which currently it is not. So I'm going to drop into my orthographic views. I'm going to hit F to focus on what I'm looking at. And I'm going to look at this top one. I'm going to isolate selected. Okay, and then I'm going to need to move this into the center. So I'm going to hit Insert. I'm going to move it back this way. And I'm really not going to spend too much time on this. So let's just get it central to the object, because as I said, to get this to animate and whatnot, we will need to rig it. This is more of an organizational hierarchy that will allow us to do some basic poses. So let's go back to perspective. There we go. Okay, and my mouse is playing a bit silly buggers today, excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. For some reason the Alt key on my keyboard keeps getting stuck, I think, so I keep getting locked into movement mode. Not to worry. Alright, so now we've got one part. So we've got this upper root joint. Now, of course, the bottom joint is going to have to be orientated to that, but let's get this stuff that would be also parented to the bottom joint nice and organized. Let's take all this. If we can see it, there we go. And this, and okay, so that will be Control G. That will be the lower leg, left leg, lower group. And I'm going to take that and parent it to the left leg lower joint, so that happens. Then I'm going to take the left leg lower joint and parent that to the root joint. So now when I move, the whole lot moves. And when I take the bottom joint here, so I'll go in here and select this. This left leg upper group is parented to the left leg root joint, and inside this left lower leg joint is the lower leg group. So when I take this, that will pivot around there like so. And again, you might need to move that pivot point. Now, I can see on the view there that we've missed a nut, so simply select that and middle mouse drag it up to the lower leg lower group. Left leg lower group, sorry. Now I've got this lower leg root joint and upper leg root joint. So bend this one out like so, whoops. And then take this one, and I can bend that down, and this keeps us organized, but also it would allow us to do some form of basic pose work, you know, if we just wanted to very quickly do that. And now we've got the foot, which is going to cause us a problem, because at some point I think I must have frozen the transformations on this, because if you look at the rotation axis, it's currently orientated in the wrong direction. So if I just wanted to bend this very quickly, and let's just make sure that we're on object here. We are. So this is the rotation axis for this object, which obviously it's not, because if I go like so, well, that's going to cause all sorts of issues. So I need to reorientate this pivot point. Now, a quick way to do it temporarily is to hit Insert and click on a face that you want it aligned to, then hit Insert again, and I can now pivot this from the right place. Unfortunately, if we click on something else and click back, you'll notice that the pivot has gone back to where it was. So that's not a permanent transformation. Now, sometimes a temporary transformation is enough, especially for things like this, when we're not actually going to use this at the end of the day to animate with. We will be building, of course, a proper rig. But I just want to show you how to get this local pivot back to, whoops, and I've undocked that. So let me just redock that. There we go. Actually, I'll just close it because I don't need it. Okay, so let's sort this pivot point out before we go any further. Now, an easy way to do this is to create any other object, so just a box will be fine. So once we've got our box, you can see that its object transform is in the right place. You know, it's where we'd expect it to be, whereas this one is all off on a angle, it looks like it's been orientated to the world space as opposed to the object space, and we can't get it back in the object space permanently. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take this box, we're going to come up here, and we're going to use the snap together tool. Now this used to be called the snap together faces tool, I think, in earlier versions of Maya, but what we'll do is click here and here, and you'll see that this arrow becomes, you know, where it's going to snap. We're going to hit enter, and that has snapped this box to this toe. Now this has its pivot in exactly the place we would expect, and this still does not. So we're going to parent this cube here to this one here. So we're going to make this one the parent and this one the child. Now I need to select that child cube and go modify freeze transformations, and you'll see its pivot point actually snap back to where we want it. So now I can take it, unparent it. There we go. I can delete this cube that's no longer necessary, and that will still have the correct rotation on it. Now I can move that back up to my left leg group, and we are all good. So that reorientated the pivot point on that. You might need to do the same thing to this one, but this one actually looks okay. So at the moment we've got the lower leg and upper leg together. We've got the lower leg by itself, so now we'll need the foot. So under the foot joint, we're going to need to align all of these things, and these bolts should move with the foot joint too. Okay, so that appears to be everything. Control G, and we'll call this foot group. In fact, I'll call that left leg foot group. Okay, and that should be parented to the foot joint. So when I select the foot joint, the whole thing becomes selected, and that should then in turn be parented to the lower leg joint. So when I select the lower leg, I get all of this. When I select the upper leg root joint, I get the whole thing. So basically we've got an upper leg, a lower leg, and a foot. So we'll probably need to adjust the pivot point on this foot joint. So if I hit insert to see the pivot point now and move, you'll see that the orientation is correct. We want it to bend down along this axis, but probably the positioning is not too good. Actually, the positioning looks about fine on this. Insert to change it, you might need to, you know, pull it forward a bit or up, but you can use the orthographic views for that. As I said, I'll be providing the scene file with all this done, so you can check that out too. But let's just see if we could get this leg in some semblance of a pose now. So let's bring back the full robot. Okay, so let's select the root joint, and let's give this a twist up. And before we do that, this is now needs to be tweaked where we bent this further down. Okay, so root joint, let's put him like he's going to take a big stride forward. So leg up, and let's select the lower leg. Let's move that down like so, and now we should be able to select the foot and just move that. Now if you wanted to go to the trouble, you could also parent the toes out separately, so you could start to move them the same way we've done with these other joints here. Now we could just move this toe independently, of course, and one of the reasons I like to do this as well is because now I'm moving this toe, I can see there's an actual problem with the design. First off, the pivot point's in the wrong place. So let's just get that back into no pose, and let's look at this toe. Now we went to all the trouble to get the pivot point in the right place, but as you can see it's hovering around the top of the object. Now because we don't need to rotate it, we can just hit insert and move it halfway down the object, and then I'll press Q to go back to selection mode and E to rotate, and now I can rotate the toe. But we still have a problem, which is again why I tend to do this, you know, quick parenting pose. The problem is that when I move this up here, this would actually strike this, so that's as much bend as we could have on the toe. There's a very easy fix for that, however. Select all these vertex and then just shove them this way a bit, and then select these bottom vertex and shove them this way a bit, Same as we did with the fingers when we used a rounded end. And then I'm going to smooth that, and that looks pretty decent. Now I can hit rotate again, and because of the bend there, I can go a lot further. And in fact, I'll just move this out a little bit, and I might make this a little bit more extreme, or we could even grab both of these and curl these ones in too on the top and the bottom. You know, sometimes when you're modeling these things, it looks good, it looks fine, and then you start to just even do some basic movement and some problems can creep in. So again, one of the reasons I do this is so we can check for that. So let's rotate this toe, and now it's absolutely fine. That's more than enough of a degree of rotation in the toe for me. Okay, I really wouldn't want the toe to bend any more than that. If you did, you could of course make these rounded areas a bit more extreme, but that should do. So I'm going to take the left leg joint and just pose this up, and this one this way, and then I've got the foot that I can put down, and now I can just take that bottom toe. You'll notice that it's all orientated in the right direction, and move it like so. So if I did this with the rest of the robot, for the arms, the legs, and everything would eventually probably be parented to here. So when I move this, everything moved. You know, I'd have something that would be capable of a basic pose. Now, again, as I said, I will be doing a full rigging tutorial, which will be out towards the end of this month, so June 2015. So I hope you join me for that. Should be fairly interesting, and I hope you got something out of this one. Now I'll provide the completed seam file when I've parented everything together and moved some pivot points around. I don't want to go through the whole process of that on screen, and you know, we are about finished. I just wanted to take you quickly through the mirroring one more time, just because it's fairly easy to do. So I'm just going to Control Z all this lot backwards. You know, and you should really freeze the transformations on your joints, just so I'll show you. So let's say we move this out, and you know, what you want to make sure is that your rotates are zeroed out, so you can always put your joint back into its position by hitting 0 there. So you might need to freeze some transforms, but again, this is not really supposed to, you know, I keep banging this point home, but this is not to replace a proper rig or a proper skeleton. It is literally just to let you kind of have a quick play, and as we discovered down here, make sure all your joints actually work, which this one was not working very well and is now. Okay, so mirroring. This one's quite easy. If I select the left leg group, you'll notice that the pivot for it is exactly at the origin of the grid, if we had the grid in here. And if I looked through, let's say, the front view, so the pivot point's at the origin, which means when I mirror, it's going to mirror over completely right. Now if I select the arm, you'll notice the pivot point's at the origin too. If for whatever reason you've come out and you've got yourself in a bit of a pickle, you can ungroup from the original group. So hang on a second. Yeah, let's just ungroup all that from the original group. So here I have all of this. I can then Control G to regroup it, and the new group will have its pivot point at the origin of the grid, which is exactly what we want. So as I didn't need to do that, I'll just go back a couple of steps, and I'm going to select my left arm because that needs duplicating across, and I'm going to hit Edit, Duplicate Special, and Edit, Reset Settings. So I'm going to do the scale in X because we want the scale -X, so it appears over here, -1, and Duplicate Special, and I should get another arm. Then I can do the leg. Now obviously I want to make sure it was all grouped and parented nicely before I did this. So I'm going to hit G to repeat the last command, and there we go, we are done. Okay, now just move the whole fella up a bit, just whoops. Yeah, and I can't actually move him like so now, he's all parented together. So I would have to group the whole thing, group the whole character to do that. And I would make sure it was probably a bit better organized. Then I could just move the group up, get him on the floor. There we go. Alright, so there we go. There we have one robot that's sitting there ready to be rigged and animated. So I hope you've got something out of this. And if you have any questions, you can always get me on the SimplyMaya forum, or you can just email me directly if you want, david@simplymaya.com. Alright, thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the rigging parts that are to come. Cheers.